the lad whom all perceive as the municipality's most foolish intrudes into the royal chamber and conveys the details that a particular Zhu lineage is, intending to suggest marriage to Lady Mulan. They are all astonished, due to the possibility of alterations in this information, the trajectory of an impending conflict, although they are aware that this young man is renowned for his lack of intelligence and charming every woman. The data is significant. Thus, when they declare that he is set to receive a reward, the young lad perceives his initial opportunity and kneels pleading for employment. Why? He merely seeks to draw nearer to the deity of this location and captivate her with his flawless appearance. The sovereign assigns him an arbitrary task to assist another offspring, but another individual bursts through the entrance and notifies those that the commander of the zoological family is making their way there. The marriage proposition is, in fact, arriving significantly sooner, and now the host has merely 3 hours before the deity is bestowed upon another. This throws the family into a frenzy. The mother suggests they ought to decline. However, the father is aware that the Zhu clan will perceive it as an affront and withdraw their backing for the conflict. Mulan abruptly declares her intention to mar her appearance so that no one desires her. Yet, the blade is promptly extracted. He clarifies that despite possessing an unattractive visage, they will still desire this union. Both were aware of the solution. The sole escape was to be wed beforehand. The father was hesitant to pursue it, yet she implored for it to safeguard the nation's interests. He pauses briefly. However, upon noticing her, he consents and composes a correspondence proclaiming a brief contest to wed Mulan. Only the finest in the realm ought to be notified, yet they both glance away when Shenlang, reputed as the most foolish, most licentious, and least informed in the nation, summons everyone and expresses his desire to take part. Bro enters assuredly and expresses to Mulan his desire to wed her. Prior to the father taking his life, the mother prompts him that Shenlang is cognitively impaired, a genuinely R-rated youth with intellectual disabilities. He becomes serene until Mulan exclaims, "Indeed, given his utter foolishness, it must be him, the renowned foolish lad of the town." For Mulan resembled a youthful, naive infant, ideal as a counterfeit spouse. However, she clarifies that she is merely expressing that she is permitting his involvement in the contest, and the worried father feels at ease. He even requests the attendants to assist the lad in getting ready. However, what they were unaware of was that Shenlang was far from being the least intelligent. He was genuinely the most astute, knowledgeable, and sly young individual in the entire nation. What is the reason? Behold this deformed visage. That is Shenlang from his previous existence, an individual who realized that an unattractive person would never receive the opportunity to replicate prior to becoming an exceedingly appealing and renowned chemist. Yet an incident entirely altered his facial appearance, and the manner in which individuals regarded him transformed entirely. However, that did not alter his remarkable talent, adept in chemistry and now a physician. He devoted himself to aiding regions ravaged by conflict until a U.S. missile soared through the air. He observed it gleaming and earnestly wished that if he were to be reincarnated, he would at least be striking as everything transitioned into darkness. He opened his eyes as Shenlang. He didn't falter for an instant. He headed directly towards the mirror and grinned. He was remarkably attractive. The recollections of the initial possessor began to surge in. It appears that this individual named Shenlang shares his name. He resides in a location known as Enchanted Turtle City, yet the previous inhabitant of this physique possessed a tarnished reputation. All believed he was utterly ineffectual. This individual dedicated a decade to his studies and remained unable to identify a solitary word. Furthermore, he was incapable of prevailing in a confrontation with a chicken, even if his very existence hinged on it. But hold on, it becomes even more intriguing. Following a single encounter with the daughter of the Shu family, this infatuated individual became completely consumed by obsession. When Miss Shu fell ill and required a spouse to alter her fortune, as it seems that's how healing operates in this realm, our authentic Shenlang offered his assistance. The Shu family's servants assaulted him and degraded him, mistreating him. Fortunately for him, the young woman recuperated and genuinely defended him. Thus, they united in matrimony, yet it resembles one of those unions that inflict more harm than good. They did not conduct themselves like a typical couple whatsoever. However, our misguided original Shenlang was entirely content simply by beholding her visage each day. Subsequently, 2 weeks later, he was afflicted by an enigmatic ailment that no one could remedy. It was at that moment that our resurrected Dr. Boy assumed control of the body. At this moment, our young man is seated, absorbing all this data and becoming exhilarated at the prospect of being wed to an affluent beauty when he perceives sounds of footsteps outside. He approaches to eavesdrop and overhears overhears two attendants candidly conversing about how he ought to have already departed from this world. These individuals are out here claiming he is worthless and unworthy of being the Shu family's designated authority, and they genuinely arrive to see if he had passed away. The door unexpectedly swings ajar. Our lad's position there are healthy and in excellent shape. The servants undoubtedly diminish in stature. They begin shrieking and fleeing as if they've encountered a specter, exclaiming in disbelief about how this fool is still breathing. Shun Lang stood there utterly bewildered, contemplating whether these servants had genuinely attempted to take his life. Before he descends into paranoia, he perceives something peculiar. There exists a portable computer within his thoughts, not resembling a cognitive visualization, but his genuine APOP from Earth remained precisely as he possessed it. Then he comes to the realization that his eyes have changed. When he gazes at items, he is able to perceive beyond them. My team possesses X-ray perception. It appears that the X-ray apparatus from his laboratory merged with him during the temporal journey, in addition to the missile that resulted in his demise. Now he possesses an integrated medical scanner, but it improves even further. The computer and X-ray vision are combined. When he examines objects, he can precisely recognize what they are and retrieve all the technical specifications. At that moment, an individual enters. Instantly, Shin Lang's gaze fixates on the term 36D. I'm entirely serious. Rose's resurrected abilities promptly commenced the task of pinpointing the crucial information. The individual in reference is Su Clanshan, his spouse, and seemingly his ability to see through objects has preferences. She is profoundly worried about him. Upon receiving word from the maid that Shin Lang had regained consciousness, she promptly summoned a physician. The physician assesses him, and his visage undergoes approximately 15 distinct expressions before he ultimately declares that Shin Lang is in impeccable condition. Su Clanshan's expression shifts rapidly. She pivots towards the physician with a dubious glance and inquires, "How can this be feasible?" Su Clanshan comprehends that she has inadvertently revealed herself and promptly adjusts her approach. She begins to simulate tears, putting on an entire charade of a worried spouse. However, our guy is no longer the same fool he once was. Equipped with his X-ray perception and intellect, Dr. Brain can effortlessly penetrate her nonsense. He's perched there observing her and lamenting the initial instance. Shun Lang pondered how that fool was so infatuated with her that he overlooked this glaring warning sign of a woman. Throughout their discussion, Shun Lang discerns Su Clanshan's true intentions. She desires his departure and is subtly signaling her intentions, yet our lad feigns ignorance and acts oblivious. As she sits there, she contemplates why he isn't picking up on the clues. At that moment, the door swings open dramatically. A man strides in and promptly exclaims, "Quit avoiding the issue with this fool." Then, this scoundrel strides directly up to Su Clanshan and plants a kiss on her. Right in front of her, she's in the midst of laying G. She gestures towards our guy and nonchalantly declares, "She's my fiancée now. Beat it." Shun Lang is merely standing there, absorbing the reality that he was abruptly dismissed before he even had the chance to relish his marriage. It appears that Su Clanshan was merely unwell and required a temporary spouse for good fortune. Now that she has recovered, he's being unceremoniously dismissed. Then this woman takes a seat beside our guy and informs him of his kindness, yet expresses that they are not compatible. Our young man came to understand that there is no changing it. Thus, he confronted that scoundrel and informed him that he would depart as they desired. Yet no, this scoundrel was not accepting it. He instructed our son to vacate the location within an hour or face consequences. Now that they have departed and our son is by himself, our lad leaps out of bed swiftly. He's not even downcast. He's contemplating that with this fresh, appealing visage, securing another affluent woman ought to be effortless. The individual is already strategizing his subsequent treasure-seeking endeavor. However, he then eavesdrops on Jiang Ji and Su Clanshan conversing. They are deliberating on extending an invitation to Jean Mylan from the Earl's residence. Shun Lang's treasure-hunting instincts instantly spring to life. Jean Mulan, the estate of the Earl. That's a significant enhancement from the Su lineage, and he is already scheming his grand comeback to ensure the Su family laments their every action. Next, we shift to our guy being dismissed, and the men's discussion is genuinely hilarious. Shun Lang is completely indifferent. He's making his way home, likely contemplating his grand strategy to secure Jean Mylan. In the meantime, at the Su household, a middle-aged man is observing our protagonist and instructs his attendant to attend to him. Su Clanshan advised him to hold off for at least a day, expressing her concerns about her standing. The patriarch informs her that they needed to take this action to ensure Jiang Ji's satisfaction. In the meantime, our young lad is strolling home under the cover of darkness when, abruptly, a few hefty individuals confront him, demanding that he accompany them. He understands he cannot confront them, so he simply permits them to seize him. him. However, what he grapples with is ultimately realizing just how merciless the Su family truly is. These scoundrels are scheming to bury him alive. The commander of his gang is an infamous crime lord known as Tian Hung. This individual has countless homicides to his name and is an utter terror within a 100-mile radius. Shen Lang engages his X-ray vision to assess the circumstances and observes something peculiar. A metallic needle is embedded within Tian Hung's physique. Tian Hung notices him gazing and extracts the talon from his mouth, inquiring what on earth he is gazing at. Shen Lang directly informs him, "Hey, there's a needle embedded in your body and it's going to be fatal." The entire team shares glances. Even Tian Hung is astonished because not a single person, including his wife, is aware of this needle. Shen Lang asserts that he is capable of eliminating it. Tian Hung inquires about what he desires in exchange. Our protagonist articulates his conditions: save his life and disclose who seeks his demise. Tian Hung bursts into laughter and responds with a firm no. Shen Lang is utterly bewildered. Does this individual have a desire for self-destruction? Did he insert the needle himself? Then Tian Hung reveals the shocking reality. No one contracted him to eliminate Shen Lang. It appears that Shen Lang's sibling obtained 5 gold coins from him, and due to interest accruing at an exorbitant rate akin to a predatory payday loan, the amount surged to 100 gold coins. As they are unable to settle the debt, Shen Lang faces being buried alive as reparation. Next, we flash back to 2 months prior, immediately following Shen Lang's marriage into the Su family, when his father arrived seeking to bring him back home. The elderly gentleman opposed the union, yet the Su family's sentinels assaulted him and expelled him. The initial Shen Lang was so infatuated with Su Qianshan that he forsook his own family for her. At that moment, Shen Lang listens as Tian Hung commands his followers to not only enter him, but also to eliminate his parents. If Tian Hung shows compassion, he will ensure that Shen Lang's demise is swift. As the sword descends toward his throat, Shen Lang exclaims, "I will compensate you with 1,000 gold coins. That's tenfold the obligation." The edge halts precisely at his neck. Shen Lang claims that if granted 3 days, he will procure the funds. The marauders all appear toward one another. Then at Tian Hung, the chief instructs his henchmen to release our companion and commands him to return with the funds in 3 days. Observing his response, our young protagonist understood that the Su family had imposed a 3-day ultimatum on Tian Hung to eliminate him. However, whenever Shen Lang consents to the conditions, Tian Hung has an individual retrieve paper to compose a written contract. Shen Lang responds with a firm refusal, stating that it is unnecessary. Then, this complete lunatic rips off a fragment of his garment, punctures his digit, and drafts the contract directly in his own ledger. Tian Hung observes this, pondering whether this truly is the same intellectual drain that everyone discusses. After issuing a caution, Tian Hung dispatches 2 of his associates to accompany Shen Lang back to his residence. On the return journey, Shen Lang was intensely pondering how to acquire 2,000 gold coins within 3 days. Upon his return, the atmosphere resonates uniquely. His father is seriously unwell yet continues to discuss the possibility of visiting the Su family to retrieve Shen Lang, as he is concerned that they may be ill-treating him. His mother shares the same sentiment, and his sibling, the guy has fractured legs, yet he remains resolute in his pursuit of Shen Lang. Shen Lang listens to all of this, and promptly swings open the door, sinks to his knees, and offers his family a profound bow. They are thoroughly delighted to encounter him. He softly declares his return, subsequently expressing remorse to his mother and father individually. His mother simply embraces him, assuring him that all is well. However, they observe that there's something distinct about him. His gaze is sharper, more attentive. His sibling suspects that the Su family expelled him, which his mother genuinely considers to be excellent news, as it now allows her to orchestrate another union for him. Accompanied by the bereaved Lu from the hamlet, Shen Lang is simply standing there as if to say, "Mother, please not this." Yet he laughs softly and redirects his attention to his father's condition. Employing his X-ray vision, he assesses the injury, noting multiple fractured ribs and significant bleeding within the lungs. Due to his extensive medical expertise acquired over decades in his previous existence, he instinctively understands the necessary steps to take. First, he removes the blood from the lungs, followed by administering a sequence of therapies. Subsequently, he examines his sibling's fractured limb. The break is fairly pristine, which is advantageous. However, his sibling proposes that they could feign injuries from mishaps to obtain financial compensation. Shen Lang simply smacks his forehead in disbelief. He nudges his brother's leg aside and urges him to abandon these misguided notions, assuring him that he is capable of repairing the leg. The following day, Shen Lang dedicates the whole day to collecting medicinal plants. Upon returning home, he assembles a temporary surgical table and begins his procedure on his father. Employing his exceptional surgical expertise, he adeptly carries out the procedure. His mother is utterly astonished. She gazes at Shen Lang as though he were a miraculous savior. Possessing such talents, she is already contemplating the possibility of him wed to the daughter of the village Qi. Shen Lang has encountered the daughter of Qi previously and is instantly filled with dread at the thought. He promptly states that he requires some fresh air outdoors. However, as he departs, actuality strikes him in the visage. He has merely 2 days remaining. If he fails to gather the funds, his whole family is doomed. So much for unwinding. As he re-enters the interior, his mother presents him with a basin of water to cleanse his feet. Shen Lang attempts to decline, yet his mother appears as though she is on the verge of weep. Thus he succumbs. The following morning, there's a rap at the door. It's the pair of outlaws recounting. Shen Lang needs to expedite his efforts to generate that income, as time is limited. Upon hearing the rap, his mother steps outside, and then these scoundrels begin to utter and to be his companions so his mother doesn't fret. Shen Lang is genuinely astonished by how swiftly these scoundrels can alter their demeanor. He informs his mother that they are going to the metropolis. She promptly provides him with nourishment, yet one of the marauders asserts that his residence is en route. They will dine there. Just as they are preparing to depart, Shen Lang's mother clutches his hand and hands him a poached egg, advising him to consume it when he feels peckish. Goodness, the sincerity is overwhelming. Gazing at the egg, our lad becomes quite sentimental. He contemplates the fact that there are merely 2 eggs remaining in the household, and both of his guardians are unwell, yet his mother is offering her egg to him. He responds to her with that broad, foolish grin and assures her that he is fine. Subsequently, he departs with the 2 rogue scoundrels. Fast forward 4 hours later, our protagonist finds himself reflecting on how he ended up in this predicament due to that fool, contemplating the original Shen Lang. While en route to Turtle City, they encounter 2 gentlemen. One of the thieves appears to recognize them, as the elderly gentleman Uncle Lee inquires about their recent absence. He's quite amiable, asserting that despite their minor indebtedness, it shouldn't be significant, as he and his father share a bond akin to that of siblings. The elderly gentleman appears taken aback initially, then states that he will visit tomorrow. The outlaw places his hands on each of their shoulders, indicating that his father informed him they are no longer required to reimburse the funds. Subsequently, he guides them into a thicket. Shortly thereafter, this scoundrel reappears by himself. He nonchalantly discloses that he has just eliminated both of them for neglecting to settle their obligations. Shen Lang is astounded when he learns that their obligation began at 3 gold coins but swelled to 25 due to accruing interest. One of them had even been acquaintances with Tian Hang's father for more than 10 years, cleaning the blood off his blade. The outlaw cautions Shen Lang that he will not demonstrate compassion either. He questions whether Shen Lang can accumulate 1,000 gold coins, as that amount represents the savings of numerous families over many years. Our lad boldly proclaims that he will acquire the 1,000 gold coins today. Before long, they reach the most bustling trade avenue in enchanted Turtle City, and halt in front of this elegant structure with a sign that states Brocade and Embroidery Pavilion. Shen Lang's financial strategy, which simultaneously serves as his vendetta against the Su family, commences here because the Brocade and Embroidery Pavilion operates within the Su industry as well, positioning them as direct rivals to the Su family. Shen Lang promptly requests the server to summon the proprietor, assuring a commercial agreement that could generate an extra 5,000 gold coins annually. The server glanced at our child and nearly shooed him off. However, when the outlaw presents himself as Tian Shurjin from the Dark Attire Syndicate, the attendant's demeanor shifts immediately without delay. He guides them to the leader's lodge. Within the chamber, they encounter Lin Mo, the proprietor of the Brocade and Embroidery Gallery. The young lad doesn't squander a moment and promptly addresses the matter at hand, declaring he possesses an exclusive secret formula available for 2,000 gold coins. Lin Mo learns the cost and promptly instructs the guards to cast our lad aside. The outlaw becomes enraged, believing Shen Lang is mocking them. However, subsequently, Shen Lang extracts a fragment of gilded material. Lin Mo examines more intently and his entire demeanor transforms. He's withdrawn, indulging in food. Golden silk is a rare fabric reserved for nobility, and the Su clan amass their wealth through it. However, the hue of the Su family's golden silk appears inferior in comparison to what our young man possesses, and our lad has merely chanced upon this pigment because this golden silk is simply a residual product of Shen Lang's medicinal concoction. Lin Mo inquires how he could place his faith in our boy, to which our boy responds that he can deliver even superior quality within 2 hours if supplied with the appropriate materials. Next, we transition to 2 hours later. Our young lad emerges from the brewing chamber clutching this shimmering fragment of golden silk. He inquires of Lin Mo whether his funds are prepared, and that scoundrel inclines his head and and inquires with our lad about the equation. Our lad provides the equation to Lin Mo so he can authenticate its myth. He illustrates the procedure, tinting the material with a golden hue directly before him. Just as Shen Lang was preparing to depart with his funds, he caught a booming sound. The leader of the Su clan bursts in, alleging that our son has purloined their clandestine formula. Our lad is astonished to hear this and looks towards Lin Mo, who doesn't even refute it. He betrayed him. He nonchalantly references his son enrolled at a military institution under the safeguarding of the Su family's invocation of the law Jiangjin. Shen Lang's demeanor shifts ominously. He comprehends that he has been outmaneuvered. This was a scheme from the very beginning. Then Su Kan-chan begins her waterworks, sobbing as she expresses her disappointment in him. She questioned why you didn't simply request money from her if you were in need. They are adopting a victim mentality, and the Su family has even notified the authorities about this situation. Yet our lad remains completely untroubled. He falters in the allegation, claiming it is his concoction. The exceptional diet he devised surpasses theirs significantly. He confronts the head of the Su family to furnish proof of the alleged appropriation. Lacking any substantiation, the Su family head resorts merely to disparagement, proceeds to declare that Shen Lang is an inconsequential individual devoid of abilities or understanding. How could he feasibly devise a dye composition? Our lad addresses the authorities and suggests a contest. Let's determine who can create the superior gold tint. The authorities are like, certainly, why not? Su gazes at Shen Lang, inquiring if he truly believes he can produce superior dye than theirs, considering he is merely an incompetent wastrel. However, our young lad reinforces his claim. He asserts that not only can he produce a superior golden dye than theirs, but he can also create a purple one. In the current age, producing purple dye is considerably more challenging than acquiring gold. The dye must be derived from mollusks, requiring a staggering 300 shells to yield merely 1 gram. And given that this is the medieval era, no one has yet perfected the extraction technique, so everyone merely combines red and blue in anticipation of a favorable outcome. Returning to the current moment, Shen Lang surveys these scoundrels and inquires whether they are prepared to accept the challenge. Clan Zion acknowledges, however. Subsequently, this egotistical scoundrel imposes a stipulation that should he emerge victorious, Master Tsu must render an apology to him. The leader of the Hashu clan consents. Our young man establishes a 3-hour time frame and embarks on his task, striving to produce something that transcends the comprehension of this age. He even instructs the authorities to summon additional observers to attend this contest. Fast forward 3 hours later, the Su household presents their violet silk, captivating everyone in attendance. Subsequently, Su Kanzian instructs his attendant to present the golden silk formula to the official. Upon reviewing it, the official states that the documents have been in existence for numerous years, which essentially verifies that Shen Lang appropriated the formula. They are on the verge of detaining him when our youth emerges. He gazes at the Su family's violet silk and muses, "Wow, this genuinely appears quite impressive." It's no surprise these individuals gained renown for their silk enterprise. He subsequently showcases his own creation. The hue of Shen Lang's silk is astonishing. In contrast to the drab purple silk from the Su lineage, Shen Lang's silk is radiant and brilliant, possessing an unparalleled clarity of color. He confronts them, inquiring whether this was similarly appropriated from their recipe. Su Kanzian and her relatives are utterly bewildered. Noting that they are unwilling to comply, our lad withdraws. Produced his ace, a vibrant spectrum of rainbow silk. The official hurries over to inspect it, utterly astonished by the organic and remarkable hues. With that, our son implores the authorities to seek justice. The patriarch of the Su family, devoid of any visage to preserve, rejects the allegation and departs. Su Kanzian, restraining her fury, extends an apology to Shen Lang before departing as well. She is contemplating how this fool unexpectedly transformed into an expert in demise. Once they depart, our protagonist casually inquires with the official about his well-being and the status of Miss Jean from the Earl's residence. It appears that Shen Lang's assurance in confronting the Su family stemmed in part from this young noble's feud with Zhang Jin. At this moment, we are transported to a recollection from 3 years prior. The original Shen Lang was perched by the lakeshore, engaging in his typical foolish antics of inhaling the fragrance of blossoms and similar activities. Simultaneously, the hunting expedition was pursuing this massive bear. In the chase, the bear reaches our young lad and is on the verge of finishing him off when this scorching gorgeousness vaults from her steed and rescues him just in the nick of time. The individual who rescued him on that occasion was none other than Jean Mulan. Following the slaying of the black bear, they returned the wounded Shen Lang to their residence. Moreover, she even dispatched someone to care for our young lad and made a personal visit to see him. At that moment, the youthful Lord Wang Gang had recently received a promotion. As he harbored harbored a clandestine affection for Jean Mulan, he took it upon himself to instruct our lad directly, hoping to gain her admiration by mentoring Shenlang, who was connected to her. However, his scheme ultimately failed as Jean Mulan never returned to see our young man. Consequently, Wang Gang ceased instructing him and even intimidated him into silence regarding their sessions. Our lad had learned that Wang Gang had a dispute with that scoundrel Zhang Ji, which is why he felt emboldened to act so audaciously. Returning to the current moment, the chief was utterly enraged with our lad for summoning Jean as he desired to assault him but chose to depart instead. Observing his progress, our youth was psychologically equipped to become his romantic competitor, yet prior to that, he had other concerns to address. The Hshu family would loathe him even more than previously, so he needed to exercise additional caution. Upon departing the pavilion, he came across Su Kanshan. She attempted to convince our lad by weeping and adopting a mournful expression, offering her apologies to Shun Lang in the hope that he would relinquish the rainbow silk formula. However, our boy was not gullible enough to be deceived by this woman a second time. He disregarded her, determined not to be taken advantage of once more. She then reminded our son that he is indebted to the shadowy fabric crew for 1,000 coins. Our young man begins to panic, questioning how she became aware of it. When she departed, the ensemble had informed our son that he ought to have accepted her suggestion, as only 7 hours remained until his cutoff. With that, he departed, instructing our son to secure the finances promptly to prevent any danger to his family. Shun Lang acknowledged the seriousness of the predicament. Regardless of whether he compensated Tianhang, the Su family would probably persist in menacing his family to acquire the formula. He recognized he needed to discover a lasting resolution to this dilemma. Transition to an arbitrary avenue in the metropolis. The noise of thundering steeds approaches from the rear. Shun Lang navigates through the throng and spots a cavalry unit commanded by Jean Mulan. Upon encountering her, he conceives an idea and resolves to incorporate a fresh aspect into his strategy. As Jean Mulan's steed trots alongside, our lad intentionally allows himself to be struck, staging an incident. He is counting on Jean Mulan, who once bumped into him 3 years prior, to escort him home this time, and it functions. Jean Mulan promptly dismounts her steed and verifies whether Shun Lang is inhaling. Observing, she cannot help but observe how attractive our young man is. Simultaneously, she feels a sense of relief to see him unscathed. She instructs her soldiers to transport him to the Earl's residence for care. Shun Lang is feeling quite confident. His capacity to rescue his family and overcome the Su clan hinges on how adeptly he navigates this situation. Our lad is placed in a carriage traveling 20 kilometers towards the Earl's estate. As he journeys, he contemplates how the Earl's realm of legendary turtle contrasts entirely with the metropolis, possesses its distinct charm within the castle. The wealth of the Su family appears insignificant when contrasted with the Earl's domain. Within the estate's council chamber, Jean Mulan, attired in a relaxed manner, encounters her father and mother. Her father inquires about the outcome of her military drill. She confides in him completely, and he is satisfied with her efforts, yet concerned about their family's circumstances. Jean Mulan's sibling is unable to fulfill the responsibility, and the realm is beginning to revoke the aristocracy's military authority. Upon hearing this, she reassures her father not to fret. She has no intention of marrying and abandoning them. She assures him that she will sustain their home to prevent its collapse and that she intends to remain single for life to assist her brother. Jean Sakai exhales deeply, conceding that his son is rather ineffective. Just subsequently, a attendant enters and announces that our young man has sought a meeting regarding Jean Mulan's nuptials. Jean Sakai responds, "Who the devil is that?" The attendant clarifies that Jean Mulan rescued him from the streets. He then admits our young man into the room. Upon entering the chamber, he goes directly to the essence of the matter. He informs them that the Zhu household seeks a matrimonial alliance with the Earl's estate and that the scoundrel Zhu Hongsu intends to present a proposal to Jean Mulan. Upon hearing this, both Jean Mulan and Jean Sakai are utterly astonished. It appears that the Zhu family is the foremost nobility in the Yu realm. They are connected through matrimony to the sovereign of the nation and occupy the role of governor of the southern territory. Zhu Lin, renowned for restoring tranquility in the south, hails from this lineage. Jean Sakai is taken aback, questioning how on earth he possesses such private knowledge. Our protagonist reveals that he was formerly a son-in-law in the Zhu household. Zhu Qianqian and her new fiancé Nijan Jin converse about this situation directly in his presence, treating him as though he were merely an inanimate object. Jean Sakai inquires of his attendant regarding the identity of this individual. The attendant informs him that he is the former son-in-law of the Zhu family, who was expelled due to allegations of theft and misconduct towards a domestic worker. Jean Sakai's blood pressure is soaring at the moment. He yearns to confront this individual physically physically but restrains himself as he faces more pressing issues. Jin Sakai, remaining doubtful due to the Zhu family's defamation efforts, commands an inquiry to substantiate these allegations. Despite having significant doubts regarding Shenlang, he acknowledges the gravity of the situation and assures him a reward for the intelligence provided. The young man desires nothing more than to propose to Jean Milan at that very moment, yet he restrains himself. He chooses to pursue a gradual strategy. Therefore, he asks to remain at the Earl's property and contribute his services there. His aim goes beyond mere occupation. He aspires to be near Jean Wan and capture her heart. Jin Sakai consents and states that from Mao and Shenlang will receive instruction alongside his offspring. At that moment, his attendant bursts in, completely agitated. He informs Jin Sakai that Zhu Lin reached the city the previous night and is currently en route to Kixuanwu City. Both our child and Jin Sakai begin to feel anxious. Shenlang is pondering why these individuals are operating at such a rapid pace. He's already envisioning this scoundrel appearing and capturing his Jean Milan. Subsequently, Jin Sakai receives validation that the prior information was authentic. Zhu Lin had already shown up and aimed to catch them by surprise so that they might decline. The man informs Jin Sakai that Zhu has arrived to dismantle the supports of the Earl's estate and seize their military authority. Mama Jean looks to her spouse, inquiring if they might simply decline. He informs her that they cannot afford to alienate the Zhu family, rendering rejection almost unfeasible. Zhu Nuan contemplates mutilating herself to escape this union. Jin Sakai snatches the blade from her grasp, asserting that his family takes precedence over their ancestral heritage that spans generations. Hold on, are we truly witnessing a commendable father and a man who will, at last? He understands that altering her appearance won't resolve the issue, as the Zhu family is primarily focused on their prestigious military forces regardless. The sole remedy at this point is to orchestrate a prompt union for Jean Milan to dissuade the Zhu clan. Although Jin Sakai hesitates to jeopardize his daughter's joy, Jean Milan crouches down, asserting that her utmost joy lies in guaranteeing her family's prosperity. Following an extended pause, Jin Sakai consents to conduct a suitor selection. He enumerates 5 contenders and instructs his team to extend an invitation to them to the estate for Jean Milan to select from. Our lad, who has already concluded in his mind that Jean Milan is his spouse, is not prepared to allow some insignificant stranger to claim her. He proclaims his determination to enter the contest for the role of son-in-law. He approaches Jean Milan and straightforwardly declares his intention to wed her. This enrages Jin Sakai, who perceives Shenlang's involvement as utter nonsense. Can you really fault him? From his viewpoint, a contemptible deviant has just declared his intention to wed his daughter. He's determined to put a stop to this. Dunce when his spouse reassures him, stating that the entire community is aware of this individual's madness. Just let it pass. Jin Sakai composes himself and instructs his attendant to cast a handful of gold coins at Shenlang's visage and accompany him back home. While they are leading him away, the attractive woman herself approaches him. Her curiosity is heightened. She approaches and refers to them as 2 simpletons. It appears he was the second simpleton, a moniker bestowed upon him by the villagers, where he belonged to a duo recognized as the foolish twosome. Jean Milan's perspective on Shenlang resembles that of an adult admiring a child's purity. She consents to allow him to participate in the contest. Jin Sakai considers it absurd but decides to overlook it. Self-assured Jean believes that Milan will ultimately reject Shenlang regardless. Shenlang, on the other hand, is overflowing with self-assurance, prepared to surpass the other rivals. This individual genuinely believes he has a chance. Thus, we advance 2 hours forward and now we have 6 men, including our companion Shenlang, gathered in clandestine study chambers. Jean Milan is conducting this husband selection procedure. She intends to choose a partner by midday and tie the knot by nightfall. Initially, we have Wang Lian, sovereign of Xuanwu City. This scoundrel is almost pulsating with enthusiasm at the prospect of securing Jean Milan. When she inquires of him, what prospects can you offer for the Earl's domain? Wang Lian puffs out his chest and delivers an elaborate discourse on succeeding in the imperial examination, transforming into an academic, and how his intellect fused with her formidable combat prowess would propel the family to prominence. Jean Milan merely remains seated, exuding a laid-back demeanor, and essentially presents him with a figurative nice guy card before departing. She poses the identical query to the remaining 4 applicants and receives largely similar conventional responses. Nothing that compels her to exclaim, "This is the one." At last, she enters Shenlang's chamber and confronts him with the inquiry. Our young lad's mind instantly shifts into high gear, contemplating all the fantastic things he could create for her. He possesses X-ray vision that could heal her concealed wounds and progressive ocular enhancement methods. But then he comes to a significant realization. Those things may captivate her, her, but they won't genuinely win her over. Thus, he gazes into her eyes and states that he can provide her with liberation within their partnership. He directly informs her that as long as she remains faithful, she is free to enjoy all the autonomy she desires. As soon as he utters the term deceit, Jean Milan's complexion flushes a vivid crimson. She pivots and begins to exit, likely berating this fool internally for mentioning betrayal during their initial significant dialogue. Hey man, gauging the atmosphere is an art, so master it. But here's the catch, our guy assessed every detail. He had already discerned Jean Milan's true desires. Independence and a partner who won't meddle in her affairs. That is her foremost priority, and he has just presented it to her on a silver platter. Transition to the corridor where Jean Milan informs her parents of her decision. Her father is nearly brimming with enthusiasm, inquiring whether it's Wang or Mo. Following this intense silence, she revealed to him that she had selected Shenlang. Jin Sakai's response is invaluable. Ban is completely enraged, demanding to know why she chose the village fool. Jean Milan articulately conveys her concerns regarding Ying. She fears that if she weds a powerful individual, following her father's demise, her spouse could jeopardize her brother's safety in a bid to seize authority over everything. Only with our companion can the family heritage remain protected. Furthermore, the Zhu family cannot intimidate them if she weds an individual with such a disreputable standing. Additionally, all she truly desired was an attractive spouse, and Shenlang certainly possesses that quality. Jean Sakai and matriarch Jean comprehend her perspective, yet they are profoundly devastated as it is well known that Shenlang's standing is in disrepute. Jean Milan simply inclines her head profoundly, pleading with them to respect her decision and permit her to wed him. She even reframes his negative reputation as an advantage if she unites with the buffoon. No one will dare to interfere with their household. She's presenting some compelling arguments. To be honest, her parents are still not convinced. Jean Sakai currently perceives himself as the most inadequate father, believing he is compromising his daughter's joy due to his son's failure to take responsibility. Consequently, he inquires about the whereabouts of Jean Milan's sibling. When the attendant informs him that the brother is in his study, Jean Sakai commands, "Procure a whip for me." Mother Jin's gaze expands in surprise as she inquires, "What do you intend to do with that?" However, this individual is in Nino Memi Udi for inquiries. He simply seizes the whip and departs abruptly with Mother Jean pursuing him, both of them enraged. In their perception, it is their son's ineptitude that is compelling Jean Milan into this predicament. Following a brief period of conventional training, we transition to our young protagonist discovering that he has been selected. Shenlang's entire bearing transforms instantaneously. This fellow comes to understand that he is on the verge of becoming the son-in-law of the most illustrious family in mythical Turtle City. This fresh status signifies he has safeguarding against the two relatives and all others who have wronged him. He's already devising his retribution storyline. However, at that moment, a realization dawns on Shenlang, compelling him to urgently instruct Jean Stewart to ensure his family's safety as soon as possible, as they are in grave peril. The attendant acknowledges that Shenlang is on the verge of becoming the Earl's son-in-law. Thus, he promptly consents, reassuring him not to fret and to take a break since he is to wed later that evening. In the meantime, shift to the assembly point of the He Gang, where Ten and Hum instruct one of his henchmen to seize Shenlang's family. The strategy is straightforward. After they capture the family, they will eliminate him once Shenlang relinquishes the formula he has been safeguarding. Both the judicial spheres and the criminal underbelly of mythical Turtle City are in utter disarray at this moment due to Shenlang. Certain individuals are getting ready to commemorate his wedding, while some are explicitly scheming to annihilate his whole household. When Ting and his bandit gang arrive at Shenlang's residence, they anticipate encountering some effortless prey. Conversely, they discover Shenlang's household equipped and poised for confrontation. These individuals exhibit trepidation. They are completely braced to perish in battle. Ting is genuinely somewhat captivated by the obstacle and unsheathes his blade, prepared to enhance the excitement. However, suddenly, he experiences an unusual sensation as though someone is observing him. He pivots and spots an individual position behind him, and the mere presence of Jean Stewart is sufficient to render this tough felon's backbone weak. Ting attempts to maintain a composed demeanor, clarifying that they are under formal instructions to penalize tax offenders and requests Jean Stewart to permit him to fulfill his duties. Jean Stewart's reply essentially conveys that while that sounds wonderful, my superior has commanded me to return Shenlang's family safely, so I cannot come back without them. Would you mind releasing them? Ting's feeling self-assured despite almost wedding himself moments earlier and inquires about the true identity of Jean Stewart's mentor. When Jean Stewart arrives, I attend to the Jean family. Ting is completely bewildered at this moment. He's pondering, why on earth would someone of such significance extend an invitation to these inconsequential individuals. However, he soon comes to understand that it must be due to our young man Shen Lang. Frankly, irrespective of my potential identity, Jin Zhou has been present since this esteemed individual arrived. Ting recognized that he was in deep trouble. He had no alternative but to release them. Once this entire chaos concludes, Jin Zhou summons his troops and several fighters directly approached Shen Lang's kin to their chariot. Ting is merely standing there observing the situation develop, growing increasingly perplexed with each passing moment. Extending an invitation was one matter, but these individuals are treating Shen's parents as if they were absolute nobility. As soon as they depart, this guy nearly tumbles. The other marauders seize him and exclaim, "Hey, why did you allow them to escape? If the supervisor discovers that we allowed Shen's parents to leave, he will be furious." Ting pivots towards these fools and asks, "Do you imbeciles even realize who that was?" He then revealed who Zhang Jin was. The instant they learned who Zhang Jin truly was, each of them began to panic. Ting swiftly returns to inform Tianheng at the Black Cloth Gang's headquarters. At this moment, this scoundrel is engaged in some provocative R18+ pursuits, so he is displeased to encounter Ting. He candidly informs him that it better be a matter of life or death, or he's already a goner. Ting divulges all details regarding Shen Lang's family being saved by Jin Zhou personally. Tianheng's expression clouds. He promptly expels the woman and emphasizes the extent of their dire predicament for tampering with Shen Lang's kin. Tianheng is seated, gently rubbing his chin, when he learns about the Count's estate hosting an entire summon law contest. Ting's demeanor shifts. A notion strikes him, once so absurd, even he finds it hard to accept. Tianheng is having the identical thought. There's absolutely no chance that imbecile could possibly become Jin Muen's spouse, is there? Yet, to ensure their security, this overly cautious individual resolves to venture into the city and witness it firsthand. Shortly thereafter, within the concealed quarters of the Shui clan, we have Su Lian, Tianheng, and an unfamiliar fellow whose name I can't recall, all assembled to deliberate on the possibility of Shen Lang truly becoming the son-in-law of the Count's estate. They would all concur that it's improbable. However, to ensure clarity and uncover the truth behind this enigma, they opt to infiltrate the victory celebration. Next, we transition to the Count's estate, and wow, this location is illuminated like a celebration. Attendants are bustling about in every direction, embellishments are extravagant, and amidst we have the pleasure of hosting Su Kanchan and associates, all eager to discover who struck the jackpot and wed Jin Muen. At that instant, our lads were relaxing in the bridal carriage as fireworks exploded wildly. The entourage is brought to the entrance, and the Count and his spouse emerge in a grand, ceremonial manner. They proclaim the groom's entrance, lower the carriage, raise the veil, and the bridegroom emerges. The instant this individual emerges, Tianheng and the whole Su family entourage genuinely cease to breathe. Su Kanchan's eyes widen in disbelief. She's contemplating the impossibility of it all. Why on earth is Shen Lang the bridegroom? Our lad entirely overlooks all these individuals. His nuptials have not submitted to the divine esteemed by the heavens and the earth. Bending to the grand chamber and the pair inclining to one another. Typical matrimonial affairs, you understand. Just as they are poised to proceed to the nuptial suite and conclude this imitation Monkey King Wanib begins cackling. This is Lu Huayan, the present chronicler of the city. He approaches, acknowledging that it contravenes tradition to unveil oneself before the bridal chamber, yet he is overwhelmingly intrigued to discover the identity of the Earl's choice. Might they kindly lift the mask? Just as Jin Zhou is about to address this particular nuisance, a boisterous laugh resonates, and a towering figure strides in leisurely. Upon his arrival, everyone present, including the Count's kin and all the attendees, bows in deference. It appears that this individual is Yu Lin of the Yu Kingdom, the man who subdued the south. This fool is also inquisitive, prompting him to instruct our protagonist to take off his mask. With Yu Lin's backing, the throngs are no longer intimidated and begin to encourage Shen Lang to reveal himself as well. Our lad subsequently gazes at Jin Zhou, who offers him a gesture of acknowledgement. Thus Shen Lang removes the disguise from his visage, and all were astonished. In their most extravagant fantasies, they could never have conceived that the individual concealed beneath the disguise would be the simpleton Shen Lang. At this instant, Tian, suspended amidst the throng, experiences a shiver coursing through his whole being. He is beginning to comprehend that his predicament has intensified by nearly 1,000-fold. However, the most astounded of all is Su Qianqian, along with Zhang Jin. But then the scoundrel Zhang Jin begins cackling like a complete lunatic and inquires Jin Mulan whether this nuptial is fraudulent. She faces him and inquires about his reasoning behind that belief. This scoundrel then begins to chatter away, lamenting about how our lad is a worthless fool who hasn't managed to grasp a single word despite spending a decade in the academy. Furthermore, he was recently expelled from the Su household for theft and assaulting a servant. So how on earth could an individual of that caliber be the spouse of Jean Mulan? At that moment, Jean Zhou inquires of the scoundrel whether he possesses any public relations evidence of our lad's diminished intelligence, or if he is merely expressing these sentiments out of envy. Then another scoundrel lifts his hand claiming he could substantiate it. He asserts that he learned alongside Shenlang and can affirm that Shenlang was undeniably a simpleton or mentally impaired. Shenlang comprehends that the learned Yang Xiong has this instant of enlightenment. It's invariably the well-known individuals who deceive you at pivotal times. Shenlang gazes at Yang Xiong and inquires if he possesses any concrete evidence of his foolishness. This fool bursts into laughter and claims that failing to comprehend a single word after a decade is all the evidence anyone requires. He claims he will compose a few characters for Shenlang to peruse, and if our lad interprets them correctly, he will express his regrets. Shenlang's enthusiasm is palpable. Let's proceed with this. Yang Xiong seizes a pen and paper and inscribes several symbols. Upon witnessing them, Jean Mulan's jaw falls open in astonishment. The remainder of the audience is just as baffled since, quite literally, Nanobi and I are capable of deciphering these matters. It appears that this cunning scoundrel crafted 3 figures that seem recognizable yet are remarkably simple to misinterpret. This arrogant fool standing there, basking in his perceived victory, taunting Shenlang by questioning his ability to decipher them. He must concede his intellectual inadequacy right here before the entire assembly. Our lad engages his chi command and merely begins to recite them individually, elucidating the significance of each as if it were trivial. He's dissecting pronunciations, etymologies, the entire spectrum. Yang Xiong is observing as his entire reality falls apart. It appears this imbecile was aware of merely 2 pronunciations for a single character, while Shenlang effortlessly presented 4 distinct ones without even flinching. Shenlang shakes his head in dismay, reproaching Yang Xiong for his boldness in challenging him despite being unfamiliar with his own content. He then addresses Yang Xiong's mentor, the previous ruler of the city, inquiring whether he has obtained everything. Indeed, following this excruciating hush, the elderly gentleman inclines his head. The audience goes completely berserk, yet our guy isn't finished. He claims it is only just for Yang Xiong to peruse a few characters he composes. Yang Xiong is extremely anxious yet consents, as retreating at this juncture would prove to be far more detrimental. Shenlang composes these figures that appear ordinary initially, yet when you combine them, no one can decipher their significance. He informs Yang Xiong that he merely needs to peruse 4 symbols. Yang Xiong recognizes a few acquaintances and boldly exclaims, "I am a fool." The whole audience erupts. Individuals are in fits of laughter. Even Jean Mulan is stifling her laughter, attempting to suppress her amusement. This fool just declared himself an idiot in front of the entire gathering at a wedding. The instructor's visage flushes crimson, and he swiftly sends Yang Xiong away before the situation escalates further. At this moment, the educator feels humiliated and seeks to preserve their dignity. So if you choose to confront our young man, he inscribes this exceptionally enigmatic symbol onto parchment. Jean Mulan and the assembly congregate around a glimpse, yet no one identifies it except for our protagonist, as this figure is indeed widely recognized in contemporary society. Yang Xiong, who seemingly relishes in being ridiculed, resumes his provocative banter. Shenlang overlooks him, as certain gestures do not merit recognition. Our protagonist is aware that the contemporary enunciation is Yuan, while he also understands that the historical pronunciation could be markedly distinct. Upon his realization that the elderly lord comprehends its significance but lacks the authority to voice it, Shenlang feels a surge of optimism, thinking, I can navigate this. Yang Xiong, unable to contain himself, interjects once more. Shenlang suggests a wager. If he accurately identifies the character, Yang Xiong will strike himself. Conversely, if he is mistaken, he will inflict a slap upon himself. This simpleton Yang Xiong complies without hesitation. Shenlang gestures at the symbol and states that it is articulated as Ren. Yang Xiong astonishes with his extroverted demeanor. How can anyone even authenticate that? Shenlang serenely elucidates that it likely signifies something akin to thrust or penetrate. The ancient noble's expression shifts instantly as he stands there, pondering how on earth this simpleton possesses knowledge that even erudite scholars have yet to verify. For a moment, he contemplates labeling Shenlang a deceiver, but he refrains, aware that others are also cognizant of the truth. If he refutes it now, he would appear foolish. Thus, this scoundrel alters his narrative and concedes that our friend was indeed right. Yang Xiong stood there utterly bewildered. Everyone was astounded. The village simpleton just educated the urban intellectuals as if it were effortless. Our lad's wisdom astonished all, including Jean Mulan, who is gazing at him with genuine hostility. At that moment, Shenlang's eyes shift towards Yang Xiong, unmistakably indicating that it's time to settle the score, my friend. Yang Xiong cast a scornful glance at his instructor, yearning for assistance, yet the elderly man merely looks away. Thus, this fool poignantly strikes himself before the entire crowd. The young lad is cherishing every moment of this. Prior to departing, this scoundrel informed our lad that he would seek retribution for this. For the first time, Jin's father demonstrates genuine contentment towards our young man and informs him that it is time to present Jin Mulan to his family. At that moment, Zhulin shouts for Xin Lang to pause. As our lad pivots in his direction, Zhulin gestures and says, "Kid, you're rather intriguing. I shall not forget you." Our lad, feigning naivety, bows and graciously expresses appreciation for your esteemed consideration. Zhulin chuckles at this reply, yet everyone is aware that the laughter isn't particularly cordial. In the meantime, our young lad's guardians are experiencing a strong sense of alienation. They are modest individuals who wish to spare their son any humiliation, so they decided against participating in the principal event. They are even reluctant to don the elaborate garments provided by the Count's estate, fearing they might inadvertently harm something valuable. Upon reaching the rear corridor, our son promptly sinks to his knees, proclaiming, "Your son offers his reverence, father and mother." Jin Mulan promptly kneels and states, "Your daughter-in-law extends her greetings to you both." Observing this, our young man is astonished, contemplating how she doesn't exhibit any pretentiousness or condescend towards his family. She is truly courteous. He perceives her as lovely both in appearance and in character. Shen's mother promptly assists Jin Mulan in reiterating. Following Jin's gesture of respect with a salute, she leaves our son by himself with his guardians. Following the meal, his parents prefer not to impose, so they make their way back home in their chariot. Subsequently, we transition to the nuptial suite as Jin Mulan enters, her countenance flushed. Beholding his exquisite charm, this scoundrel cannot resist gazing. Jin Mulan feels too bashful to meet his gaze directly, and perches on the bed. Both of them remain there uncomfortably, uncertain of who should initiate the first gesture. Our protagonist, aspiring to take charge, contemplates stepping forward, but Jin Mulan asserts that she has something to express initially. She discloses that she was coerced into this union by the Zhu family and had no alternative but to swiftly seek a spouse. Nevertheless, she already regards herself as a married individual, vowing not to genuinely remarry. Regarding spousal responsibilities such as procreation, Jin Mulan expresses her inability to meet them. Our young man understands that anticipating the fulfillment of the marriage on the very first day, particularly with someone of Jin Mulan's stature, is impractical. He conveys his acknowledgement and regard for her emotions. However, Jin Mulan, not wishing for our young man to feel deceived and recognizing the significance of cultivating it, requests a private attendant. Our young man swiftly observes the maid's appealing physique highlighted by her remarkable attributes. Jin Mulan directs her servant to attend to Shen Lang's needs throughout the evening. Our young man's reaction is akin to, "Hold on, what?" However, Jin Mulan declines, clarifying that since she is unable to bear offspring for him, it would be preferable for him to fulfill this obligation with her servant to guarantee a prompt perpetuation of his heritage. This scoundrel spares not a moment and requests the servant girl, Little Bing, to assist him in disrobing. I truly struggle to comprehend these Chinese performers. Jin Mulan, upon hearing this, appears astonished and swiftly rushes out of the chamber. Little Bing's visage flushes a vivid crimson with humiliation, yet then tears begin to stream down her cheeks, and not merely a handful of tears. This girl starts sobbing uncontrollably. Our young man perceives that something is amiss and inquires if she is reluctant. Tiny Bing remains silent and simply persists in crying with increasing intensity. Our lad feels incredibly uncomfortable upon realizing that even the housekeeper appears hesitant to be in his company. Not wishing to impose, he instructs young Bing to retire to the adjacent room. She promptly exits, and our lad simply opts to drift off to sleep. No enjoyment for this individual this evening. The following day, Jin Mulan organizes a few presents for our young man to bring back home and inquires if he harbors any aspirations or desires he wishes to disclose. Xin Lang initially responds that he lacks specific aims, but upon noticing Jin Mulan's discontented expression, he swiftly claims that he possesses a significant objective: annihilate the Su family and compel the Su clan Jin to bow before him, pleading for compassion. Jin Mulan gazes at him in astonishment. This is more about retribution than a genuine aspiration. She highlights the challenges of aiming at the Su and Zhang families due to their support from the influential Zhu family, while noting that the Count's estate has its constraints. Our young lad then inquires if he may at least focus on Tianhang, but Jin Mulan elucidates that Tianhang is a military official of the legendary Turtle City who has recently allied himself with the Zhang clan. Any attempt to engage with him would incite a confrontation with the city's authorities. Our lad is becoming exasperated by by all these limitations. Ultimately, he inquires if he can at least wield his identity as the summon law to strike Ting Hang across the face. When she asserts that it's an endeavor he is capable of undertaking, our lad's keen on the wager and departs without delay. Before anyone had the chance to inquire where on earth this guy believed he was headed, our friend had already vanished. However, he made sure to visit his father-in-law's residence first to express his regard. When they inquired about his intentions, our lad executed it effortlessly, entirely sidestepping the impending devastation motif and opting instead for the timeless approach of charming his parents. Jean Moulin's guardians were completely taken in, perceiving him as a dependable and sensible individual. They were so taken with him that they showered him with presents. Our lad expressed his gratitude and set off, appearing all elaborate with a pair of soldiers as attendants. He originally intended to arrive in a carriage, but then he notices this splendid white steed and contemplates, you know what, I plan to mount that and make a spectacular arrival. 2 minutes later, and this guy still can't seem to manage how to saddle the damned horse. So, indeed, it's time to return to the carriage. When our lad's carriage arrives at the dark fabric crew domain, the sentinels stand poised with their arrows notched yet. An individual halts them, exclaiming, "Hey fools, that's from the Count's estate." As our lad emerges, he welcomes Tian Hang with this broad grin. Tian Hang adopts a warm demeanor, with arms extended and a broad grin. However, you can simply tell this scoundrel is lurking within. Our lad promptly begins teasing him, questioning why he hasn't apprehended him thus far. Tian Hang courteously beckons him to enter, and even prepares tea for him. Tian Hang inquires about the reason for our young man's presence, and our lad nonchalantly mentions that he has arrived regarding that 1,000 coin obligation. Tian Hang finally retrieves the debt recognition document and simply incinerates it immediately in the flames, stating he completely overlooked. However, our young lad turns the tables and states, "In fact, you owe me 1,000 gold pieces. What prompted you to incinerate the acknowledgement?" Hang simply becomes immobile. This individual has been orchestrating plans for years, and he has yet to encounter anyone as brazen. The audacity is beyond measure. At this point, Tian Hang must comply since there is little else he can do. He compels a grin and commands his associates to deliver the 1,000 gold pieces. Our lad examines them briefly, then nonchalantly proposes that, given their familiarity, they might consider foregoing the interest. Tian Hang perceives the implication that this is unmistakably a menace, so he reluctantly surrenders an additional 100 gold coins as a fee. Our lad merely sips his tea as if he hadn't just coerced this individual in plain view. Tian Hang inquires if there is anything additional, and our lad responds, "So, where is Ting?" Our young lad then reveals that Ting attempted to apprehend his parents. Consequently, the young lad is concocting a scheme to fracture his legs. Tian Hang is evidently distressed and furious, yet he maintains his composure and states that Ting is not present and will return in 2 months. Our young lad isn't completely convinced, but opts not to test his fortune and departs. As soon as our son departs, Tian Hang unravels, shatters the teacups, and commands his followers to incinerate the seat that our young lad occupied. Ting emerges from his concealed spot, attempting to soothe this rogue by suggesting that our lad's hubris will ultimately lead to his downfall. Tian Hang is seething over how this obscure individual transformed into a notable figure so rapidly and instructs Ting to remain concealed. Yet, our lad strolls right back in. He remarks, "Wow, you came back swiftly. Traveling at the speed of light or something, I presume." He enumerates all of Ting's actions in his attempts to apprehend his parents while unlawfully entering his residence, detailing each aspect, and asserts that shattering Ting's legs is a warranted retribution for almost wreaking havoc on his family. He gazes at Tian Hang as if to say, "Are you going to proceed or not?" Tian Hang's eyes are genuinely crimson with rage. He finds himself in a precarious situation since Ting is his adopted son, and striking him would be akin to degrading himself. Additionally, he has committed approximately 2/3 of his family's fortune in support of the Jiang family. Thus, he resorts to the archetypal villainous behavior, strikes his palm against the surface, and informs our son that he is currently testing his boundaries. The two warriors from the Count's estate swiftly unsheathe their blades to safeguard our lad. Our lad then inquires of this scoundrel whether he considered the consequences of overstepping his bounds when he menaced his family. Tian Hang chuckles and references the Count's estate's overarching principle of affection towards individuals akin to one's own offspring, cautioning our son regarding oppression and retribution. Our lad shows no interest in this philosophical discourse and gazes at the soldiers instead. But they're merely security personnel. They won't be entangled in this spectacle. Tian Hang advises our lad to practice forgiveness and release any lingering resentments. Our young lad, coming to the understanding that he won't be able to compel Tian Hang's decision today, pledges a promise. Tomorrow he will compel Tian Hang to personally fracture Ting's legs and offer an apology face-to-face. Upon departing from Tian Hang's residence, Shun Lung arrives home and allocates the presents from Jin Miwen's parents to his relatives. He provides his father with a few gold coins to construct a new residence. He assures his brother that once he heals from his injury, he will have a brighter future and a chance to demonstrate his worth. His brother then nonchalantly informs our protagonist that once he regains his strength, he wishes to wed that widow. In an instant, the day slips away and our young man is prepared to come back. As he prepared to depart, his mother was taken aback and advised him to look in on Dasha. The most recent update she received indicated that conditions were not favorable for him. Currently, Dasha is genuinely our boy's soul companion from the past. This guy was warm-hearted, straightforward, sincere, and as foolish as our boy. However, whenever our boy faced bullying during his childhood, Dasha would unwaveringly use his own body as a barrier. Although Dasha faced certain psychological hurdles, he was constructed like a fortress, rendering him valuable for strenuous work. That is the sole reason his stepmother refrained from expelling him. She merely subjected him to mistreatment instead. Our protagonist chooses to visit him out of worry. Upon his arrival at Dasha's residence, he merely encounters the stepmother and the younger sibling. The stepmother claims Dasha is currently employed, which is peculiar since his mother just informed him that Dasha was in distress. Something isn't quite right. Our lad presents a pouch of silver currency for Dasha's nourishment, and the stepmother's gaze brightens. She assures that Dasha will be adequately nourished. However, Dasha's younger sibling gazes at our boy and informs him that Dasha may not truly receive any food. Our lad was eager to thrash these two on the spot, but he promptly departed to locate him. What he discovers is utterly terrifying. Dasha is in a perilous state, drenched in blood and resembling a skeleton with grave chest wounds. Our protagonist assesses for a heartbeat, and fortunately, he is still breathing. When Dasha awakens, he genuinely feels pleased to see our son. It appears that his younger sibling, the troublesome rascal, found himself in a predicament that resulted in a confrontation with a tiger. Dasha came to his rescue but suffered fractures as a consequence, and their father was unable to pay for medical care, ultimately abandoning Dasha to perish. That scoundrel abandoned his unfortunate companion in the chaos to decay for more than 6 days without sustenance or hydration. Our lad is utterly incensed to learn that the vile family is treating Dasha like refuse when he effectively salvaged the ungrateful sibling's life. Moreover, in his final moments, this foolish fool is merely pleased that our lad has grown strong and no longer requires his guardianship. Our young man, attempting to instill optimism, mentions that he continues to face harassment and Dasha, despite her condition, instinctively endeavors to shield him. The dedication is astonishing. After comforting Dasha that he is secure, our lad desired nothing more than to return to his home, assault his parents brutally, causing them to lament their choices and recognize Dasha's true value. Dasha agrees and contemplates that she remains indispensable. Her father expects her to support him. Their son is utterly at a loss for words, as this innocent spirit has been abandoned, yet he still believes his father requires him. He commands his sentinels to transport Dasha to the carriage, but first it's time for retribution. Our young lad rushes back to Dasha's residence and inquires if they possess any moral compass. The bystanders casually remark that they lack the funds for treatment, dismissing it with the belief that it was inconsequential if a simpleton like Dasha perished. Our lad remains silent, merely overturns the entire table in fury, and strikes the sibling fiercely in the lower abdomen, causing this individual to writhe on the ground in distress. He nonchalantly claims that your suffering is insignificant in comparison to what Dasha endured. The stepmother loses her composure, shouting in outrage at his boldness and hurling insults at him. A futile invocation of the law, solely deserving to perish alongside Dasha. Our young man shoves her aside as he refuses to strike a woman, causing her to tumble into a water trough. She threatens to lodge a complaint at the count's estate, yet our lad serenely informs her that he is no longer associated with the Su family, so she may proceed if she wishes. He simply departs accompanied by his escorts. He hurries back to the count's estate accompanied by Dasha. Jin Chong, the head of the internal security personnel and a past contender for son-in-law, intervenes. He observes Dasha's precarious condition and furiously challenges our boy's right to introduce an outsider into the estate, commanding him to leave. Our boy halts the guards and informs Jin Chong that this unfamiliar person is his companion, asserting that he has sustained severe injuries and requires immediate medical attention. The sentinels are immobilized, uncertain of whom to heed. After suffering a defeat to our guy, Jin Chong was intent on asserting his dominance, refusing him access. This led our protagonist to understand that his standing within the mansion is rather frail. He is essentially isolated in this this environment, so very well, he will personally escort Dasha to the city for her medical care. As he reboards the carriage, Jin Chong gazes with a self-satisfied expression. Yet, subsequently, Jin Sakai and Jin Nuluin emerge to investigate the source of the uproar. Jin Chong recounts the events that transpired and, upon learning that his companion is on the brink of death, Jin Sakai promptly summons a physician to attend to Dasha. Jin Nuluin personally assumes command of the carriage and expresses her regrets to our young man for the disturbance, demonstrating her complete backing. Our son truly feels moved by his spouse's encouragement. He is coming to understand that he is not entirely solitary in this estate after all, but Jin Chong remains quite aggrieved about the entire circumstance and attempts to intercede once more. Jin Nuluin simply bestows upon him this frigid gaze, draws a lash silently, and in the most chilling tone instructs him to face away. Jin Chong appears to be on the verge of expressing something, likely an attempt to justify his actions. Yet, a single glance at her demeanor and he merely pivots. Jin Nuluin does not waver. She strikes him fiercely, penetrating his leather armor and resulting in this crimson stain. She cautions him that their son is her spouse, rendering him the master of Jin Chong, and he should promptly amend his demeanor. Then this scoundrel claims that he has absorbed his lesson. Upon the physician's completion of Dasha's treatment, it is verified that Dasha is no longer in peril and will survive. Jin Nuluin is feeling joyful and affectionately refers to Dasha as our lad's elder sibling. Our young lad becomes somewhat flustered and attempts to elucidate, yet Jin Nuluin grins and remarks, "Aren't the two idiots and Dasha, as well as the second idiot, merely expressions for siblings?" Our lad internally thinks, "You're a 36E, whatever you state is correct," but the heartwarming instance is disrupted. Subsequently, Jin Sakai beckons our protagonist to his office. Our lad anticipates that they will discuss Dasha, so he is prepared to justify taking him there and elaborate on the significance of their camaraderie, but no P. Jin Sakai is utterly enraged regarding the Tianhang affair. He is accusing our ally of misusing his authority, coercing gold coins, and scheming to endanger Tianhang's adopted son. Our young lad expresses gratitude to Jin Sakai for rescuing his family's lives, which baffles the tally momentarily. Subsequently, our young man details the complete scenario regarding all of Tianhang's actions, the intimidations, the endeavors to apprehend his parents, everything. Jin Sakai transitions from furious to utterly enraged, yet now the fury is aimed at Tianhang. He pledges to obtain justice for our son, declaring that no one has the right to intimidate his son-in-law and asserts that he will take retribution. Although Jin Sakai volunteered to confront Tianhang alone, our protagonist is adamant about dealing with that scoundrel himself. He asserts that failing to appear would tarnish both his standing and the Count's estate's standing. He guarantees that he will manage the situation without providing anyone with fodder for criticism. Jin Sakai assesses our companion's dedication. From this extensive tome, the Jin Family Protocol, he asserts that our son can only face Tianhang once he has committed the entire document to memory. We're discussing between 50,000 and 60,000 terms spread over several hundred pages. It's essentially a book. Our young man assuredly agrees because keep in mind, this fellow possesses a mental calculator. He's going to race through this book as if it were trivial. In the meantime, Jin Sakai and Mother Jin are conversing about this assignment. Jin Sakai believes it will require our young hero a few months to internalize it, which would be beneficial as it allows him the opportunity to settle and contemplate. Mother Jin wagers that he will accomplish it in merely a month. She leans in closely to his face and asks, "Care to wager?" Following a romantic evening, we transition to the following day. Mother Jin concocts a wholesome feast for our son, anticipating that he will be awake late into the night studying. However, at what time does she verify? He is already in slumber. She feels exasperated contemplating how he is even more indolent than her own child. Subsequently, she reveals all to Jin Sakai, and he is incensed. Without delay, he summons our young man, and as he enters, he promptly instructs the attendant to fetch the whip. Indeed, these individuals show no reluctance when it comes to the whip, do they? He is prepared to reprimand our young man for his lack of diligence. Our son serenely states that he has already committed the entire family code to memory during the night. Jin Sakai responds skeptically, dismissing the idea. "Go ahead, bring the whip. This kid is deceiving me." He is entirely ready for our son to face consequences. Mother Jin attempts to soothe him, reminding him that his skin is sensitive, and encourages our son to simply offer an apology and defuse the situation. However, our young man, he's like, "No way, I'm earnest. Challenge me if you wish." Jin Sakai, driven by irritation and likely pondering that this youngster possesses quite the audacity, begins interrogating him on numerous chapters. Arbitrary excerpts, particular passages, anything that comes to mind to catch our lad off guard. And our lad articulates EVRVT entangled perfectly. phrase for phrase. Jin Sakai is utterly astonished. This remarkable recollection and intellect completely overwhelmed them. Mother Jin is over there, looking quite self-satisfied, reminding Jin Sakai of their bet. The manner in which he becomes so bashful suggests it must be something out of the ordinary. At this point, he has no option but to acknowledge that our son truly mastered the entirety of this book in a single night. Prior to departing and leaving our son in the company of Jin Sakai, Mother Jin playfully grabs the whip with her. She has intentions to impart a lesson to her son Lin Mu. And believe me, unfortunate Lin Mu is on the verge of receiving some correction. However, it certainly won't be the enjoyable variety. Actually, hold on, depending on your viewpoint, you know what? Forget it, let's proceed. Jin Sakai, still grappling with the recent events, inquires of our protagonist how he accomplished this remarkable achievement. Our young lad nonchalantly mentions that following his recuperation from a grave ailment, his intellect has become remarkably keen. He can now retain everything he peruses. Jin Sakai genuinely trusts him because, apparently, there's a historical ancestor in their lineage who experienced a similar transformation after a life-threatening event. This aligns with his path. Recognizing our son's achievement, Jin Sakai removes the restriction order. Our lad is prepared to confront Tian Hang as he contemplated methods to manage him. Jin Sakai urged him to set aside his concerns temporarily. He clarified that a new regulation has been instituted by the realm, stipulating that the aristocracy must not meddle in formal governmental roles. In the last 3 years, 3 esteemed clans have been deprived of their estates and honors for violating this regulation. The repercussions are severe. However, our young man declines. He asserts that within 6 months, he will exact his vengeance. He is convinced that confronting his own challenges is essential to deserving Jin Mulan. Jin Sakai acknowledges the determination but cautions him regarding the challenges ahead. Tian Hang receives support from both the Municipal Lords Administration and the Jiang clan. That's an abundance of influential acquaintances. But no, our lad remains indifferent. He informs the Count that he will seek retribution within the limits of the law, ensuring there are no gaps that could be manipulated. And his strategy is elegantly straightforward. He intends to focus on Tian Hang's gaming establishments, which hold a monopoly in the legendary Turtle Metropolis, and continue to amass gold coins until it surpasses Tian Hang's thresholds. This will adversely affect his finances and may jeopardize his position with his backers. Thus, our lad reaches one of Tian Hang's gaming establishments and is welcomed by Tian Shurgyo. This scoundrel is convinced that our young man is here to wager, and based on his talents, he is certain that he can cause him to forfeit thousands. Contemplating this, he finds it impossible to cease grinning. His happiness merely amplifies when our son arrives. The OYTA is indebted to you for any gold pieces and requests a loan for wagering. Our lad begins by acquiring 1,000 gold coins, transforms them into tokens, and participates in a straightforward dice game. You wager on whether the outcome is minimal or maximal. Our lad boldly wagers all his tokens on high for his initial gamble. The audience and the exquisite vendor are thrilled. When the dice display a total of 10 points, our lad triumphs and increases his chips to 2,000. This scoundrel was panicking over how our lad secured 1,000 coins as if it were trivial to him. It was a preliminary enticement to draw him in. The die casts once more, and our lad once more wagers all his earnings once more on elevated and triumphs once more. He now possesses 4,000 golden coins. Tian Shurgyo, this scoundrel, has now begun to panic because even in a prosperous month, the casino can only generate approximately 2,000 gold coins, resulting in significant losses. Consequently, he decides to intervene and personally manage the dice. And the rationale behind this scoundrel's unwavering assurance that he can thwart our lad is, as Tian Shurgyo is an expert in dice manipulation and a reliable associate of Tian Hang. He possesses the ability to influence the dice to show favorable or unfavorable results and can even alter the numbers post-roll. However, our lad comprehends what this foolish individual is up to, so he declares that he has become weary of gambling with dice and would now be inclined to engage in Peigao, a card game akin to dice, wagering on elevated or diminished results, yet replete with numerous chances for deception, such as card marking. Upon hearing that, this scoundrel can't help but smirk, believing this is his opportunity to vanquish our lad. However, our lad is determined to utilize a fresh deck of playing cards, as he is fully cognizant of the deceptions these unscrupulous individuals might execute. Once our lad examines the fresh terrace and verifies its unblemished state, the competition commences. Armed with his X-ray sight this game, it is also not a significant concern for our young man. Tian Shurgyo plays a powerful hand, prompting our protagonist to be aware of it, even without casting a look at his own cards. He once more wagers 1,000 gold coins with assurance. All those present are contemplating how our lad is a complete lunatic wagering such a some that one could reign like royalty in a single match. Yet Tian Shurjo remains undeterred and accepts the wager. Upon the unveiling of the cards, our lad triumphs, and the astonishment on Tian Shurjo's visage is invaluable. Yet this was merely the inception of Tian Shurjo's ordeal. Round after round, our lad persists in his tactic of avoiding eye contact with his cards while wagering 1,000 gold coins at every turn. And he triumphs consistently, leading the audience to begin referring to him as the deity of wagering. Here, Tian Shurjo is utterly panicking. He has forfeited over 10,000 gold pieces to our lad. The sum is so substantial that he is convinced Tan Hang would eliminate him. At this moment, this scoundrel lacks the courage to proceed, so he decides to wrap things up and exits. Simultaneously, at the Su family estate, Tian Hang and the head of the Su family wear broad grins as they anticipate our protagonist's imminent downfall. They are convinced that he will soon be overwhelmed by gambling debts. However, their brief revelry quickly dissipates when a frantic Tian Shurjo rushes in. The atmosphere changes immediately. Tian Hang, already irritated by how anxious he appears, snaps at him and inquires about the amount our young man has squandered. He anticipates a figure around 10,000 gold coins, sufficient to devastate the count's estate and unceremoniously expel our boy. As these fools indulge in their daydreams about what actions they might take against our lad when that moment arrives, this unfortunate soul lies on the ground, while they anxiously scramble to muster the bravery to inform them that our boy has not been defeated. You proceed with 16,000 golden coins. Tian Hang's chuckle petrifies Min Air. He glares at Tian Shurjo as if he has just encountered the most foolish joke imaginable and inquires once more. Tian Shurjo narrates the entire tale. As he recounted it, the entire room fell into a profound silence. Tian Hang seizes him by the collar, shouting incredulously about how on earth our friend managed to secure a sum that matches his total annual earnings. He begins to contemplate whether the individual deceived him or executed some cunning maneuver. However, Tian Shurjo is now lamenting, claiming it was an unequivocal victory. Tian Hang pushes him away regarding the Shu family leader, questioning, "Didn't you claim that individual was a complete failure? When did he transform into a formidable force?" The Shu family leaders are equally perplexed, utterly unaware of the situation at hand. At that moment, Shu Qianqian intervenes and remarks that becoming angry won't be beneficial. They ought to take a seat. Tian Hang springs up immediately, poised to dash out. Shu Qianqian cautions him not to overlook his alternative support from the city lord and the governor's residence. Tian Hang inclines his head and hurries in the direction of Fortune Casino. Upon his arrival, you observe an entire throng. One of them pivoted and observed the whole assembly. He then pivoted and requested funds from him while he was attempting to comprehend what was unfolding. Our protagonist emerged from the crowd and informed him that he had won 19,000 gold coins and desired his payment immediately. Tian pivots and gazes at that unfortunate fellow, inquiring about the 19,000 he is referencing. Could it be stated that it was actually 16,000? Our young man provided him with the specifics, informing him that in the interim, he had acquired an extra 3,000 gold coins and these individuals wagered against him. And thus, ultimately, Tian was required to remit 26,000 gold coins. When Tian Hang learns that it has now escalated to 26,000 gold coins, this scoundrel nearly suffers a heart failure because that amount is nearly half of his reserves, and our lad has nonchalantly brought him to the brink of insolvency. Indeed, Tian Hang earns a considerable sum daily, but he also has numerous individuals relying on him for support. Depleting 26,000 gold coins would truly render him insolvent. To avoid embarrassment in front of the audience, he requested our lad to enter and engage in a discussion. Our lad consents, yet the wagerers, they are unwilling to accept it. They are shouting, "You cannot depart. You cannot depart. Convert the gold coins into cash prior to your exit." They are apprehensive that our son and Tian Hang may engage in some dubious arrangement out of sight and deceive them. Our lad confidently guarantees them that they will receive their funds. Despite his earlier standing as a simpleton, our lad was now well versed in the calculations and regulations. Moreover, these unappreciative scoundrels possess that money due to his efforts, leading everyone to place their trust in him. They reach the second level of Fortune Casino and Tian Hang's grin instantly disappears. His expression becomes frigid as he gazes at our boy, accusing him of employing underhanded tactics. He questions whether he is orchestrating all of this merely to provoke me into shattering Tian's shins. He asserts that if the boy believes the count will shield him, he is sorely mistaken, as he has only been the son-in-law for a few days and has accomplished something unprecedented among the Jin family in 100 years. He then inquires if he is not concerned about sullying the reputation of the count's estate. Our young man imparts some philosophical insight, asserting that the standing of the count's estate holds significance. However, my own standing? That can be overlooked. He delivers that cliched monologue reminiscent of questionable Chinese philosophy, but I won't trouble you with the details. Simply be aware of it. Essentially, it implies that he believes his standing is already in ruins, so he has nothing to risk. This immediately unsettles Tian. He terminates the call and begins to rant, presenting futile arguments. However, that scoundrel informed our lad that he can disregard his 19,000 gold pieces because he won't even receive 1,900, no matter how much he pleads. Furthermore, the notion of shattering Tian's leg is also off the table, as providing him with funds signifies one thing: he can regain it. But if he forfeits his reputation, it is irretrievable. He can never reclaim it. The lad merely chuckled and informed him that he had completely misunderstood. He didn't desire the 19,000 gold coins. Rather, he wanted both the 19,000 gold coins and for him to shatter Tian's shins. This enraged his scoundrel, who informed our lad that he would never grant him even a solitary gold coin, and, subsequently, he nonchalantly strolls over to the window, unseals it, and informs the bettors that their golden tokens will be completely reimbursed. The bettors promptly applaud Tian Hang. This disrupts our lad's strategy of employing the gambler's strength against him. Furthermore, Tian Hang understands that those bettors will ultimately relinquish their funds in due course. A gambler's wealth is never retained for an extended period. He gazes at our son with an air of arrogance, convinced that he has triumphed. Our lad strikes decisively. What a maneuver! He then inquires of Tian Hang, "Have you overlooked the existence of your other casinos? As long as they remain operational, I can continue to triumph. Furthermore, I will gather all the bettors to secure victories." He pivots and calls out to the bettors outside, "Don't depart. I will keep guiding you towards success in making money." Subsequently, we transition to a later moment, and our protagonist persists in his victorious path, sending the bettors into a frenzy since it's less challenging than securing cash. As long as they align with our protagonist, they are assured of success. Moreover, our protagonist doesn't claim victory in solitude. He ensured that hundreds of individuals joined him and wagered alongside him. Before long, Tian Hang forfeits another 7,000 gold coins. The twist? Our protagonist stakes merely one gold coin at a time. The remainder is claimed by the bettors. Upon observing this is accepted, Sun Chun Shui hurriedly proceeds downstairs to escort our son outside. However, our lad instantly transitions into performance mode, feigning weakness, and inquires, "What will you do? Do you intend to strike me? My health is quite poor. You see, I could collapse with merely a nudge. Who has the audacity to confront the Count's son-in-law? My spouse will annihilate his whole lineage." This brazen deed utterly enrages Tian Su, who directs his shouts towards our boy's head. "So what if I decide to intervene?" He then commands his guards to expel our boy. However, the sentinels encircle and safeguard our lad, and numerous bettors also surge forward, creating a defensive ring around him, yelling, "Anyone who attempts to lay a finger on Chen Lang will have to trample over our lifeless forms." Tian Su is baffled, uncertain of his subsequent course of action. At that instant, Tian Hang emerges and straightforwardly proclaims their cessation for the day and informs everyone to return the following day to redeem their prizes. And these individuals are becoming irate, claiming that the casino conveniently shuts down when they are on a losing streak. Before they could completely lose their composure over the situation, our lad nonchalantly proposed that they visit the other casinos owned by Tian Hang. This rascal then instructed Tian Su to head to the remaining casinos and command them to shut down for the day. Tian Hang can solely declare that all other casinos are likewise temporarily shut. One can only imagine the distress Chen Hang experienced in arriving at this conclusion. As these 5 casinos represent over 60% of his daily earnings, the closure of all of them has resulted in staggering daily deficits. Tian Hang laments not having resolved matters with our associate definitively in the past. However, this scoundrel was unaware that at that moment, our lad would be the least of his concerns. The reason being, those 5 gaming establishments constituted 60% of his revenue. With these casinos ceasing operations, his earnings faced a significant decline. And just when circumstances seemed to reach their lowest point, a lethal blow strikes him from an unexpected direction. A courier arrives, informing him that Zhang has summoned him. He visits the residence of Xu and spots their family leader there. The man inquires whether what he heard is accurate. Tian Hang agrees, affirming that indeed, he is shutting down his gaming establishments. However, the reality is that closing the gaming house presents far more complications than merely the financial aspect. In his earlier quest for security, he consented to allocate 35% of his earnings to the Zhang family. Now, the Su family, serving as representatives for the Zhangs, is insisting that Tian Hang comply with our boy's conditions, much to Tian Hang's discontent. He informed him that Tian Shizhen is among my most exceptional foster sons. Shattering his legs would demoralize my followers and tarnish my standing. However, a voice emanates from the adjacent room, instructing him to acquiesce to it nonetheless. Is Zhang Xie. He proceeds to advise him not to procrastinate, as each day of delay equates to a loss of revenue. It's preferable to reach an accord sooner rather than later. I assure you, there will come a time when we will eliminate Shen Lang, and then you can have your vengeance. Shen Lang is merely insignificant. Our true objective is the Count's estate. Once, we shall dismantle the Count's manor and seize its territory and military strength. The role of Deputy Lord will be granted to you, Tian Hang. Upon reflecting on it for an extended period, he ultimately consents. Shortly thereafter, Tian Hang makes his way back to the casino and informs us that he is prepared to embrace his situation and consents to openly fracture Tian Shizhen's legs, urging him to cease creating disturbances. However, no, our lad isn't about to permit this scoundrel to prevail, so our lad proceeds. The circumstances have shifted. Your other adopted son, Tian Shi, shouted at me, attempting to strike me while gesturing towards my head with his finger. Therefore, his arms and legs should be fractured as well. Upon listening to his son's remarks, Tian Hang experiences a sudden rush of adrenaline flooding his mind. Observing Tian Hang's silence, our young man remarks, if you disagree, I will alter the terms once more. Then it will be shattering the legs of everyone who has ever set foot in my home. Tian Hang can no longer hold back. In his thoughts, he charges toward our lad, promptly seizing him vigorously, one hand atop his head, the other resting on his hip, and straightforwardly splitting our son in two. Then Tian Hang is deficient in his obsessive fervor. Nonetheless, all of this is merely the product of Tian Hang's imagination. The individual is genuinely fantasizing about homicide at this moment. He is unwilling to yield, yet he finds himself with no alternative. Tian Hang gazes at our protagonist for an extended period before consenting. He acquiesced to his requests to shatter Tian Shizhen's legs and Tian Shi's arms and legs in a public setting. However, Tian Hang still misjudged our protagonist's callousness. Our lad not only insists on that, but you must also entirely eliminate them from the Dark Attire Syndicate. They are not to be approached, left to manage on their own. Should they not be sufficiently wretched by that time, I will trouble you once more. Tian Hang crumples, gripping his head in despair. He is furious, yet now he finds himself too entrenched in the situation, so he simply howls, informing our young man that he concedes to all of his stipulations. Subsequently, we transition to a later moment at the entrance of Fortune Casino. Tian Shizhen and Tian Shi are bound for public exhibition. Meanwhile, the scoundrel Tian Hang is staging an entire spectacle. He approaches both of his sons and attempts to convey this heartfelt address regarding his affection for them and how they were his cherished ones. However, he finds himself powerless in the circumstance, yet none of them wish to listen to anything from the treacherous scoundrel any longer. Thus, he addresses the audience and performs that public charade regarding how his two sons held personal animosities towards our boy and conspired behind his back for retribution, nearly leading to a significant catastrophe. He claims that Master Shen Lang is not only the esteemed legal authority of the legendary Turtle Count's estate, but also a dear companion of his, and that they acted in opposition to him. Consequently, he felt compelled to take disciplinary action against them. He further asserted that if I do not impose stringent consequences, how can I maintain familial order? He then commanded his attendant to provide him with the rod, and the men exited with a sturdy, solid staff. In the following instant, Tian Hang elevates the rod and powerfully crashes it onto his legs, shattering Tian Shizhen's limbs. From beginning to end, Tian Shizhen merely emits a soft groan without shrieking in pain. Upon witnessing this, the audience is utterly astonished. Tian Hang subsequently directs his attention to Tian Shui. He seizes the branch and mercilessly crushes it onto Tian Shi's legs. With yet another vigorous blow, Tian Shi's limbs are ruthlessly shattered. Moreover, this scoundrel was far more demonstrative than Tian Shizhen. He began to shout fervently and collapsed shortly thereafter, unable to endure the agony. The visages of all those in the vicinity of Twitch, particularly the fighters of the Black Arb Syndicate. Tian Hang's additional adopted sons experience a shiver traverse their spines. It's a situation where an individual's adversity influences the rest. How devoted Tian Shizhen and Tian Shi had been, and yet at the initial hint of difficulty, they were the first to be offered up. They all can't help but speculate if they will be the subsequent target. From that point forward, Tian Hang's reputation significantly declines. He has forfeited the loyalty of the Black Clothes gang. Following the fracturing of the limbs of his two adopted children, Tian Hang inquires of our protagonist, "Are you content now?" Our young lad offers this mischievous grin. "I am content. However, there remain a few unresolved matters to address." Tian Hang's expression shifts dramatically as he informs our protagonist that he isn't testing his fortune. However, our lad remains indifferent. He informs Tian Hang that he isn't demanding much, considering Tian Hang still owes him 19,000 gold coins. As our lad lad remarked, Tion's thoughts instantly began to ponder how he has already squandered countless gold coins due to our lad. So where on earth is he expected to unearth additional funds to provide our lad now? And merely due to the fact that our lad is an expert manipulator, he suggests, what do you think of this? You initially provide me with 2,000 gold coins, and for the outstanding 17,000, draft an IEU. What do you think? As our lad remarked, this scoundrel was seething crimson because 2,000 gold coins represented the final remnants of Fortune Casino's liquidity. Our lad isn't allowing him a moment to ponder. He promptly menaces him, stating that he should either hand over the money or else, one day, his legs might inadvertently lead him back into the casino, ready to commence. Expressing his frustration by lamenting how the hour is growing late, indicating that his spouse must be quite worried at home, and lamenting that the meal will lose its flavor once it becomes cold. These remarks utterly fray Tian Hang's final nerve. He grasps a branch, unable to endure it any further, and hurls it violently at our lad with the intent to shatter his skull. Nonetheless, in truth, this is merely a figment of Tian Hang's creativity. Once more, this individual requires counseling. Subsequently, one of his foster sons presents him with a message. Tian Hang observes the message's substance, concur with Shun Lang's statement, and provide him with the funds. The Count's household is stringent and will not condone the tainted earnings acquired from the casino. The Count will address him in due course. Tian Hang glances at the second level, recognizing it as a directive from Jiang Jin. Enraged, Tian Hang fractures the rod in his grasp. Clenching his jaw, he concedes to our young one's request and instructs his foster son to retrieve the gold coins. Shortly thereafter, a pair of containers filled with gold coins and an IEU are set before our lad. However, it is widely recognized that the IEU is improbable to be reimbursed. Our lad grabs the IEU, gives it a quick look, subsequently unseals the containers brimming with golden coins. The radiant golden glow nearly incapacitates all those nearby. As long as our lad accepts this cash, the more victorious he feels in the present, the harsher it will be upon his return to the Count's estate. This will permanently tarnish the Count's estate's standing. Consequently, he transforms the entire situation regarding the casino into an ethical dilemma, expressing how, since the inception of this gambling establishment, countless individuals have been devastated, their families shattered, and then this avaricious scoundrel was compelled to undertake the task that was likely the most challenging for him. He addressed the audience and began elaborating on how he is indifferent to wealth, viewing it merely as inconsequential as dirt, and expressed that he hadn't arrived at the casino to accumulate riches, but rather to pursue fairness for all. Through my father-in-law, the Count has consistently conveyed the importance of cherishing the populace as if they were one's own offspring. Upon uttering this, our lad seizes a fistful of golden coins and disperses them among the nearby audience. Everything will be returned to the populace. Instantly, the audience erupts in sheer frenzy, racing to collect the gold coins our young hero had tossed. Tian Hang observes the spectacle, his eyes nearly bulging. The individual is genuinely on the verge of bursting. Not only did our lad compel him to fracture his foster son's limbs, but he also employed his wealth to win the affection of the populace. This is not merely an affront to his integrity, but also an affront to his intellect. Tian Hang is already restraining his exasperation, and at this juncture, he can no longer tolerate it. He violently expels blood in a fit of rage. In the meantime, within the casino, Jiang Jin observes the unfolding situation and is somewhat astonished by our protagonist's strategies. However, in the next instant, he twists his lips into a grin and faces Mayor Lu, remarking that given the current turmoil, isn't it particularly likely for Shun Lang to encounter an unforeseen calamity? This wretched scoundrel evidently comprehends what Jiang Jin intended to convey. Amidst the throng battling for the golden coins beneath, should a stampede ensue, it would not be linked to them, and if our lad inadvertently gets crushed, it would appear to be an unfortunate incident. Additionally, they will have the opportunity to hold the Count's estate responsible for this calamity, as it was our boy's actions that triggered the stampede. Mayor Lu asserts that in the event of a stampede, it is typical for numerous individuals to perish, potentially dozens or even hundreds. By that point, both Shin Lang and the Count's estate would find themselves under significant scrutiny and unable to evade responsibility. Jiang Jin is astounded by Mayor Lu's cruelty. Yet what are a handful of fatalities if they fulfill their objectives? Beyond the confines, countless individuals continue to applaud and exclaim, "Long live Shin Lang!" Nonetheless, amidst the turmoil, individuals organized by Jiang Jin quietly blend into the throng. As they approach our young man, they intend to initially displace the 4 sentinels surrounding him, subsequently bring him down to the floor and create a significant upheaval. Our young lad perceives the threat instantly. With his sharp intellect, he can vividly recall numerous visages, particularly those he concentrates on who were present at his nuptials. Evidently, he surmises their motivations, prompting him to strike his palms together emphatically and exclaim, "Hush! All activity activity comes to a halt. The throng instantaneously quiets as they direct their gaze towards him. Our lad, clutching an unfilled container, proclaims that all his golden coins have been allocated. Nonetheless, the select individuals organized by Jiang Jin continue to yell in an attempt to seize the gold coins, while the scoundrels that Mayor planned had insisted could still allocate a bit more. Upon hearing this, our protagonist merely grins, and in the following instant, he retrieves the IOU and states, I also have no desire for the 17,000 gold coins. This is all your diligently acquired wealth, so I will transfer this IOU to the mayor, allowing them to recoup the debt on your behalf to be utilized entirely for assisting the impoverished families of legendary Turtle City. Immediately, the audience bursts into applause, observing those few individuals still feigning membership within the throng and advancing towards him. Our young lad swiftly dashes toward the upper level of Fortune Casino. He had previously employed his X-ray sight to glimpse that Mayor Lu was located on the second floor. Simultaneously, Mayor Lu on the upper level is astounded. Our young man is truly pulling him into this situation. Just as he contemplates fleeing through the rear exit, our young man has already ascended to the second floor. He seizes Mayor Lu and pulls him to the window, urging the multitude of individuals outside to direct their attention toward them. At that moment, the scant men outside suspend their activities, hesitant to provoke any further disruptions. Subsequently, our young lad presents the IO to Mayor Lu amidst the crowd gathered there, and asserts that he might hold a modest position, yet the mayor, as the chief of this municipality, if he were to rise and reclaim the funds for the numerous impoverished, undoubtedly Tian Hang at Bastard would hesitate to neglect such a responsibility. Indeed, our friend is truly playing with these scoundrels now, for upon hearing this, Mayor Lu is utterly astonished. The IO was initially merely a scrap of paper, and now he is genuinely anticipated to settle the obligation. At this time, Mayor Lu perceives our lad as a lethal serpent that consumes individuals without any obligation. Should he decline to accept the IO, his standing will be utterly devastated. Thus, he simply dons a grin, reassuring our lad that he will undoubtedly uphold his faith. With that, our lad pivots to the individuals beneath, utters a few gentle phrases, and then departs. In the meantime, at the legendary abode of the Turtle Count, Jin Sekai strides to and fro incessantly, inquiring of his attendants whether our lad has come back yet. He is concerned about our son's well-being. After all, Tian Hang has the shrewd Mayor Lu and the merciless Zhang Jin supporting him. Mother Jin reassured Jin Sekai, advising him not to fret excessively, as Shen Lang had their support, along with the Count's estate backing him, ensuring that the scoundrel Tian Hang would hesitate to overstep. At that instant, an attendant arrives with information. Jin Sekai inquires, how did it unfold? What was the extent of Shen Lang's losses? Did Shan Hang impose any harm upon him? Jin Hui informs him that no such event occurred. Rather, our young man financially ruined Tian Hang and compelled him to publicly incapacitate the legs of Tan, Shizhen, and Tian Shui. Upon receiving this information, both Mama Jin and Jin Sekai are taken aback. They were astonished by how our son, merely one individual, succeeded in confronting Tian Hang by himself. The Count subsequently summoned Jin Hui to his quarters and requested a complete account, which he provided. He recounted all the events that transpired, highlighting our young man's strategic intelligence and capacity to alter circumstances to his advantage. Jin Sekai is astounded by our protagonist's deeds and relieved that he upheld the esteem of their Count's estate. Nonetheless, he still wishes to caution our protagonist, as today's circumstances, though victorious for him, were excessively perilous. Anything may occur, prompting him to instill some discipline in our son, apprehensive that he will become increasingly impulsive down the line. Subsequently, we transition to a period later in the evening as our protagonist stealthily re-enters the estate. He glances around and notices that he is alone, leading him to believe he has been rescued. However, Jin Sekai has been patiently observing, and as he makes his entrance, he greets him by proclaiming that the deity of chance has returned. Our lad is immediately astonished. Father-in-law, you esteemed Count, actually concealed yourself behind the door to surprise me. Nevertheless, our lad promptly acknowledges his mistake, and Jin Sekai starts to vehemently reprimand him. Nevertheless, prior to his ability to express a great deal, our young lad inclines once more in contrition, predominantly performing dutifully. Evidently, Jin Sekai is unwilling to allow our protagonist to escape so effortlessly. However, our lad continues to acknowledge his errors, leaving Jin Sekai with little to comment on thereafter. At that instant, Mother Jin approaches to intervene, asserting that our son's motives were noble. Then, feigning anger, she declares, Shen Lang, you must refrain from visiting casinos any longer, or I will be compelled to discipline you. Upon expressing this, she demonstrates worry for our son and inquires if he is famished. Jin Sekai is rendered speechless. Is that all? You are typically quite stern with your own child, prompt to inform enforce discipline? Why do you exhibit leniency towards your son-in-law? In a sense, unable to release it, Jin Sekai seizes our young man's hand, remarking to him, effective immediately, you are confined once more. You are permitted to traverse the interior of the estate, but you must refrain from venturing beyond the confines of the Count's residence. Our young lad is astonished and subsequently inquires, what requirement must I fulfill to be permitted to go outside? Jin Sekai states, matter-of-factly, none. Once you have mastered proper conduct and demonstrated your worth, you will then be freed. Our lad is bewildered once more. I was not anticipating that merely a single day away, despite it being an extraordinary day, would lead to being restricted once more. Jin Sekai is genuinely acting in the best interest of our boy. Should Chun Hang and his associates decide to take severe measures, it would be too late to safeguard him at that point. Determined to be meticulous, Jin Sekai instructs everyone to monitor Chun Lang closely. All individuals react simultaneously. Our lad truly feels like weeping now. Today, the gentleman was on fire, excelling only to return home and be confined in isolation. Observing our lad moping, this old curmudgeon is pleased. Yet Jin Sekai still senses that something is lacking. Subsequently, we transition to a later moment where the Count's offspring is engaged in his routine practice with the whip, and amusingly, he remains oblivious to the reason behind such abundant affection directed towards him. However, we understand that it is entirely due to our protagonist's astute and exceptional display, which renders their own child appear even more inept in juxtaposition. On the contrary, when our young man comes back to the courtyard, he discovers Jean Mulan clad in a suit of armor. Intrigued, our lad inquires, Jean Mulan, why are you donning armor in the house? The response he receives is that Jean Mulan feared something might befall our lad and was prepared to mobilize forces into the city to save him. Our young lad is astonished by this and also experiences a sense of warmth from it. He chooses to assist Jean Mulan in taking off the armor prior to their meal together. Jean Mulan does not decline, extending her arms to allow our young man to assist her, following the removal of Jean Mulan's. When adorned in armor, our lad's respiration tends to quicken. Observing Jean Mulan's serpent-like waist, her strong elongated limbs, and her striking physique, our young man is completely captivated. Come on, one can't fault him. She's alluring. Our young lad composed himself and expressed his gratitude to Jean Mulan, yet she merely shook her head and remarked that it was insignificant, then expressed her pride in his actions today but cautioned him to deliberate thoughtfully before taking future steps. This scoundrel then encircled Jean Mulan snugly from behind. Jean Mulan became apprehensive, sensing our young man nearby. She flushed completely yet managed to conceal it on her countenance, however. Then this scoundrel opted to display courage, and Jean Mulan sensed our lad's hands descending. Jean pivoted and seized the lad's hands, inquiring precisely what he believes he is attempting to accomplish. Our young man retorted, don't hold me accountable for this. Your complexion is too silky. It caused my hands to glide down involuntarily. It was entirely accidental, and then he suggested she sever his hands the next time he behaves this way. Upon listening to our son's feeble justification, Jean Mulan simply advised him to ensure it does not occur again. They arrived at the dining area, and this scoundrel still hadn't grasped his lesson. Jean Mulan seized our friend's hand and forced it onto the table. Gazing at him, she remarked that perhaps it would be preferable if he were without this hand. Our son inquired with an expressionless demeanor, how can one truly regard a man's promise? She positioned herself to the side and allowed our son to dine. Upon completing the repast, Jean Mulan donned her protective gear once more. Observing this, the young lad inquired about her destination. Jean Mulan informed him that she was directing the horsemen to survey the shoreline. She gestured with her hand, bid farewell, and advised him to remain at home and avoid causing mischief. In the meantime, Fatty, who had endured the affectionate mixed doubles reprimand, was engaged in mathematics lessons. Even though the imperial assessments in the vast realm did not encompass mathematics, aristocratic households valued it highly due to its practicality and its capacity to enhance the thinker's reasoning abilities. The instructor was Su Wenhao, the most renowned numeracy expert in the legendary Turtle City, who additionally held the position of chief manager at the Count's estate, accountable for vending all fiscal and tangible assets. At that point, Fatty felt extremely uneasy. His guardians had punished him without any clarification, endure so many beatings that he began to question whether he was truly their child or merely a stress-relieving toy. Su Wenhao stated that the cause of Fatty's beating was attributed to Shen Lang. Fatty was astonished. Su Wenhao recalled our son's former reputation and informed Fatty that due to his lackluster performance, his sister Jean Mulan was compelled to wed that ineffectual individual, and today's thrashing was a result of Shen Lang visiting the casino, and since they are unable to overpower that scoundrel, they instead unleash their wrath on Fatty. Upon hearing this, Fatty's expression soured. At that instant, Su Wenhao discreetly gestured to an attendant in close close proximity. The attendant informed Fatty that earlier today, he witnessed Bing weeping discreetly. When questioned, she remained tight-lipped about the reason. He suggested that it might be related to our boy, insinuating that our boy had troubled Bing. This infuriated Fatty, who consistently viewed Bing as his sibling. He prepared to instruct our lad on a lesson. Listening to what Fatty was engaged in, Bing dashed to our son's chamber and informed him that Fatty was seeking to confront him. Our lad was astonished to discover that he was positioned there pondering whether Fatty had lost his sanity. Bing recommended that our young lad venture outside and conceal himself. Meanwhile, she would notify the mother, Jean Ba Na. Our lad grasped Bing's hand in his and reassured her not to fret, for he has a strategy to confront that rotund scoundrel. Bing was skeptical of him. She attempted to shove our lad aside, concerned that he might genuinely be harmed. Nonetheless, our lad simply disregarded Bing. This left Bing infuriated as she exited the door, still contemplating whether to notify the woman of the residence. Subsequently, we transitioned to a later moment. Fatty appeared at our protagonist's doorstep, accompanied by a throng shouting for him to emerge and face his punishment. However, in spite of Fatty's boisterous shouts, we received no reply. Irritated, Fatty shoved the door ajar, merely to witness our son inscribing something on the wall. He inquired about his actions, to which our son replied that he was jotting down names. Fatty subsequently inquired, "What purpose do these names serve?" To which our lad responded that these were his adversaries and further expressed his concern about potentially forgetting them. Thus, he was inscribing your names on the wall to serve as a reminder to pursue retribution. He marked a substantial cross over the names of Tan, Shurjin, and Tianqi. Observing this, Fatty inquired about its significance. As our lad descended the staircase, he clarified that he had already managed these two. And as if all this theatrics were insufficient, he instructed him not to overlook what these scoundrels had inflicted upon him. He uttered these names thrice each morning and thrice each night before slumber. Thus now, Fatty was pondering what these unfortunate individuals had done to our friend. Xinlang informed him that Tian Shurjin had once menaced him, prompting him to have Chan immobilize his legs. Regarding Tianqi, the animosity ran even deeper. Not only did he issue threats, but he also gestured towards his head. He detested nothing more than when someone directed a finger at his head in this existence. Consequently, both his arms and legs were shattered. For a brief moment, Fatty was taken aback, pondering, is this scoundrel genuine? Who harbors a resentment? Merely for that. Absorbing all of this, Fatty had come to understand that if he struck our friend, wouldn't he be utterly destroyed by him? Suddenly, the young lad's demeanor shifted, and he inquired of Fatty the reason for his presence. At this moment, if his illegitimate child cannot precisely declare that he has come to intimidate our lad, he's merely concealed himself with a casual, "Oh, I was just strolling through." Our young lad subsequently inquired if he had learned that Fatty was arriving here to assault him. Fatty instantly sprang into damage limitation, questioning who had made that claim. Who would have the audacity to strike the Count's daughter's husband? Then this scoundrel fled in terror, but now the moment. Fatty dashed out and collided with his greatest source of dread, his maternal figure. Mother Jean seized Fatty by the earlobe and inquired if what she had heard was accurate, that Fatty had arrived here to torment our lad and young man. She brandished the whip firmly. Swiftly, at that instant, our lad emerged and defended Fatty, asserting that Fatty was merely present to converse with him and nothing more. Observing this, Mother Jean raised her hand and struck the back of Fatty's head, stating how our son was even attempting to defend him. Then, addressing our young lad, she remarked that he need not advocate for her imprudent offspring. She subsequently spun around and retrieved a lash. However, our lad advised her against physically harming Fatty, as he was merely an uncomplicated individual, insisting that if there were any issues, he would address them directly. Mother Jean ultimately relinquished her notion of maltreatment and informed our boy that he was free to act as he wished, subsequently handing him the whip. She mentioned that he was permitted to strike him if he failed to comply. Then, we transitioned to a later moment with Fatty in Shenlang's chamber, where he is essentially groveling at Shenlang's feet, proclaiming that if there was anything he required, he only needed to voice it. Thus, our young man promptly inquires, "So who encouraged you to come here and assault me and Chubby?" This devoted fool nods in disbelief, as if to say, "There's no chance I'm a person of treachery. I cannot forsake anyone." Shenlang stands there contemplating that this is precisely the reason your mother consistently triumphs over you. It's as if the guy is genuinely being betrayed, and yet he continues to defend the individual who has thrown him to the wolves. However, you know what? Shenlang genuinely values that allegiance. It's foolish, yet it's sincere labor. Thus, if he chooses to conduct his own inquiry and dispatches Fatty, the instant Fatty departs, Shenlang secures all the entrances. Then this individual retrieves a pouch of decayed herb and commences removing the ergot fungus gradually. For those unfamiliar, Ergot is extremely hazardous material. The following morning, Jimmy Lin has yet to return from his patrol, and Bing is assisting Shen Lang in preparing. Shen Lang notices that Bing's demeanor towards him has noticeably enhanced. Consequently, he opts to try his fortune with a jest. He inquires of Bing, "Are you aware of the reasons that white tigers are uncommon and valued?" She contemplates it and departs, since the majority of tigers are golden-hued. Subsequently, Shen Lang conceals himself behind the door, readying himself for aggression, and delivers his humorous remark, since men are fond of smooth surfaces. Bing merely remains stationary, utterly bewildered, lacking any comprehension of what this individual is discussing. Shen Lang's inner thoughts are overwhelming me. She possesses an excessive purity. I was even apprehensive about being struck by Bing, prompting me to ready myself to flee. My companion cracked an inappropriate joke, recognized that it flew over her head, and now feels a sense of relief that he won't face any repercussions. However, Bing then mentions that she intends to inquire with Jim Mulan about its meaning this evening, and our lad experienced numerous heart palpitations at that very moment. However, he considered that Jim Mulan is so naive she likely won't comprehend either, so I probably won't face any repercussions. Following breakfast, his father-in-law assigns him another duty, to attend school. Shen Lang protests, asserting that he is already well educated. What else is there to learn? However, his father-in-law remains irate over the casino incident. Thus, Shen Lang chooses to merely proceed with the routine. The Count's estate boasts its own educational institution, accommodating more than 100 pupils, and as Shen Lang enters, everyone directs hostile glares at him. What's the reason? Due to his union with Jim Mulan, the ideal partner for virtually every boy present. A few individuals even encircle him, prepared to pounce. However, Fatty steps in with a crucial intervention, draping his arm around Shen Lang as if to say, "This is my brother-in-law, so demonstrate some regard, or I might just start throwing punches." The assembly withdraws, yet they continue to cast disdainful glances at Shen Lang. Subsequently, the lesson commences, and the seasoned instructor administers an impromptu examination. He inquires of Shen Lang regarding a certain classical manuscript, and Shen Lang simply accomplishes it, articulates it flawlessly, elucidates the interpretations effortlessly. The seasoned master, believing that Shen Lang merely stumbled upon fortune, poses additional inquiries to him. Shen Lang responds to each one with ease. A few of his interpretations are so exceptional that they surpass the knowledge of the old master. The educator is astonished. Internally, he is contemplating that Shen Lang is a prodigy. I must inform the Count. We cannot permit Shen Lang's abilities to remain hidden. All the other students in the class are merely seated in astonishment, as they all believed Shen Lang was an inconsequential handsome individual who fortuitously wed Jim Mulan. The setting transitions, and we find ourselves in mathematics class alongside Su Wenchao, and this jerk already has a disdain for our lad and is giving him a pointed glare. Shen Lang is perplexed. I haven't even engaged with this individual. Could it be envy similar to the others? However, he is beyond the age of 50. It's improbable that he possesses daydreams concerning Jim Mulan. The lesson commences, and Shen Lang perceives it as exceedingly tedious. The material is essentially at a primary school level. Thus, he inevitably drifts into slumber. Su Wenchao promptly perceives it and begins yelling at our lad. He even readies himself to strike Shen Lang's hands as retribution. And our lad resembles an elderly gentleman. Aren't others dozing off too? This validates his belief that he is being deliberately singled out. He ponders the reason why. Is Su Wenchao connected to one of Jim Mulan's 5 admirers? Su Wenchao seizes Shen Lang's wrist to admonish him, and our lad attempts to clarify that he is already aware of what he was instructing, just not that particular aspect. The elderly fool isn't tolerating it. He believes that our son was being deceitful, so now he faces 30 strikes and will have to remain on his knees for 3 hours before Confucius. Shen Lang gazes at him with icy detachment and states, "I courteously refuse." The entire class is exceptionally adhesive. Su Wenchao's countenance blushes, fervor rising, and he smashes his ruler onto the table with such force that it shatters into 2 pieces and begins to yell, "Shen Lang, you are foolish, and still you have the audacity to challenge your instructor. I will inform the Count's residents about this." He then storms out. Fatty turns ashen and informs Shen Lang that if Jean CK were to discover it, he would receive a serious thrashing. However, our friend isn't worried about that at all. He inquires of Fatty whether it was Su Wenchao who prompted him yesterday. Fatty shakes his head, feigning ignorance. No, I cannot disclose that. To reveal it would be treacherous, yet his expression betrays everything. Thus, Shen Lang poses another inquiry. Is he connected to any of the 5 candidates Jim Mulan initially had? Fatty contemplates the situation and asserts that he is indeed the uncle of Wang Lan's cousin, also a remote kin of his mother. Thus, the enigma is unraveled. Su Su Wenchao is the uncle of Chief Clerk Wang Lan from the legendary Turtle City estate. Had Wang Lan wed Jean Mulan, Su Wenchao might have progressed in his profession, but then Xin Lang appeared, married Jean Mulan, and obstructed that entire route. It's understandable that this individual regards Xin Lang as a nuisance. Thus, Su Wenchao returns fiercely with Jean CK to witness Xin Lang being utterly defeated. His instructor is out here alleging that Xin Lang is showing disrespect towards his superiors and damaging the Count's estate standing, essentially urging Jean CK to thoroughly thrash him. In the meantime, Fatty is already shrinking back in the corner, accustomed to being bullied, but Xin Lang is not having it. Our young man is completely unafraid. Xin Lang gazes at his father-in-law and composedly states that he holds educators in high regard. However, the material Su Wenchao was instructing was fundamental elementary knowledge that he had already mastered. He was being truthful about his prior understanding. Su Wenchao gazes in disbelief. To assert that my teaching was straightforward is an understatement. A person who dedicated a decade to education yet scarcely identifies a handful of characters insists they have acquired complete knowledge. Absurd and humorous. Then this self-assured rogue presents a challenge. I shall provide you with 10 questions. You need to resolve merely 3. Should you fail, you will endure 30 lashes. Do you accept? Su Wenchao is perched there, exuding confidence as he envisions Xin Lang being thoroughly thrashed. After all, mathematics isn't instructed in other institutions, so it's unlikely that this handsome lad possesses that knowledge, right? Xin Lang agrees subsequently, challenges him with the proposition of solving all 10 queries. Su Wenchao bursts into laughter. Unthinkable. If you succeed in responding to all of them, I will formally issue an apology to you. Xin Lang promptly requests his father-in-law to serve as a witness. Su Wenchao begins formulating the inquiries, and it's evident he is striving to devise the most challenging, insurmountable dilemmas. He intends to ensure that Xin Lang is unable to resolve any of them, providing him with a pretext to brutally assault him. Subsequently, we shift to 1 hour later. Su Wenchao, having thoroughly depleted his mental resources in an attempt to formulate unanswerable inquiries, presents them to Xin Lang. He has 1 hour to respond. Xin Lang casts a quick look at the document and his lips twist into a grin. Is this the end? My friend, this individual possessed a master's degree from his former existence. For him, these inquiries resemble employing a meat cleaver to dispatch a chicken, utterly excessive. Initial inquiry. What is the total number of rice grains possessed by 100 individuals? Xin Lang ponders. Isn't this a question suited for elementary students? Resolves it immediately. The subsequent inquiry employs formulas, still overly simplistic for him. The third inquiry is cloaked in verse, yet it is merely a mathematical challenge. Far too effortless. Fourth, fifth, and sixth, none of them present any substantial challenge. He's gliding through as if he were completing a preschool assessment. He reaches the final inquiry and hesitates. This is quite intriguing. It is, in fact, a world-renowned mathematical challenge from his past existence. An ordinary individual certainly wouldn't be able to resolve it. The inquiry requests the number of rows that can be established if you cultivate trees per row, and the majority of individuals can typically determine perhaps 14 to 16 rows. However, Xin Lang, this extraordinary icon, is capable of composing as many as 23 lines, which would likely cause Su Wenchao's mind to implode. Xin Lang swiftly records all his responses. No question perplexes him. In the meantime, all others are perspiring. Su Wenchao is anticipating the moment when Xin Lang will face retribution. Jean CKI is concerned that Xin Lang is merely jotting down incoherent ramblings, which could render it difficult to advocate for him later. He even possesses a specific call from Mother Jean as a precaution should circumstances deteriorate. The assessment is intended to last an hour, yet barely 10 minutes have elapsed when Xin Lang submits his paper. Everyone is astonished. Jean CKI and Su Wenchao, along with the others, are simply gazing. Su Wenchao seizes the document to examine. Upon witnessing the inaugural response, his demeanor shifts. Is accurate. He verifies the second inquiry is also accurate. From the third to the ninth, everything has been rephrased accurately. Su Wenchao's expression contorts as if he is on the verge of a cerebral incident. He cannot fathom that all his meticulous contemplation culminated in inquiries that Xin Lang addressed with seeming ease. Xin Lang subsequently inquires, did I answer them all correctly? Su Wenchao instantly glances at the 10th question, certain that there's no chance our protagonist could figure it out. However, upon observing Xin Lang's response of 23 rows, his eyes almost bulge from their sockets. This educator has dedicated more than 10 years to this issue and has only achieved 16 rows. He stands there pondering whether Xin Lang is a human or a specter. His entire sense of self-worth is dissolving. Now this scoundrel refused to acknowledge failure and suffer humiliation, so he simply tears apart Xin Lang's document to HRES, tosses it it onto the surface and, "I'm sorry, but it seems that your input is incomplete. Could you please provide the text you would like me to rewrite?" TLMEPS on it while shouting about the chaos you've created is completely intolerable to behold. Yet Shen Lang remains there unperturbed. Why? Because this mastermind produced 2 Kupai years of his responses. He soothes my hands as I present the second draft to the esteemed mentor for evaluation. Su Wenchao becomes frantic. Jin Sekai positions himself in front of him to prevent him from making a foolish decision. Su Wenchao realizes he is done, internally lamenting Shen Lang's cleverness. The experienced expert, proficient in mathematics, examines every detail from beginning to end. Upon reaching the final inquiry, he's completely bewildered by NED. He gazes at Shen Lang in astonishment, then Kinnan shouts to Jin Sekai, proclaiming, "Congratulations, my lord, for possessing a mathematical prodigy. I have never witnessed nor encountered such exceptional skill." The responses from the son-in-law are all accurate, and his mathematical abilities greatly surpass the confines of these 10 inquiries. I am in awe of his expertise. He inquires of Shen Lang who instructed him, and this arrogant fellow with the most self-satisfied grin proclaims, "I educated myself. Isn't mathematics rather straightforward?" Despite Shen Lang providing all the accurate responses, Jin Sekai remains there contemplating his desire to still pummel this young man. The individual is truly overstepping with that demeanor. At that moment, our young lad spots the scoundrel attempting to slip away, so he pivots toward him and says, "Hey, where do you believe you're headed? You've just placed a wager. It's time." To express regret, and man Su Wenjiao appears as if he might erupt at any moment. This instructor is unable to cope with the setback he is on the verge of experiencing. He yearns to flee, desires to act as if this never occurred. However, Jin Sekai intervenes, asserting that an educator must exemplify proper conduct, and before this scoundrel could formulate yet another justification, Mother Jean just entered and contributed her perspective. One must assume accountability for their deeds. A vow given must be fulfilled. Observing this, our lad is inwardly smiling as he realizes that Xie has just occurred. Su Wenjiao? He is, in fact, a remote kin of Mother Jean. Essentially, he is her associate who resides within the household. Therefore, when she confronts him publicly in this manner, she effectively humiliates him before the entire assembly. Su Wenjiao is gnashing his teeth so intensely that you could likely hear it from across the courtyard. His complexion is ruddy or sallow. This individual must express regret to Shen Lang while the audience observes and relishes the spectacle. I'm referring to utmost disgrace in this situation. Unable to endure another moment, he swiftly pivots and flees, but it's evident that he's nurturing significant animosity towards our protagonist now. The pupils observing the entire event are gazing at Shen Lang as if he has suddenly transformed into their champion. However, Jin Sekai approaches with a serious expression and commands, "Extend your hand." Shen Lang anticipates what lies ahead. He hesitantly extends his palm and Smitty CK. Jin Sekai delivers that timeless vibe of caution against overconfidence and getting swept up. Cut to a dubious, isolated courtyard. Su Wenjiao arrives clad entirely in black, grasping an enigmatic box. He taps on a door, and upon its opening, he delivers the box in a very formal manner. "This is my modest homage to young Master Zhang during the last half year." But hold on, it deteriorates further. This scoundrel retrieves a scroll from his garment, and can you believe what's inscribed on it? The Count's fiscal NFL Armaten. Indeed, this utter, disdainful individual is completely outrageous. They dismantle the Count's estate solely to ensure his offspring's triumph in the martial assessments. Shortly after Su Wenjiao arrives home, believing he is secure, who should appear? Tian Heng materializes in his residence as if he were a stealthy ninja. This individual gets directly to the heart of the matter. Are you looking to eliminate Shen Lang? Su Wenjiao is indeed quite apparent, yet he expresses that the Count is quite pleased with Shen Lang. It's not a simple matter to take measures against him, is it? At that moment, Tian Heng unveils his grand scheme. He instructs Su Wenjiao to wield public sentiment as a tool, disseminate gossip suggesting that Shen Lang is feigning frailty while secretly harboring significant aspirations, craft a narrative portraying Shen Lang as a cunning strategist aspiring for dominion, while concurrently depicting Su Wenjiao as inept, develop an entire storyline wherein Shen Lang aims to commandeer authority over all. Once all perceive the narrative that Shen Lang can be subdued without any violence. Is genuinely quite astute in a remarkably nefarious manner. Su Wenjiao consents to partner. In the meantime, outside the Count's quarters, Shen Lang raps on the door, and what impeccable timing it is. Jin Sakai emerges appearing incredibly enraged. Can this not be postponed until tomorrow? Then Mother Jean squeezes Jin Sakai and inquires what is so pressing. Shen Lang comprehends the situation he has just intruded upon, offers an awkward apology, and resolves to confront the matter directly. directly. I harbor suspicions regarding Su Wen's methods of misappropriation, and I seek to scrutinize his financial records. His yearly income amounts to a mere 200 gold coins, yet his offspring are parading around adorned in gold and silver, while he possesses numerous properties in the legendary Turtle City, far exceeding what his salary could realistically sustain. Jin Sakai pounds the table. He is not keen on Xin Lang inciting further commotion. Clearwater holds no fish. Essentially, it reflects the age-old Chinese notion that everyone pilfers a bit. Just let it go, my friend. However, Xin Lang is resolute. What if the misappropriated funds vastly surpass your anticipations and limits? Mother Jean inquires whether he possesses any evidence, as one cannot merely accuse individuals without substantiation. And this is the moment when Xin Lang reveals his trump card. He showcases two ledgers that reveal Su Wentao's dishonesty in clear terms. And here's the kicker. He states that these are merely a couple of examples. There are additional ones. Jin Sakai is inherently inquisitive about the origins of Xin Lang's acquisition of these volumes from Su Wentao's private archives. Xin Lang casually remarks, "Oh, I had Su Wentao retrieve them for me." The Countess simply cannot refrain from concealing their visages. One can almost observe them envisioning how Xin Lang exploited their gullible offspring to, in essence, pilfer from Su Wentao's residence. Mother Jean gazes at Jin Sakai with a look that conveys the necessity of addressing this issue. It's prudent to verify. His standing ought to be a matter of apprehension. Jin Sakai concedes, yet he is far from foolish. He presents Xin Lang with three stipulations. Initially, Xin Lang must collaborate with the Elder Master. He cannot act independently. Secondly, any revelations they unearth must be presented to Jin Sakai prior to taking any measures. Thirdly, Su Wentao is currently away, so Xin Lang must wait patiently until his return and cannot engage him directly. Jin Sakai genuinely wishes to avoid being cast as the antagonist in this situation. After all, Su Wentao has been in his service for many years. There is a substantial history between them. Xin Lang internally exhales, reflecting on how benevolent his father-in-law is. I suppose I shall take on the role of the antagonist. Someone must handle the unpleasant tasks. As Xin Lang departs to commence his inquiry, Mother Jean envelopes Jin Sakai with this gaze. "Cease your concerns. Let's return to our chamber and resume our previous activities." Next, we transition to the accounting department. Our protagonist enters and promptly remains silent regarding any actions. There are towering stacks of ledgers scattered throughout the space, reaching from the ground to the ceiling. The seasoned expert elucidates that these comprise more than 2 decades of documentation, while nonchalantly noting that we require several months to examine all of them, necessitating a minimum of 12 individuals. However, you possess merely 1 evening before he delivers another shock. The concierge who unlatched the entrance is Su Wentao's esteemed apprentice. By first light, the information may arrive at Su Wentao's attention. Upon his return, he will regain authority over the accounts, which are quite forgiving. You will not deny him. Most individuals would assess the circumstance and conclude that they were undoubtedly in trouble. However, Xin Lang, this guy is heading to FAZD. The elderly mentor simply needs to locate a companion to aid in selecting the crucial account ledgers. You see, they could never have anticipated Xin Lang's hidden advantage. With his intellect and contemporary accounting expertise, tasks that would ordinarily necessitate numerous individuals several months to finalize are swiftly organized and compiled in his mind. He's essentially processing Excel spreadsheets mentally, and when he begins calculating the figures, the magnitude of Su Wentao's misappropriation astonishes even SEENLNG. His eyes nearly bulge from their sockets like a comic character, and he exclaims, "This scoundrel misappropriated this amount." Meanwhile, Xin Lang is preoccupied with his role as an investigative accountant. Wentao receives a communication from an attendant and hurries back to the estate in a complete state of alarm. He can hardly fathom that Xin Lang truly had the audacity to scrutinize his financial records. Thus, this scoundrel arrives and promptly falls to his knees before Jin Sakai, his eyes brimming with tears as he implores, "Do you truly no longer place your faith in me? I have toiled assiduously for the estate's mansion for more than 2 decades. Now, Lord Xin is scrutinizing my finances. Such behavior is a profound affront to my dignity." Then this melodramatic individual threatens to collide with a barrier to demonstrate his purity. Jin Sakai swiftly halts him, and Su Wentao crumples to the earth, weeping uncontrollably, as if someone had slain his pet. "I have been extremely unwell, quite unwell. There is no individual in the accountant's estate more devoted than. If you remain skeptical, you may extract my heart and verify for yourself." Jin Sakai exhales deeply and instructs Zhang Jin to contact Xin Lang and halt the examination. This scoundrel is feeling self-satisfied, entirely oblivious to the reality that this marks the onset of his turmoil. Then the scoundrel begins to chatter. In informing Papa Jean that during his time in the city, he overheard whispers suggesting that Shen Lang possesses grand aspirations. Speculations begin to circulate beyond the legendary Turtle City regarding Shen Lang's intentions to usurp power, claiming he merely feigned foolishness to win over Jean Mulan. Jean Sekai grows annoyed as he harbors a genuine affection for Shen Lang. Although the boy tends to create chaos, Jean Sekai is adept at discerning whether an individual possesses malevolent motives or not. While Su Wentao keeps disparaging our friend, he enters the room. As soon as Shen Lang enters, Su Wentao promptly begins to blame him for every conceivable issue. However, our lad merely lacks gentle strolls. Approaches Su Wentao and utters a remark that sends a shiver down this educator's spine. Su Wentao, I never anticipated you could misappropriate such a large sum. Su Wentao is taken aback internally but feigns indifference. To remain composed and inquires of our boy what he signifies by that, prompting our boy to disclose the precise figure. He questions whether Shen Lang could possibly review 2 decades worth of accounts in a single night. That's simply impossible, isn't it? Shen Lang declares intentionally 30,000 gold coins. Su Wentao's eyes almost bulge from his head. Shen Lang vociferously interrogates him. Su Wentao, do you lack a moral compass? Can you defend the confidence my relatives entrusted in you? 30,000 gold coins could finance the military wages for Mansion's forces for an entire year. To provide context, an average household toiling for a year would struggle to accumulate even 2 gold coins within that time frame. This individual misappropriated an amount sufficient to sustain an entire army for a year. Jean Sekai is equally astounded. He was aware of Su Wentao's dishonesty, but never anticipated it was to such a degree. Su Wentao, compelling himself to remain composed, kneels prior to Jean Sekai, claiming that Shen Lang is defaming him, behaving as though Shen Lang is driving him to his demise. Shen Lang informs him that it is futile to yell, then furiously admonishes him. You have some audacity to even consider interfering with the armed forces. The count of troops hasn't escalated, yet expenditures continue to soar. Su Wentao responds that it is due to the increase in costs. Shen Lang retorts, so where do the yearly devalued horses, armor, and weaponry end up? Su Wentao, quaking, responds that they were fused and reconstructed. And our lad merely smiles and states, then why have I not noted a rise in iron output? Instead, it is becoming less amusing. Moreover, the contributions from the accounts Mansion is reducing. In contrast, the manufacturing of sacks and bamboo structures has surged significantly. What accounts for that? Su Wentao is unable to respond. Thus, Shen Lang responds on his behalf. The reason is that Su Wentao utilized bags and bamboo containers to transport the iron and salt. Su Wentao is perspiring profusely from the interrogation yet continues to deny it. He vehemently contends that Shen Lang lacks proof. Shen Lang instructs you to deceive, discarding a ledger. This is what I created overnight. The ledger enables Jean Sakai to comprehend the expenses and revenue with clarity. Once more, he is taken aback. There are activities such as purchasing wine and accepting kickbacks, along with numerous other forms of corruption. The more Jean Sakai peruses, the more enraged he grows. He requests Jean Zhong to escort the elderly master to confirm whether Shen Lang's ledger is accurate. A short while later, the elderly maestro examines Shen Lang's creation and is impervious to Yildi's astonishment. He even anticipates Shen Lang to accomplish this within a single night. He subsequently assures Jean Sakai that Shen Lang's narrative is completely precise. Su Wentao's countenance pales. He realizes he cannot admit his wrongdoing. He must bide his time for the influential individuals backing him to rescue him. The hidden gold coins are his only means of survival. Thus, if he clenches his jaws and refutes IVRE's allegations, claiming that Shen Lang and others are attempting to defame him, subsequently, he begins to throw a fit regarding how our son merely seeks to eradicate those who are distinct. He desires to take action against the elderly individuals connected to the accounts of Mansion and asserts that the accounts are entirely contrived by Shen Lang. In the absence of concrete evidence, I would prefer to perish than capitulate. Observing this, Jean yearned solely to exact revenge on this treacherous scoundrel, yet our protagonist had alternative designs for this aged fool. He simply nonchalantly drew over a chair, takes a seat before Su Wentao, all nonchalantly, and remarks, I am aware of the concrete proof's location. It is the gilded coins that Su Wentao misappropriated and concealed. Su Wentao, of course, finds it hard to believe him. Shen Lang remains aloof and requests that his father-in-law bring along a few companions. Jean Sakai instructs Jean Zhong to send forth 100 horsemen, all to adhere to Shen Lang's directives. An hour later, the group reaches a stony bastion that is already in a condition of partial neglect. Su Wentao perceives it in his vividness to the extent that he is unable to stroll. He is perplexed as to why Shen Lang is aware of this location. How did this youth earth uncover his concealed hoard. Just as Shen Lang is on the verge of ushering Su Wentao indoors, and an arrow abruptly darts in his direction. Jin Zhong swiftly positions himself before Shen Lang, shattering the arrow as he warns him to exercise caution. He promptly commands his troops to evacuate the vicinity. Following, after some time, they apprehend a single individual within the encampment. Upon glimpsing the countenance beneath the dark attire, Jin Zhong identifies him instantly as Su Wentao's offspring, Su Tin. Jin Zhong clutches his hair and inquires about his presence in this place. Su Tin chuckles softly, inquiring if this visit for enjoyment is prohibited. Shen Lang casts a sidelong look at him, then engages his X-ray perception, inspects the surroundings and remarks, "Do not squander time on this fool." He indicates the earth and claims that the riches were concealed in the basement, commanding the troops to excavate it. 15 minutes later, we find everyone gathered before a newly uncovered cellar. However, there exists an issue. It is securely sealed, and even the soldiers' blades cannot penetrate this barrier. Our young lad promptly engages his X-ray vision and examines Su Wentao from head to toe. And what does he discover? This scoundrel concealed the key within his hair. With a single fluid grasp and tug, our lad simply snatches the key directly from his mind. Su Wentao immediately loses his temper, yelling at our guy, "Are you a person or a geost? How could you possibly be aware of this?" But no, our guy is indifferent. He merely unbolts the basement door and strides directly inside. And what do they discover within? Indeed, Su Wentao's misconduct surpassed everyone's anticipations. We're discussing crates upon crates brimming with golden coins, gemstones, collectibles, artworks, and everything in between. It's essentially a dragon's hoard down there, and witnessing this, Jin Zhong is utterly furious witnessing all of this. However, our protagonist discovers something even more remarkable, a record book. And this isn't merely any ledger. It's fundamentally Su Wentao's journal detailing the CR of Yupin. This device evidently documents when he misappropriated funds, the total amount he seized, and likely even what he consumed for breakfast while engaged in the act. The proof is now undeniable, as firm as a sturdy boulder. At this time, the soldier poses a crucial inquiry. What of Su Wentao's offspring? Our lad responds flatly and devoid of any sentiment. Eliminate him, incinerate the remains to ashes, and cast them into the ocean. Su Wentao's offspring becomes alarmed and retrieves the document concerning the fresh regulations of the Exu kingdom, fervently asserting that regional aristocrats lack the authority to slay or intimidate the populace. Our lad merely offers him a frigid glare, unsheathes a warrior's blade, and positions it directly adjacent to the man's neck. In the ensuing instant, blood sprays across Shen Lang's impassive visage as Su Wentao's offspring writhes and collapses to the earth. Jin Zhong stands there, truly astonished. "Son-in-law, your ability to fell a man seems even more adept than mine." Shortly thereafter, the complete caravan arrives back, thoroughly packed with all that pilfered wealth. Our young lad is perched in the coach, simply gazing at his hand, and he's experiencing this profound moment. In this peculiar realm, I have at last tainted my hands with crimson. Achieving a life of ease is truly challenging. Yet no one can endanger my loved ones. That is my firm stance. The setting transitions to the Count's estate. All were astonished to witness the substantial amount of funds they had retrieved, and he was astonished to discover the extent to which that scoundrel had managed to misappropriate funds. We're discussing a grand total of 11,000 gold coins uncovered in the cellar, along with 52 renowned artworks and calligraphies, as well as 5 containers filled with jade and precious stones. Su Wentao has been operating his own clandestine vault down there. Just as Su Wentao is on the verge of commencing his entire supplication for clemency performance, the perpetually benevolent Jin Sakai simply discards him. This scoundrel then shifts his gaze to our lad, pleading for his existence, claiming he is prepared to become a servant by any means necessary. Our lad gazes at him with those frigid eyes, turns to Jin Sakai and declares, "Su Wentao must perish." The seasoned authority subsequently raises the issue of legality as it pertains to an employment association under the recent regulations of the Aksu kingdom. Nobility lacks the privilege to execute him. He must be conveyed to the lord's estate. However, our protagonist declines, asserting that Su Wentao misappropriated 30,000 gold coins, yet merely 11,000 were discovered in the cellar. His assets are valued at approximately 5,000 gold coins. The remainder, needless to say, has already been transferred to the lord's estate and the governor's residence in return for his offspring's position in the upcoming combat assessment. All these particulars are documented in his ledger. Our young lad has just unveiled the entire corruption syndicate. This extends beyond Su Wentao. This reaches all the way to the top. Jin Sakai seizes the ledger, and his expression is one of unadulterated fury. "Have I ever misjudged you throughout all these years?" Upon receiving this information, Su Wentao erupts into maniacal laughter, akin to a complete villainous collapse. Su Wentao once desired Jin Sakai to position his son within the Count's estate forces as a commander overseeing 100 soldiers. Yet Jin Sakai declined. Nevertheless, that was essentially an oppo or two in it evenly that Jin Sakai was bestowing upon him. Observe, Su Wentao's offspring excelled in neither the literary arts nor combat skills. How could he earn the admiration of his subordinates? In simple terms, the individual was quite ineffective, much like you all. Then this scoundrel begins to throw a fit, lamenting how he had been devoted for more than 20 years and, in exchange, couldn't even manage a minor favor for his child's future. What is wrong with exploring an alternative route? This enrages Jin Sakai to such an extent that he seizes a blade, fully prepared to slay this individual on the spot. The aged maestro swiftly advances to prevent him. Should you truly hit, you will create a significant dilemma for yourself. Observe, even his illegitimate son testing his boundaries and provoking Jin only served to infuriate Jin Sakai further. He thrusts the elderly mentor aside, on the verge of entering complete frenzied rage. At that moment, our lad swiftly advances. I possess a solution. But no, this scoundrel was no longer pretending. He's belittling our lad, believing he's invulnerable due to those legal safeguards. Our lad gazes at him and inquires casually, "Are you apprehensive about the Su family's legal traditions?" In the subsequent instant, Jin Zhang enters accompanied by a group of individuals. Among them, the elderly forebears of the Su lineage. Following his apology to the Count, he promptly instructs that Su Wentao be returned and executed in accordance with familial regulations. Su Wentao is perplexed by the situation. He inquires as to the reason. "Why? I merely misappropriated funds. I did not violate any familial principles. The family's ancestral chamber has no authority to execute me." Our lad casually approaches him, and then he unveils the shocking revelation. "Su Wentao, the accusation against you for your demise is not for misappropriation of funds. It pertains to enticing your aunt and engaging in the offense of infidelity." Upon listening to this, Su Wentao is utterly motionless, utterly flabbergasted, his jaw dropped in disbelief. Our son prefers to remain silent and allows the Su family to pull Su Wentao away. Su Wentao is now genuinely terrified. Urgently calling out to our young lad, he exclaims, "I possess a significant secret. There is someone intending to do you harm." Shen Lang replies with a faint smile, "If an individual intends to jeopardize me, I inherently recognize their identity." Subsequently, we transition to several hours later, where Wentao was left bare and brutally assaulted in front of countless individuals, resulting in his demise. A grim reflection of medieval justice, indeed. Concurrently, Jin Sakai, acknowledging the significant accomplishment our young hero achieved this time, inquires if there are any rewards he desires. Our young hero promptly contemplates issuing a command for Jin Mulan to comply with my wishes. "I desire to share a bed with Jin Mulan." Naturally, this is merely a figment of Shen Lang's imagination unfolding in his mind. What he truly articulates aloud is, "I desire nothing." Jin Sakai asserts that this is unacceptable. He determines that our protagonist will now oversee the financial records of the Count's estate. However, our protagonist swiftly declines, expressing his desire to return home to see his parents. "Simply lift my confinement," he pleads. However, confronting our lad, the expert at creating chaos, Jin Sakai feels a genuine sense of trepidation. He remains reluctant to allow our son to venture out independently. Consequently, he opts to bestow upon him 300 acres of fertile agricultural land as a reward. Just as our young man is on the verge of expressing his desire to forego it and merely wishes for his confinement to be eased, Jin Sakai merely expresses his exhaustion and exits, completely disregarding him. The setting transitions to the courtyard where Jin Mulan resides. Bing is catering to her as she wails. Bing is filled with enthusiasm. The young master is truly remarkable, overcoming and vanquishing a significant figure like Su Wentao in a single night. He even retrieved over 10,000 gold coins for the Count's estate. Jin Mulan absorbs the information with contentment. However, she then cautions Bing that henceforth, no one in the residence is permitted to discuss the young master's involvement in the death of Su Wentao and similar matters. The justification for Su Wenchao's demise is that he warranted his fate. Bing seals her lips to indicate her comprehension. Then Bing recalls something and becomes thrilled to indulge in curiosity. The young gentleman informed me yesterday that the ivory tiger is the most valuable. My lady, are you aware of the reason? Jin Mulan is rather inquisitive. How did you respond? Bing clarifies, I remarked that it was due to the hue of the tiger. However, the young master asserted that the white tiger is uncommon because they are devoid of fur in specific areas, and men find that appealing. She remarks that she believed he was merely rambling. What relevance does the white tiger possess in relation to hair? Ma'am, what is your perspective? perspective. At this juncture, Jean Mulan has assumed a secondary role. It appears she comprehends something, and she immediately flushes from ear to ear, likely transforming into 50 variations of crimson. How did our young man uncover my hidden truth? Could it be that he observed me while I was bathing? However, Jean Mulan reconsiders, deeming it unfeasible. Our lad possesses no combat abilities, hence she would have detected your surveillance of her. Then she inquires of Bing, "Where is our lad?" And upon witnessing her mistress's response, Bing finally comprehends what our lad signified. Thus, Jean Mulan requests Bing's assistance in donning her attire, her expression radiating resolve that unmistakably conveys her intent to recompense the malevolent and champion the virtuous. She then pivots to Bing and asserts, "Bear in mind, Bing, a man needs to be restrained. If left unattended for 3 days, he will ascend the roof to dislodge the shingles." Bing inquires with bewilderment, "Are you planning to strike the young master?" Jean Mulan pivots and declares, "Women of the Jean lineage never strike their spouses. Alright everyone, so no striking." However, this merely indicates that our young man is about to endure hardship in an alternate manner. Subsequently, it transitions to a short while later. Jean Mulan notices our protagonist returning and instantly shifts into performance mode. She dons a charming grin and inquires of our son about his whereabouts, expressing that she had been searching for him. Upon hearing her melodic voice, Shun's intuition alerted him that he was in significant peril. He swiftly departs, expressing gratitude for your diligent efforts. "I shall not interrupt your repose." He then attempts to dash away from the scene. However, Jean Mulan obstructs his way and states, "My dear husband, please don't leave just yet. I have a game I wish to engage in with you." Our lad casts a fleeting look at Jean Mulan's flawless form, and his complexion swiftly transforms to a shade of crimson. Evidently, this individual's mind has drifted into some risque realms, such as being bound with cords or having wax dripped upon them. "Are you familiar with the exciting things?" He inquires of Jean Mulan which game it is. She grins, playfully and mischievously, and informs him that it resembles Primal Creatures, a contest characterized by vigorous physical encounters. And this fool was duped, but soon his survival instinct reactivated, and he realized he needed to depart at once. This is a snare. This is certainly a snare. Yet, in the following moment, Shun Lang finds himself immobilized. What is the cause? It is due to Jean Mulan's intense backward motion occurring directly in his line of sight, to cause any ordinary man's heart to burst merely by gazing, and the guy managed to sneak a glance at Otai's D. We trimmed some time later, and Jean Mulan was relishing every moment of her tormenting this scoundrel. She instructed him to extend his legs to a full 180 degrees. Our lad is an ahone. He then faces her and says, "Darling, weren't we meant to engage in a game?" To which Jean Mulan clarifies, nods, and replies, "Indeed, this is the game. Your physique remains excessively feeble. You ought to engage in more physical activity." Upon stating this, Jean Mulan loosens her grip. "Take a break. We'll repeat it 10 more times later." Upon hearing this figure, our protagonist internally laments, "Is this a bid on my existence?" Though he remains uncertain about the reason for his retribution, this scoundrel simply states, "Jean Mulan, irrespective of my misdeeds, I apologize." Jean Mulan grins and asserts that there's no error. "I was merely assisting in conditioning your physique." Our son responds, "Regardless of what transpired, it's entirely my responsibility. The spouse is invariably correct." Upon hearing this, Jean Mulan gazes at our young man and inquires, "Do you truly comprehend what you have done incorrectly?" Subsequently, she directs an intense gaze at him and inquires, "How did you uncover my secret?" and then utilizes it to provoke Bing. This notion was initially perplexing, but then he recollects the remarks he made to jest with Bing the previous day regarding the white tiger. He immediately comprehends and transforms into Sanji for a fleeting moment. Observe the look on her spouse's face. Jean Mulan's countenance transforms to a shade of crimson. She yearns for a fissure in the ground to disappear into. Additionally, she comprehends that our young man was entirely oblivious to her hidden truth. It was purely by chance when he jested about Bing. He wasn't acting as some twisted intellect. He merely stumbled upon a fortunate quip. Our lad, being the quintessential late G&D that he is, offers Jean Mulan an approving gesture. "Have no fear, my lady. I shall certainly not treat you unfairly due to this." Upon uttering this, Shun Lang swiftly clasps his mouth, for it is at this instant that you comprehend he has erred. Jean Mulan gazes at him and says, "Let's repeat it 20 more times." Subsequently, the setting transitions to nighttime. Fatigued, our lad swiftly drifts off into slumber, or so it appears. At some moment, Jean Mulan enters and observes Shun Lang's slumbering position, unable to suppress a thought, "Oh, just look at him, completely worn out from my teasing him." Following a period of observation, she plants a kiss on his brow, and subsequently departs. Nevertheless, this scoundrel wasn't dozing. He abruptly opened his eyes. Jean Mulan instructed me in that manner today. It would be peculiar if she didn't express remorse. Our lad is out here engaging in 4D chess with his strategies and gestures. Subsequently, Shun Lang not only dons a mask but also adorns gloves. He possesses a tiny ebony vial in his grasp, a psychedelic elixir derived from countless pounds of decayed rye. Why? Because to eliminate Tian Hang, our protagonist must acquire an object from Jean Mulan's chamber. Clearly, whatever he is about to undertake necessitates a high level of discretion. Subsequently, we transition to a concealed chamber within mythical Turtle City. Tian Hang entered the mayor's quarters. They had already discovered the details surrounding Su Wen's demise and their growing anxiety. They needed to act swiftly to eliminate our protagonist before he escalated into a greater threat. At that instant, a messenger entered to announce that the governor's delegation was en route and would reach mythical Turtle City by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Tian Hang and the mayor realize that the chance to eliminate our lad has arrived. The city leader directs Tian Hang to arrange all possible preparations for their operation tomorrow evening. Nonetheless, their true aim was the entirety of the Count's estate. However, due to our protagonist's disruptive behavior and his unearthing of their corrupt organization, they opted to eliminate him first. The setting transitions to the following morning at the Count's estate. Jean Mulan rises early to hone her combat skills like the fierce warrior she is. Following 30 minutes, she gets ready to take a bath. However, upon her entrance into the changing area and surveying her surroundings, something feels amiss. She inquires of Bing if he has spotted a collection of blue fabric skirts. Bing replies in the negative, and she is on the verge of assisting Jean Mulan in the search for it. As Jean Mulan's exquisite visage suddenly contracts, it becomes apparent that she is lost in thought. She advises Bing not to search any further, suggesting that it was likely forgotten at the barracks and not retrieved. Consequently, following the morning meal, Jean Mulan's complexion is turning crimson as she struggles to find a way to inform our lad not to ruin her skirt excessively. Yet the phrases simply elude her. That's when our lad inquires if she would like a massage, since she has been bustling about for a full 2 days. Jean Mulan responds with a casual, "Of course, why not?" as she gracefully sits up, raising her hair with poise. Our young man notices that sleek, pale neck and internally exclaims, "Wow," but swiftly restrains himself. He places his hands on her shoulders and begins to weave his enchantment. Jean Mulan promptly emits a soothing sigh, taken aback that this individual genuinely possesses the skills to navigate the situation. And why wouldn't he? He informs her that she appears quite strained, causing Jean Mulan to become wary, suspecting he might be acting inappropriately. She exclaimed, "I'm not sure what you're up to, but I can tell you're being lascivious. Continue this way and I'll have you working out once more." Our young man promptly adopts a serious demeanor and returns to his responsibilities, attending to her needs appropriately. Subsequently, he attempts the pit, "Kindly refrain from exerting yourself so intensely. It pains my soul" act. However, Jean Mulan is not swayed by his charms. She directly informs him that if he's attempting to have his restrictions removed, it's not going to occur. She refuses to defy her father's commands. The moment she concludes that statement, our lad's hands detach from her shoulders, and he dashed directly to the entrance, claiming he has matters to address. This authentic portrayal causes Jean Mulan to inflate her cheeks, believing her spouse is excessively pragmatic. For instance, the instant she refrains from doing something for him, he simply shifts his demeanor and abandons her. After a brief interval, our protagonist appears behind his mother-in-law. His massage skills have advanced significantly. Furthermore, Mother Jin's visage is adorned with the facial concoction crafted by our protagonist. He clarifies that she must utilize it each day for 15 minutes, as moisture and a degree of shielding are essential for a woman's complexion. He produced a total of 10 and provided her with 6. Mother Jean is intrigued about the other 4, inquiring whether he bestowed them upon Jean Mulan. No, he retained them for his own use. Then our lad delivers this remark about how, at this moment, she could be mistaken for Jean Mulan's sibling, but perhaps not a decade from now. Mother Jean inquires whether that implies she'll age more rapidly. Our lad's like, "Nah, you might genuinely resemble her younger sibling by that time." There's this concept known as reverse aging. This thoroughly amuses Mother Jean. Women truly enjoy hearing things like that, don't they? But what would you all understand? Yet she is also aware that our lad desires something. Indeed, sufficient, he mentions the restriction mandate. Mother Jean swiftly rises to her feet and declares that she will speak to Jin Sakai at this moment. A quarter of an hour later, Jin Zhong informs our protagonist that the restrictions have been removed. Boom! In an instant, a fresh hierarchy has been created within the Count's estate. Our young lad pays attention to Jean Mulan. Jean Mulan heeds Jin Sakai. Jin Sakai takes counsel from his spouse, and the spouse listens to our young lad. The unfortunate individual is the sole one excluded from this hierarchy. Upon departing the estate, our young protagonist makes his way to the concealed woodland, donning Jean Nuluen's attire. It was evident he was poised to undertake a significant action. The focus transitions to Dasha's father, Song-yi. This despicable individual has been attempting to confront our boy ever since Dasha's brother was incapacitated by him. Song-yi intends to file a lawsuit against our boy and even harbors intentions of physically assaulting him, yet he is apprehensive about the count's estate. Thus, he proceeds to Tianhang, anticipating that they will collaborate. But what unfolds next? Song-yi was taken by surprise. He did not foresee Tianhang's severity. His illegitimate offspring merely blaming him for inflicting harm is insufficient. We require a life for our son to atone with his own. Moreover, his child has already been brutally murdered by Tianhang. Song-yi remains oblivious. Tianhang gazes at the sorrowful Song-yi and inquires which offense is more egregious, harming an innocent young person or leading to their demise. Assassins should face the ultimate consequence. Nobles and plebeians should face identical consequences under the law. In the meantime, at Dasha's residence, his stepmother is berating our young lad for causing a man to articulate a suffering that ought not to be shared, and as a result, the Song lineage will face extinction. The more she reflects on it, the more furious she becomes. She's berating our lad until her throat becomes parched. Thus, she takes a gulp of water. There's something peculiar about it, however. Before you realize it, she crumples onto the surface. When does she arise? Oh dear, she shrieks. All her surroundings abruptly appear menacing, spectral flames flickering in every direction. Then this enchanting female specter materializes, startling the stepmother into complete bewilderment. This crone inquires about her identity. The specter intones ominously, "Malevolent woman, you have truly injured my Dasha. You will perish." As she speaks, ethereal flames materialize in the specter's hand and are hurled directly at the ancient crone. She reflexively lifts her hand to shield herself, yet the flames cling to her hand and refuse to extinguish, irrespective of her efforts. In complete frenzy, she seizes a glass of water, believing it will resolve the issue. Yet, alas, the flames persist, inflicting excruciating agony. Song-yi begins pleading, asserting that it was Dasha's father who deserted him, not her. She comprehends that this ethereal figure is Dasha's mother from prior to her demise. Our young man then moves closer to her frigid hand, softly brushing against the spectral flame, which promptly extinguishes. Observing this, Song-yi begins to prostrate fervently, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. The apparition gazes at her and proclaims, "By divine favor my child did not perish. He was preserved by a fortunate fate, yet your child has passed away." Song-yi was utterly bewildered. She regarded the specter and replied, "My child has not succumbed. He merely suffered an injury." The ghost chuckles and informs her that the tidings of his demise will come shortly, and they will assert that Shun was the one who took his life, and you will be summoned to the count's estate to recognize our son as the culprit. He subsequently revealed to her that it was not Shin Lang who had taken her son's life. It was her spouse and Tianhang. Upon hearing this, Song-yi fervently shakes her head, exclaiming that it's unthinkable. However, with emotion from the specter, she discovers herself utterly immobilized. Our young lad then exclaims, "Cease your motions, ancient crone, and heed my words or I shall take your life." The apparition persists in declaring that Shin Lang is her son's fortunate charm. When Shinhung prompts you to designate our boy as the culprit, initially acquiesce to his requests. However, once you find yourself at the count's estate in the presence of all the prominent figures, direct the accusation toward Tianhung. Assert that Tianhung coerced you into making a false allegation against our boy and state that it was he who took her son's life. Song-yi wishes to decline, fearing repercussions from Tianhung. Yet, suddenly, ghostly flames erupt around her, and the spirit approaches, warning her that if she harms Shin Lang, she will be condemned to the 18th circle of hell, dismembered and fried alive. Do you wish for death? This frightens Song-yi to such an extent that she cannot maintain her composure. Yet, in the following instant, the ethereal flame vanishes, and the apparition proclaims that you can endure provided you comply with my instructions. The count's estate will safeguard you. Once Tianhang is deceased, you may return home, and I shall bestow upon you 300 gold pieces. With this wealth, you can remarry and lead a life vastly superior to your current one. Subsequently, the specter casts an eerie flame beneath Song-yi's bed. A deposit of 30 gold coins resides there. Once you recognize Tianhang, the additional 300 gold coins will effortlessly materialize once more. Regardless of your existence or demise, whether you revel in riches and prestige or endure anguish in the depths of the underworld, it is entirely your decision. With that, she vanishes. When Song-yi regains consciousness, her head is throbbing with agony. However, she observes scorch marks on her arm, confirming that the incident was not merely a figment of her imagination. She promptly peers beneath the bed, seizes a tiny spade, and begins excavating. What she discovers leaves her astounded. Beneath the bed Inside lie not just gold coins, yet they are also enveloped in ice. She gazes at the frozen block and muses to herself, it's summertime. Where on earth did this ice originate? Furthermore, there are inscriptions etched on the ice, which reinforces Song Yi's belief even further. She consistently bows to the specter, pledging to comply with its demands. She then discovers the ice thawing, which fills her with immense joy, convinced it is the spirit's reply. In the meantime, in a secluded spot, our young man removes the azure gown. He had employed a psychedelic elixir he concocted for Dax's stepmother, white phosphorus for the ethereal flame, potassium nitrate for the refrigeration unit, and a silver needle to replicate that entire sensation of a spirit bearing down upon you. Then this scoundrel gazes at the heavens and remarks, "All right." Adorning himself in feminine attire was undoubtedly a distinctive experience, particularly when he appeared more stunning than a genuine woman in that gown. He subsequently incinerates the gown, obliterating the proof. Regarding whether Jean Mulan would realize a gown is absent, our lad believes it's unlikely. However, if she does discover it, one can't help but begin devising justifications. Then he concludes, you know what, if it comes to that, I'll simply refute everything. In the interim, within the dark attire of the gang's stronghold, one of the underlings informs Tian Heng that the governor's arrival is imminent. Tian Heng inquires whether the prefect is personally accompanying him. The subordinate acknowledges with a nod. Tian Heng eagerly strikes the chair. All preparations are complete, and the easterly breeze has also come. Our lad is practically beyond salvation, yet he notes that eliminating this stray canine serves merely as a secondary advantage. The primary objective is to bring down the Count's estate. He subsequently directs his gaze at Dax's father and instructs him to expedite the process of bringing his spouse to the Count's estate, to recognize our son, and emphasizes that he must remember to attire her in mourning garments. Ensure it appears more lamentable. Recognizing that Song Yu remains despondent and this scoundrel simply states, it's merely a child. You can have additional ones. After eliminating Shen Lang, he will be the leader of Henshu town. With these remarks, Song Yi relinquishes his sorrow for his son, rises to his feet, and expresses gratitude to Tian Heng. The setting transitions to Song Yu's residence, where the elderly woman is languidly resting on her bed as Song Yu enters. He appears utterly dejected and informs her that their child has passed away. Dax's stepmother swiftly unravels the situation as she comprehends that the eerie apparition her son was impersonating wasn't, in fact, deceiving her. She is already casting a lethal glare at Song Yi and is filled with a desire to eliminate this scoundrel. However, Dax's father entirely misconstrues the atmosphere and believes that all that animosity is directed at their son instead. After aligning their narratives with Tian Heng, they transport their child's casket to the Count's estate. In the interim, at the legendary Turtle Count's estate, they are unfurling the crimson carpet for two distinguished guests. Initially, we have Yen Wuji, a personnel from the governor's office. And then there's Zhang Chong, the sovereign of New River County, and this Zhang Chong individual. He is a true icon. He independently dismantled the regional despot of East River County, and now he has been appointed to New River County to essentially perform a similar task. The Count's estate is in a state of anxiety because they are fully aware of the implications. Jean Sakai and Jean Mulan come forward to greet these prominent figures. Subsequently, the scene transitions to a lavish banquet hall where everyone is seated. Our lad, he is utterly unconcerned with the political strife. The fellow is merely gazing at Jean Mulan as though she is the sole individual present. However, Yen Wuji then sets aside his chopsticks and remarks that 2 decades have elapsed. The governor dispatched me to inquire about your intentions regarding the Isle of Gold Mountain conflict. Do you wish for us to facilitate a peaceful resolution or what? And just in that manner, everyone else belittles their eating utensils as well. Our lad is somewhat astonished because he is indeed aware of this predicament. It appears that the contention regarding Gold Mountain Island dates back more than a century. Both the Northern High Count and the legendary Turtle Count have asserted ownership of this island, and they almost engaged in battle over it. Ultimately, a preceding ruler grew weary of their turmoil and proclaimed that every 2 decades, a contest of martial prowess and intellectual challenges would be held, with the victor acquiring the entitlement to the territory for that duration. Regrettably, 2 decades prior, the erstwhile count of legendary turtles was misplaced, resulting in a significant loss of fortune. Jean Sakai inquires about the governor's desires, and Yen Wuji presents his ingenious proposal. What if we merely divide the Isle of Gold Mountain in half? The northern section would be allocated to the Jean High Count's residence, while the southern portion would belong to the mythical Turtle Count's estate. Our lad is perched there, thinking, mate, are you for real? Because everyone and their mother is aware that the primary mineral reserves and all the valuable assets are located in the northern region, while the southern region is essentially just briny earth and coastlines. As anticipated, Jean Sakai is infuriated, yet he maintains his poise like the esteemed count he is and simply remarks, let's raise our glass. glasses. Yen Wuji is not particularly concerned. His role was merely to appear and facilitate on behalf of the governor, thus achieving his objective in his perspective. At that moment, they perceive a tremendous uproar outside. The sounds of countless individuals clamoring for retribution for our young man resonate, accusing him of being a killer who deserves to face the ultimate consequence for his actions. And our lad, rather than feeling frightened, is genuinely thrilled. This guy has been anticipating this spectacle. In the meantime, the others at the table are behaving as if they are oblivious to the situation, merely persisting with their meals and beverages as if everything is normal. Our protagonist is contemplating, much like esteemed officials, but he's also feeling a twinge of unease because if this crowd goes unrecognized, the event cannot commence. He's genuinely considering that if it comes down to it, he might have to assume command himself. However, at that moment, Fatty interjects and says, "Oh, Shun Lang, I believe there are individuals outside seeking your attention." The city ruler dispatches an individual to investigate the matter. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jin returns to inform that there are, in fact, thousands of individuals gathered outside the count's residence. Jin Sakai remains unperturbed, while the city lord is frantically yelling, "How dare they? Are they plotting insurrection?" His aide clarifies that they allege our young man has taken a life and they have come to demand retribution. Jin Sakai is somewhat bewildered as he is aware of the occurrence. He even remitted funds to Dasha's father for the treatment of his son. Now the child is allegedly deceased, and Jin Sakai can already surmise it's the work of some scoundrels. Mother Jin subsequently squeezes Jin. Sakai asserts that if you even contemplate deserting our son, you'll be relegated to the couch for the entirety of your existence. Jin Sakai responds affirmatively, indicating that he will not, and instructs his troops to allow the crowd entry. Soon thereafter, Tian Hang and Song Yi enter bearing a casket, and Song Yi instantly enters full dramatic mode. Gazing at our protagonist, she exclaims, "Villain, restore my son's life." He then sinks to his knees in front of the mayor, imploring him to pursue justice on his behalf. What ensues is an emotional outpouring regarding how our young man tormented his son and ultimately caused his demise. This scoundrel's performance is worthy of an Academy Award. He subsequently unveils his son's corpse, displaying an array of distressing injuries, and implores the nobles to administer justice. At that moment, Jean Mulin abruptly inquires, "When did your child pass away?" Song Yi replies that he perished the evening following the assault by our lad. Jean Mulin icily inquires, "Why didn't you arrive on the same day? Why has it taken until now?" Song Yi responds that he felt apprehensive because an individual asserting to be a trusted associate of the Count approached him, Haven Gold, and menaced to slay his entire family if he did not remain silent. Jin Sakai is utterly furious upon learning this, as he recognizes it as a flagrant falsehood. He even believes that his years of prudence have led individuals to perceive that the Count's estate no longer instills dread. The Sigillord inquires whether there is any proof, and Song Yi exclaims that there are observers. The Sigillord commands their arrival. These gentlemen enter, and all of them declare the same thing, that they witnessed our lad enter the residence that day. The Sigillord gazes at our young lad and inquires whether he admits to the offense. Our lad gazes at him and remarks, "I did visit Song Yi's residence, yet I wasn't present to hand over the silver. Dasha was a close companion of mine. I ensured that Song Yi provided him with ample nourishment each day." As he mentioned, Song Yi informed everyone that our child was deceiving them, asserting that our child had evidently struck his son to death, and his spouse can attest to that. Thus the mayor called upon his wife. The Sigillord inquires whether she is certain about what she witnessed, and Song Jinan's statement that she observed it firsthand. Tan Hang begins to chuckle, believing he has triumphed, while Song Yi collapses to her knees, fervently imploring the divine for fairness. Tan Hang assists Song Yi in rising, and subsequently references the statute of the realm in a subdued manner. Homicide is avenged with a life. Even royalty is beholden to the same regulations as the populace. Our lad must face appropriate consequences. At this instant, the group clad in dark attire began to echo his words. A killing must be avenged with death. The Sigillord subsequently directs his gaze toward the Count and asserts that in order to thoroughly examine this issue, they must return our lad to the city. Jean CK is enraged because if our child is seized, they could depict him in any manner they choose, and after hearing all of that scoundrel Tan Hang is smirking like a fool, believing his scheme succeeded, completely oblivious to what is about to transpire in an instant. As Song Ji abruptly gestures in his direction and exclaims that it was Tan Hang who murdered her son, she elaborates that initially, Song Yi had kicked her boy and harmed him. However, when he was brought in for medical care, he was deemed alright, suffering only a slight injury. Yet, he inexplicably perished after this scoundrel visited their home. Her words astonished everyone. Nobody knew how to respond, particularly Song Yi. This scoundrel is astonished and now gazes gazing in disbelief at his wife as if she were a woman. "What are you up to?" The fastest to respond is Tan Hang. Although he is initially perplexed by Song Yi's spouse abruptly altering her narrative, the expression in her gaze revealed everything to him. He understands that he is in serious trouble. But then he observes our lad grinning and comprehends that evasion is not a bidding war. Once the quarry is ensnared, no one relinquishes their grip. Tan Hang coughs and attempts to dismiss the situation, inquiring of the elderly woman whether she is speaking foolishly due to her sorrow. He then glances at Song Yu with an expression that says, "Hey, jerk, keep your women in check." But no, she isn't tolerating it. She once more begins to scream about how they were responsible for her son's demise. She clarifies that our child visited their residence to bring silver, as he was concerned that Dasha was not receiving adequate nourishment, and Song Yi promptly attempted to quell her inquiries, questioning what insanity had overtaken her and if our son had intimidated her or provided her with incentives. At this juncture, Mayor Lu recognized that their ambitions were destined to fail if she persisted with her narrative, so he cautioned Song Ji against providing misleading evidence and urged her to reflect on the repercussions thoughtfully. His illegitimate child witnesses his scheme unraveling entirely and opts to fully commit to alleging that Song Ji is being deceitful, inquiring whether Shenlang has compensated her or something similar. But then Song Ji nibbles on her lip and reveals the most explosive revelation imaginable. "My son was entering adolescence and becoming inquisitive about women, so he attempted to sneak a glance at me while I was bathing. Song Ji discovered him and reprimanded him." This admission has left everyone astounded, with Tan Hang standing there in disbelief, his mouth agape. Song Ji is utterly bewildered, while Jean Mulan is experiencing intense second-hand embarrassment, feeling as though she's on the verge of collapse. Someone has just informed her guardians about her internet browsing history. Now Tan Hang is truly in a predicament, so he begins to restrain, rather softly persuading the city lord, expressing gently, "If anyone intimidates you, don't hesitate to voice your concerns. The representative from the governor is present and will ensure your safety." But this fool doesn't comprehend that the city lord and Zhang Jin are silently lamenting his foolishness. Like, seriously, these are esteemed officials. You cannot merely mention them to intimidate random individuals, and this fool's scheme has unraveled because all it accomplished was instill fear in Song Ji, prompting her to actually crawl towards them, pleading, "In pursuit of fairness." Zhang Chong gestures with his hand to assist. Song Ji rises and encourages her to express herself openly regarding the events that transpired, and observe whether he trusts her or not is irrelevant. He must appear impressive for the audience, you understand that. When she collapses in tears and reveals everything about how Taemin took the life of her child and the circumstances surrounding it, her spouse compelled her to implicate Shin Lang in the homicide, assuring her that he would be awarded the role of chief in Coldwater Town as compensation for his actions. Taemin's expression shifts to a somber tone as the most insidious deception is one intertwined with reality, making it virtually irrefutable. At this moment, this woman is exploiting that strategy. Thus, having exhausted all possibilities, he falls to his knees and begins to weep audibly, lamenting that this is all part of Shen Lang's scheme. Meanwhile, Shen Lang stands there, arms outstretched, thinking to himself, "I haven't uttered a single word all night. Why am I suddenly the target of blame?" That the circumstances had spiraled beyond management, Shang Chong commanded Lu Yen to detain them, and in an instant, both Taemin and Song Yi find themselves bound. Observing the entire spectacle, our protagonist reflects, "Wow, this guy is impressive." On the surface, Shang Chong appears to be instructing the city lord to execute the arrest, but in truth, he is managing the fallout and regaining authority over the circumstances. If Shen Lang had to confront Tian Hen directly, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos for the Jin family. Regarding Song Ji, who is also on the verge of being taken away, she is filled with dread. She has just betrayed them. If they capture her, she is as good as finished. But this is where Mother Jean steps in for the pivotal moment. She doesn't even require Shen Lang to utter a word. She approaches Song Ji and clears her tears, and expressing how she too is a mother and understands her anguish, concludes to retain Song Ji at the Count's estate. Zhang Chong observes this and offers a subtle nod, endorsing Mother Jin's action. Zhang Chong subsequently prepares to depart, instructing the city lord to conduct a comprehensive inquiry and provide clarity to all. Yet, prior to his departure, he ensures to commend Lord Shen Lang. "Your son-in-law is genuinely remarkable." Shen Lang merely inclines his head slightly, feigning modesty afterward. That Father Jin himself escorts Yen Wu Ji and Zhang Chong out, with Song Ji and Tian Hen following closely behind, and Bro Tian Hen glowering at Shen Lang as if he intends to eliminate him outright. Shen Lang, embodying the quintessential trickster, feigns fear and exclaims, "Why are you gazing at me with that unsettling stare?" Taemin, therefore, extremely irate, he begins to chuckle and remarks, "Shen Lang, are you satisfied with yourself?" Shen Lang extends his arms slightly, stating knowing that you're still alive. What is there to feel joyful about in this situation? This Taemin chuckles even more intensely. Continue envisioning who will bring about my demise. Being incarcerated is merely a facade. We'll be released in 3 days, and due to Taemin becoming somewhat overly excited, there are concerns regarding Shen Lang's safety. The mansion's sentinels restrain him, yet even while immobilized, Taemin continues to bestow Shen Lang with that self-satisfied expression. As soon as I break free, I will employ every underhanded tactic available to eliminate you. Shen Lang casts a glance at Taemin Hen with this expression, then displays a chill, icy grin and remarks, Taemin Hen, you're on the brink of demise. Taemin Hen, taken by surprise, bursts into laughter once more. You must be imagining even. Lin Wayne and the others at Shen Lang appear as though he just uttered the most foolish remark imaginable. Taemin Hen perishing. Sure, what a farce. Once they exit the Count's estate, the case is dismissed rapidly and Taemin Hen is released from captivity. The city governor promptly inquires of Zhang Chong how we ought to assess this matter, sir. Yet Zhang Chong remains unresponsive. He merely continues to stroll. The city ruler inquires once more and Zhang Chong ultimately halts and questions why. Did Taemin actually make an appearance this evening? Taemin bends down to acknowledge his error. There's strained relations between myself and Shen Lang. I ought not to have attended this evening, yet I was unable to resist. I yearned to witness his demise firsthand. Then this arrogant individual turns to the city leader, anticipating that Zhang Chong would escort him to the city lord's residence for adjudication rather than Yen. Wuji, who is thoroughly fed up with this foolishness, merely enters his carriage silently. Zhang Chong gazes at Taemin and inquires, do you genuinely believe you can alter this circumstance? Individuals strategize 3 moves ahead while you're preoccupied with the immediate situation before you. Do you believe Shen Lang was merely striving for victory tonight? No, his true desire is to see you eliminated. Taemin, perplexed, even though Song Ji deceived me, I can effortlessly extricate myself from this situation. However, Zhang Chong interrupts him, urging him to eliminate Taemin, so perhaps you still have time to act. It was at this instant that this fool comprehended the extent of his dire situation. Because Taemin Shursan is Taemin's most reliable confidant. What hidden truth could Taemin possess that Shursan remains unaware of regarding Taemin? Cedric's expression shifts abruptly as he yells, hurry, dispatch someone to eliminate Taemin Shursan immediately. Shift to our protagonist, who is already strategizing his subsequent action. He is fully aware that those scoundrels are likely to devise a scheme, so he requires a contingency plan, and his solution is Jean Mulan. Thus, he inquires of her, hey, are you truly skilled in combat, Jean? Mulan affirms with a nod, expressing her curiosity about just how impressive it is. Are you capable of managing 3 onslaughts of assassins dispatched by Lin Wuyan, Zhang Chong, and Taemin? This girl seems oblivious to the concept of humility, as she confidently declares it to be a simple task. Shen Lang, however, is somewhat doubtful, thinking to himself that such self-assurance is quite audacious, but there's no moment to reconsider her intentions. He promptly instructs Jean Mulan to gather a few individuals and proceed to Taemin Shursan's residence to save him. Jean Mulan doesn't hesitate for an instant. She secures her hair, and indeed, the artist has a remarkable understanding of camera perspectives. Labor fellow she instructs her team to prepare the steeds, and just as they are on the verge of springing back, Shen Lang rushes over, expressing his desire to accompany us without. With a single word, Jean Mulan swiftly seizes him by the hips, hurls him onto a steed, then leaps up herself, and they're racing away from the Count's estate towards Taemin Shursan's residence. On the manner in which Jean Zhong can't resist inquiring why we couldn't have rescued Taemin Shifua sooner. What is the urgency in going now? Shen Lang glances at him and remarks, out of all of us, you possess the least intelligence. Jean Zhong Kue leaps in from the side, attempting to display his prowess, but if Taemin doesn't attempt to eliminate Taemin Shafu first, our salvation would be futile. We wouldn't be able to turn Shasan against him, and we couldn't force Taemin into a tight spot. Shen Lang squints at Jean Zhong Kue, contemplating that you relish in flaunting, don't you? Among the 5 of us present, your intelligence quotient ranks as the second lowest. To Taemin Shifua, he is reclining in his cot. He hasn't rested for 3 consecutive days by this moment, and can you fault him for that? The entirety of the man's existence has been shattered. The individual he admired as a paternal influence has directly inflicted injury upon him. Yet despite this betrayal, he still struggles to hold him accountable because, during his childhood, when Taemin Shas faced hardships of hunger and chill, Taemin extended his assistance, resulting in Shas's unwavering loyalty ever since. He even rejected proposals from Zhang Jin and the city ruler due to his allegiance, yet for some gambling nonsense, Taemin Heg ultimately brought him down. But everyone, what are your thoughts? That scoundrel genuinely had feelings for him. Taemin Heg did not entirely adhere to Shen Lang's directives. He promptly had Shursan's injuries treated, bestowed upon his parents 100 gold coins, and vowed to exact exact vengeance on Xinlang. Partially mended Taemin Shursan's shattered heart. He persuaded himself that Taemin had been compelled to act that way and would never genuinely betray him. Was already envisioning Xinlang attempting to entice him with wealth and influence to betray Taemin Heg. And indeed, he was extremely excited for that occasion when he had everything meticulously arranged in his mind as well. He will first hurl saliva into Xinlang's visage and then deride his aspirations as absurd, causing Taemin Shursan's countenance to turn ashen shortly after. As multiple silhouettes in ebony demonstrate, the specialists from the city lord's residence and his previous sworn comrades from the Black Attire Syndicate observing them and understanding the purpose of their presence. Taemin Shursan promptly inquires whether Taemin Heg has dispatched them to eliminate him. Merely incline your head, aware of what lies ahead. Taemin Shursan pleads with his associates to at least show mercy towards his parents, asserting that they are oblivious to everything. They're like, no, we received directives to eliminate everyone present. That Taemin Shursan misplaces it, shouting and inquiring why on earth you must involve blameless families in this. Yet they merely push him back down as his quaking guardians are pulled ahead, imploring them to spare their own lives rather than those of their sons in the meantime. Taemin remains perplexed about why all of this is occurring to him, so he inquires with these individuals, "What is the reason for your actions?" The individual grasping his father responded, "You are aware of too much, Shursan. We cannot afford to take the chance of being overheard." How that scoundrel Taemin was merely exploiting him. Shursan is so devastated that he immediately begins to giggling uncontrollably, yet then he seizes his bed cover and hurls it in the direction of the assassins, and somehow succeeds in bringing one of them down despite having injured legs. Yet that occurred solely because the second individual thrust a blade into his leg, immobilizing him against the earth, and at this juncture, Taemin Shursan has come to the conclusion that he won't escape this situation unscathed. However, he cannot simply remain inactive and allow his parents to perish in the meantime. His guardians were still pleading with the murderers not to take their son's life. Observing this spectacle, Taemin Shursan recollected the moment he set out to eliminate the boy's parents, and he couldn't shake the thought of whether this was also how the boy experienced that moment. Returning to the present, the killer was poised to eliminate his mother. Then, unexpectedly, Jean Mulan arrives on the scene, and let me assure you, when she proclaimed she could manage these fools on her own, she wasn't merely speaking this. A woman swiftly eliminates all these assassins in mere seconds. The young man Shenlong is merely standing by, observing his spouse completely obliterate these imbeciles, and he bears an expression as if he is witnessing the most exquisite sight on the planet. The surviving assassins cast a glance at her and instinctively begin to retreat. They sheathed their arms as if to say, "We weren't seeking this conflict regardless." Shenlong, positioned there with the most self-satisfied smile you've ever encountered, feeling entirely invincible when he bombards her with the most unexpected inquiry, "Darling, if we were to engage in a dispute, would you confront me physically like this?" Jean Mulan merely offers him a fierce glare, and at that moment, our protagonist observes that Jin Zhong and the team have established an entire protective configuration surrounding him. In the meantime, Xinlang has progressed to showcasing his prowess against the assassins, emphasizing his superiority. With a theatrical flair, return and inform Tianhang to cleanse his neck and anticipate my arrival, as I am on my way for. At this moment, these killers are eager to erase that arrogant grin from Xinlang's visage, yet they are powerless to act. Why? Because our guy has just captured Tian Xinlang, and this individual is privy to all the hidden secrets. If Tian Xinlang speaks up, Tianhang is essentially prepared. However, there is nothing they can undertake at this moment. Thus, they choose to withdraw except once they venture outdoors. Indeed, all their sentinels are deceased. Xinlang truly declared no survivors, no observers, no issues. Once everyone departs, Xinlang simply remains positioned, gazing at Tian Xinlang, who is hunched over in an effort to extract the blade from his thigh. But my friend's arms possess roughly the same power as a damp piece of tissue paper, and that sword was embedded deeply, so it requires him a considerable amount of time to pull it free while he is exerting himself while Tian Xinlang's mind is operating at full capacity. How is Xinlang planning to entice me financially? Energy safeguarding, what's the strategy here? But no, our friend Xinlang merely remains there in quietude, and it dawns on Tian Shursan that our young man is his sole means of enduring this. Commitment is to vow allegiance to Xinlang. Thus, what actions does this individual undertake? Crawls forward on his hands and knees and rests his forehead against the earth, vowing his eternal allegiance. Xinlang gazes down at him and remarks, "Very well, intelligent individuals don't require lengthy explanations. From now on, you shall be known as Xin Shursan. But everyone, our lad isn't entirely foolish. Imply he is foolish, yet not regarding confidence in." In the immediate moment, Xinlang nonchalantly delivers the most ruthless remark, "Oh, by the way, your parents will be relocating to my estate now." Jean Mulan stands there, bewildered, as if to say, did this guy just take hostages and somehow present it as a benevolent act? Tian Shisan, or rather Shin Shisan, now leans his visage against Shinlang's footwear and acquiesces regardless. For what alternative does he possess? Shinlang instantly alters his entire demeanor, radiating joy and positivity, assisting him to his feet as if they were inseparable companions from their youth. To the residence of the city lord, and Lu Yen has just received the information regarding the events that transpired at Tian Shisan's home. Upon hearing that they were unable to rescue Tian Hung, the man's complexion pales. He strikes his hand on the table with such force. The entire chamber trembles. Observe. Tian Hung was compensating him with substantial sums annually. Having this individual eliminated would significantly tarnish his standing and adversely impact his finances. The city ruler inquires about the developments regarding Zhang Jin. Upon overhearing everything, Zhang Jin swiftly turned and hastened to keep pace with his father. Yet, whenever he performs his customary actions, his elder admonishes him with an extensive discourse on how a genuine leader ought to conduct himself, and then directly commands him to eliminate Tian Hung. Zhang Jin's expression is one of utter disbelief. However, his father is unwilling to yield. He informs Zhang Jin that Tian Hung has turned into a burden. The individual is no longer beneficial, and an adept leader understands when to accept defeat, must consider the broader perspective rather than lament the loss of a single pawn. However, Zhang Jin is unwilling to tolerate it, and the reason is, eliminating Tian Hung is precisely what Xin Lang desires, and for Zhang Jin, doing that would be akin to allowing Xin Lang to publicly humiliate him in front of all. It's concerning pride at this moment. Returning to dark apparel at the gang's base in Tian, Hung receives the heartbreaking revelation that Tian Shisan has betrayed him, shoos everyone away and ventures outside by themselves. Positioned in the shadows, a person understands that once Taimashazan begins to speak, it's all over. No one can rescue him. He gazes at the ceiling, pondering if this is truly the conclusion for him. The individual is currently filled with remorse, yearning for something different. He would tear Xin Lang to shreds when the opportunity arose. He strikes the wall in exasperation, murmuring, "Apologies, foolish one." Then he strolls over, shifts a bookcase to the side, and vanishes into a concealed chamber. Then the scene transitions to the Shu family estate, where Zhang Jin confronts Shu Chun, getting uncomfortably close and inquiring, why on earth didn't she eliminate Xin Lang when she unequivocally had the ideal opportunity? Evasively sidesteps the inquiry and retorts with, "So, what was your father's perspective on all of this, Zhang?" Jin didn't soften the message. He instructed him to eliminate Tai Ming entirely. Just as they are engaged in this delightful exchange, an individual erupts in proclaiming that the city lord has just arrived. The city ruler enters and promptly begins to express his thoughts fervently, as if, are these individuals foolish? If they eliminate Tai Ming entirely, they will undoubtedly appear as utter villains, waste significant funds annually, and most distressingly, Xun Lang will be celebrating over their demise. Zhang Jin fails to grasp the fundamental tactics in this situation, however. Just as they are engulfed in a frenzy of anxiety over the potential exposure of their misdeeds, a subordinate rushes in, announcing that Tian Han is seeking a confidential meeting. Fast forward to the subsequent day, and there's a tremendous throng in front of the city ruler's residence. Tian Han is kneeling in the corridor, directed towards all these allegations, and this utter lunatic erupts into laughter like a deranged individual, bellowing. At the peak of his voice, he declares how he intends to exit with a flourish and refuses to perish like a pitiful mutt. He's mocking everyone, asserting that these failures can't even triumph over Xin Lang, and they expect him to submit and fade away. Then, directly before countless individuals, this gentleman plunges headlong into a stone column and simply perishes. Everyone is positioned there with their mouths agape, the subterranean ruler of legendary Turtle City, the individual who governed all aspects, who caused a downpour of cash that had the entire metropolis in his grasp, merely departed in that manner. Then Lang receives the information promptly while he's during the process of compiling Tai Ming's catalog of offenses. He informs Shirsan that they no longer require that list, yet everything about this feels incredibly abrupt to him. Thus he inquires of Shirsan whether Tai Ming possessed a body double named Shirsan, shakes his head, expressing that he has neither seen nor heard of one, yet our young man remains unconvinced, believes that Tai Ming is not truly extinct. He conveys his hypothesis to Jean Mulan, and she responds, "Hold on, what? The individuals who collect information for our family are extremely meticulous. There's no chance they could make a mistake." However, Xin Lang clarifies it for her. Observe, Tai Ming ought not to have perished in public. He should have been discreetly eliminated. Consider this, with Shirsan defecting defecting to their side. Tai Ming possessed numerous incriminating secrets that could implicate a host of influential individuals. If such information were unveiled in a trial, it would spell disaster for many. However, with Tai Ming deceased, everything remains concealed. This is why it makes no logical sense that his execution was conducted openly. Jean Mulan's mind begins to piece together the situation as she realizes the city lord's estate holds the authority to execute inmates, yet it must be confirmed by the governor's estate, a process that typically spans at least 2 weeks. Therefore, the most prudent approach would have been to orchestrate Tai Ming's suicide while he was incarcerated. Precisely what Shen Lang indicates is that Ti and Hen ought to have passed away in confinement without fanfare, yet instead, he perished in plain sight of countless individuals, akin to. His demise was intended to be an elaborate spectacle for them to observe. Shen Lang subsequently inquires whether Ti and Hen's remains are still present. Jean Mulan personally guides him to view it, but upon arriving at the body storage facility, Shen Lang is a moment behind Ti, and the chicken's carcass has been incinerated, transformed into scorched remnants entirely indistinguishable. However, our protagonist Shen Lang remains composed. He activates his X-ray vision and examines the entire body in mere moments, identifying something amiss with the corpse, and he suddenly bursts into manic laughter, exclaiming that this is even superior and it will be far more gratifying to eliminate him with his own hands. Jean Mulan stood there in astonishment, clearly realizing that Shen Lang's mention of Ti and Hen does not indicate their demise. Shen Lang faces her with that self-assured smirk and invites her to accompany him this evening to observe an entertaining performance. However, Jean Mulan has grown weary of his exceedingly self-absorbed demeanor and simply pivots to depart. Shen Lang rushes after her like an eager puppy. Concurrently, in a concealed chamber inside the legendary Turtle Metropolis Inn, Chuchen Chen's grasp resembles a timber visage, and the interior of this object is enveloped in pure sulfuric acid. She passes it to Tain Hun for the purpose of mutilating himself, reminiscence to a preceding day. The concealed corridor that Tain Hun traversed directed him right to his sibling's chamber. It appears his sibling faced certain cognitive difficulties, and Tain Hun merely required to deliver him some delicious nourishment to bring him immense joy, entirely oblivious that it was his final repast at that moment. Tain Hun requested his sibling to demonstrate a few combat techniques. His sibling rose to his feet, took up a stance, and began rehearsing strikes indoors unexpectedly. He delivered a blow to the wall beside him immediately, excavating this profound cavity. Tain Hun admired him, for despite his brother's naive demeanor, he was an exceptional martial arts talent. The guy possesses the mentality of a child, but can smash through walls as if they were crafted from paper. Then Tain Hun requested his sibling to undress alongside him, disclosing that their physiques were identical. Even the scars on their bodies aligned flawlessly. His straightforward sibling enjoyed emulating him, claiming that he wished to observe how effectively he could replicate his actions. The sibling swiftly discarded the grin from his visage, altering from a simpleton into this nefarious criminal persona, appearing even more akin to Tain Hun than Tain Hun himself. Thus, Team Hung instructed his sibling on several particular expressions. The precise words Team Hung uttered when he allegedly perished by colliding his head with that support column. Thus, the individual who truly perished was merely Team Heng's sibling imitating him. The authentic Team Hung was getting ready to entirely transform his appearance in order to exact his vengeance on Shinling afterward. Team Hung applies the sulfuric acid-coated mask onto his visage. The flesh promptly begins to sear, yet this maniac only flinches faintly. Chu Chin Shan, observing this entire situation, cannot help but appreciate how utterly merciless this individual is. Subsequently, Team Hung rises and proceeds outdoors, grabs onto the idea rapidly, inquiring if he plans to exact his retribution now. Team Hung clenches his jaw and remarks that Shinling didn't hesitate to exact his vengeance, so why should he bide his time? He desires for his cherished parents to vanish from this existence. Yen remains rather reticent, simply informs Team Hung to proceed without concern as they have already arranged a fall guy for him. Thus, with his visage entirely distorted by the mask, the group approaches Shinling's parents' residence, and upon reaching the exterior, he has already altered his hairstyle to camouflage himself. He detects the respiration of 3 individuals within after verifying the headcount. With a single delicate cut, the door catch quietly fractures. Upon entering Shinling's residence, Tian Hung observes 3 individuals on the bed, and this man's mind is consumed by a singular thought. He desires for Shinling to lament the decision of opposing him for all eternity. Subsequently, Tian Hung enters the chamber and begins to go completely wild, slashing uncontrollably Shinling's mother and father along with. Upon arriving at the younger sibling, he contemplates. No, the blade is too swift, and truly grabs a branch to first fracture the child's legs before plunging a knife into him. And to truly emphasize how lost he is, he begins to chuckle as if truly chortling to himself, and subsequently, the entrance swings wide. Shunling enters. Tianheng does not waver. He seizes the blade and proceeds to complete the task while still feigning being Song-yi. Thus, our friend advised him to cease the pretense, as he was already aware that the corpse they discovered did not belong to his Shin. Has already determined what transpired. Tianheng employed his own sibling as a decoy, dispatching him to face death in his stead without a moment's hesitation. Shunling gazes intently into his eyes and essentially states, "You are truly among the most despicable individuals I have ever encountered." And how did Shunling discern the needle? The one within Tinius's body was curved from years of utilization, while the one in the cadaver was impeccably straight. That's it. His hand is silently wailing. Then Shunling enters, ushering him in as they force their way through the entrance, revealing this utterly terrifying spectacle. It's Song Yi's visage disintegrated by sulfuric acid. Shunling faces Tinius and simply states, "So, your scapegoat has vanished. What comes next?" And to Tinius's credit, he no longer attempts to fabricate excuses. Simply begins to chuckle once more and remarks that it is inconsequential. "Everyone dear to you has perished. I eliminated them all this evening, and you were powerless to intervene." "How? Does it seem Shunling? Does it cause pain?" Shunling's reply, he grabs a torch and hurls it into the chamber. "Why not see who you've truly slain?" Tinius raises the torch, gazes at the corpses, and is utterly astonished by the identities of the individuals in that space. Not Shunling's kin, but rather Tinius's own spouse, his servant, and his child. He annihilated his own kin and utilized the final 10 minutes reveling in it. It merely loiters there, acknowledging that it somewhat deserved this fate, having devoted years to malevolence on your account. Karma has a peculiar way of working. At this moment, Tianheng is seething with rage, preparing to rush at Shunling and meet his demise while on his feet when he spots something upright. Beside Shunling stands a woman with a delicate appearance, tenderly cradling a child, causing Tianheng to utterly malfunction. The reality concerning Tianheng is that his genuine spouse wed him for financial gain, and he was aware of it yet remained indifferent. His legitimate offspring scarcely acknowledged the child's presence. But this gentle, reserved woman and her offspring were the sole individuals Tianheng truly cared about in this world. His unacknowledged family, the ones hidden from public knowledge, and Shunling discovered them. To his merit, Shunling is not employing them as a menace. He candidly informs Tianheng, "I am not you. I do not harm the innocent. I merely want you to realize that you possess no leverage and no alternatives." This, in truth, exacerbates Tianheng's predicament, as he has nothing remaining to contend for and no avenue left to escape. Tianheng performs the sole action available to him. He tears away the charred flesh from his visage, and claims to have heard that Jin Mulan is reputed to be an extraordinary warrior, and he wishes to verify that himself by challenging her to a duel. Jin Mulan remains unfazed and consents immediately afterward. They emerge outdoors for the competition. Tianheng, suspended blade, external, unrestrained shouting as if he's on the verge of annihilating the entire universe. Jin Mulan takes a step and seamlessly glides to the side, and by the moment Tianheng comprehends that he has just swung at nothing but empty space, there's a blade had already pierced through his torso. Tianheng is currently on the floor, exsanguinating, and in his last moments he truly receives a contemplative. He reflects on the time when he and his sibling were young, taken in by an experienced mentor for guidance. In the frigid chill and facing consequences for their mistakes in completing the forms contemplates, regarding how they relinquished everything for a chest of riches, how a single choice transformed them into outlaws and trigger this complete sequence of events. He doesn't even feel remorse for it. He's merely somewhat melancholic, and people you might assume that it is the conclusion, but not because this scoundrel is on the verge of slipping away serenely into the beyond. Shunling bends low and begins harshly slapping him. He's like, hey, I endured considerable hardship to eliminate you. Debt me something before you become stretched. Can scarcely fathom that this is occurring to him, but does our lad show any concern? Not at all. He persists with the mockery, recounting the torment he endured to locate Tensel's offspring. Tensel attempted anything peculiar, but he is prepared to look after the child and nurture him properly, provided that Tensel provides him with something valuable before his demise. Labels him with every epithet imaginable, yet gradually reveals that there is a vendor at the snow-white villa where Lord Lu's concealed cache of gold is interred. Shunling nods and then strikes him once more. That's all there is to it. What about proof of Lu's offenses? Tensel, passing away, somehow discovers the vitality to feel exasperated. Those authorities are as elusive as eels. Do you believe any of them would allow compromising documents to end up in my possession? Shunling contemplates the situation and gently taps Tensel on the head, resembling a disheartened instructor, and proceeds smoothly, nothing additional to offer me me, excellent, you may perish now, resilient, is so infuriated by this farewell that he genuinely attempts to rise and berate Shinling, calls out one final time, and subsequently perishes mid-phrase. Shinling has had his head severed, enclosed, and dispatched to Lu subsequently. He pivots towards Jin Mulan and exclaims, "So, Snow White Villa, let us venture forth and amass a fortune." Subsequently, the setting transitions, and we find ourselves at the estate. They arrive and discover chests completely filled with gold coins. Shinling observes everything and remarks that Lu misappropriated funds for 3 years, and this is all he could amass. Truly disheartening, utterly disheartening. Jin Mulan clarifies that a significant portion was sent upward as tribute. These are merely the remnants of the man's entire nefarious tenure. They handle this and remark, "So we just pilfered a dishonest official's pension fund." Although it isn't substantial, Jin Mulan remains content as it will assist the family's financial situation. Overhearing our son exclaim, "Sweetheart, are we truly lacking funds?" Mulan became furious as she articulated how, following the loss of Jinshan Island, the Jin family was struggling to survive, and that scoundrel Shu Wanzhao was draining them of their resources. To exacerbate the situation, the former individual was a compassionate soul who is merely a courteous manner of expressing that the individual was a complete fool who lacked financial awareness and consequently bequeathed an overwhelming amount of debt, with Jin Mulan's father discreetly settling it ever since. As of now, Shinling possesses that mischievous gaze, the kind that signifies he's concocting something wicked. Meanwhile, Jin Mulan is already aware and feeling weary of it all. Transition to the fool's residence, where this scoundrel eagerly anticipates favorable tidings from Tan Hai's team. At that moment, a servant arrives holding a package, informing Lu that Tan Hai has dispatched it. Lu, already expecting what lies ahead, instructs them to unveil it, revealing the present that Shun has dispatched to him, the severed head of Tan Hai. He could comprehend it when another attendant hurried in to announce that all the treasure at Snow White Estate had been taken. Lu appears as though he is on the verge of completely departing his physical form. Subsequently, they pass him a message that states, the individual who pilfered the gold was not Shinling. Returning to the Jin Estate, Shinling is perched there with a large crimson brush marking off Tan Haix's name from his adversary roster while saying, "One completed, hardly put forth any effort. Life is pleasant." Jin Mulan gazes at him, contemplating what prompted her to wed this fool. Subsequently, he includes Lu's name on the roster for precautionary reasons. After all, the man had rendered him a sought-after outlaw. Entirely and subsequently, as Shinling is unable to restrain himself, he ascends a ladder and observes at Jin Mulan and shouts, "I'm leaping, catch me!" Jumps forward with arms extended, anticipating to land in her embrace or upon her two ample features. However, no, due to the subsequent moment, he was standing upright on the earth, pondering to himself what in the world occurred. The setting transitions and we observe Shinling attempting to persuade his parents to gather their belongings and move nearer to the Jin mansion. Typically, his parents heed his every word, but today, they remain steadfast. They are presenting him with various justifications for why it would reflect poorly if they continued residing in their Jin Mulan's home. Fortunately, Shinling arrived equipped and brought along his concealed asset, Jin Mulan. And observe, when Jin Mulan begins to speak affectionately to your mother, what will she do? Refuse her? Certainly not. Folded in within a minute, so now the entire family is relocating. Shinling is positioned there observing Jin Mulan labor, and his emotions for this woman are merely intensifying with each passing moment. To the Jin estate and her entire atmosphere transforms she. She pivots and informs him about the limited number of her garments that are absent, inquiring if he possesses any knowledge regarding the matter. As he becomes aware that warning signals are ringing in this individual's mind, understanding that a single incorrect response could cost him his life, he faces a pair of choices: deny having ever encountered them or admit the truth, fully aware that he will ultimately be discovered. Therefore, he opted to simply embrace. It is Jin Mulan, who was already aware of his identity, that is genuinely astonished by his candor. She then requests that he retrieve the garments, as she requires that attire for gathering mulberries. At this point, genuine anxiety begins to take hold, since he is unable to return what has been lost forever. Once more, he finds himself faced with two alternatives: confess to having incinerated them or acknowledge that he donned them. Either choice presents him as quite unstable. He chooses the lesser of two evils and says, "My dear, I was uneasy. I couldn't cease contemplating you. Performed an indescribable act with your gown. Was so mortified that I incinerated it. And now you can end me if you wish, wound me, do as you please. I won't even grimace." Jin Mulan stands there utterly astonished, as this man has engaged in a peculiar behavior while simultaneously attempting to justify it. She doesn't chastise him harshly. Instead, she simply advises him against ruining garments in the future, as the mansion abhors wastefulness. Afterward, she leaves him a vial of medicine, urging him to prioritize his his health before exiting. Xian Lang gazes at the medicine bottle, misinterpreting the entire scenario. Following Xian Lang's triumph over Tian Heng, the Count's mansion experiences a period of tranquility during which several unusual events unfold. Initially, Jin Mulan ventures out to gather mulberries and effortlessly surpasses 100 laborers, collecting several £1,000 on her own. In the meantime, Xian Lang has been confined by his father-in-law, who has accurately recognized that this individual is a formidable calamity and should not be left unattended. Xian Lang attempts to reason his way out, but his father-in-law simply retrieves a whip, concluding the discussion abruptly. Now he's trapped outdoors, lounging about observing sunsets and reflecting on Desham and the way his wounds recovered. Yet the guy remains unawakened, leaving him with nothing to occupy his time, and at that moment, Binger arrives with an invitation for us. The young man glances at it and is astonished to discover that the invitation is for Shu Chun-chen's engagement celebration. Simply returns to his chamber and gazes at his barrier of adversaries' identities and experiences a moment of introspection. He has been neglecting his responsibilities, which has made him complacent, while the woman who betrayed him is hosting an extravagant engagement celebration, in stark contrast to his own wedding, which was hurried and frugal. Discrepancies gnawing at him, prompting him to undertake what any rational vengeance-driven lead character would do. He begins strategizing. He pinpoints Yu Chun-chen's two most prized resources, her family's silk enterprise and her meticulously fashioned socialite persona. He concludes that the reputation takes precedence. Correct? Promptly, the plump individual arrives at our friend's chamber prepared to flaunt the feudal he's successfully acquired, and Shun Lang's gaze brightens instantly as a scheme begins to take shape in his mind, transforms into a rotund figure and swiftly aims for the decisive blow, inquiring whether any attractive women are fond of him. Jin Mukong is heartbroken by Shin's inquiry. Lang, never faltering, informs him that he is fully aware of the reason they refrain from doing so, beginning with the notion that he is not attractive in various ways, piercing injuries to the pride, yet he presents a remedy: collaborate on a publication with him, make it widely renowned across the country, and see the supporters flock in. Jin Mukong is now completely captivated and consents. Thus, Shun Lang initiates narrating a tale concerning a brazen silk trader and his notorious offspring. Extremely subtly concealed attack article on Shu Chun-chen Fatty isn't naive. He discerns precisely what is occurring, yet attractive young women are present at the table. Therefore, he continues to compose. By the conclusion, he has documented the entire content, and the defamation of Shun Lang's character is officially underway. Thus, now that the composition is complete, Shun Lang is not yet done with this. Individual personally assumes the illustration responsibilities, and let's just assert that the illustrations were quite significant for that era. Jin Mukong glances once and instantly suffers a nosebleed, and frankly, I can't fault him for that. And Shun Lang, he stands there completely self-satisfied, relishing every moment of the adulation. However, Jin Mukong begins to feel anxious as the female lead in these depictions bears an uncanny resemblance to Hu Chun-chun. Akin to an awkward proximity, he raises the topic, and Shun Lang merely dismisses it, allowing the pair to establish an effective rhythm. Lengthy sketching and composing, with 25 days remaining until Hu Chun-chen's betrothal celebration, they complete the entire task. They label it Limitless Romantic Escapades and emblazon the pseudonym Maverick Academic with a playful grin on the cover. Jin Mukong is truly thrilled with the title and assures that he will submit it to the printing press at the earliest opportunity tomorrow. However, subsequently, he becomes somewhat bashful, begins to intertwine his fingers, and inquires if he might possibly loan the manuscript this evening solely for the purpose of perusing. Shun Lang silently passes him the illustrations, cautioning him to keep them pristine, and adds, remaining awake into the late hours is detrimental to his well-being. The plump individual seizes it and dashes out the entrance. Lang observes him depart with a grin. Shun-chan, your moment is approaching. Absent. Long after there's urgent rapping, Jimmy Kong crashes back in, appearing utterly bruised, with numerous lumps adorning his head, shrieking that his father is on his way to end them both. The overweight individual became so engrossed in reading that he failed to observe his father enter the room. Jin Saka beheld the entire manuscript. Shun Lang's jaw falls in astonishment as he turns to Jimmy Kong and implores, please reassure me that you weren't so engrossed in reading that you entirely overlooked your dad's arrival. Jimmy Kong conceals his visage with a single hand and quietly flees. Shun Lang remains rooted in place, grappling with the sheer magnitude of the excruciatingly uncomfortable moment he just witnessed, while now contemplating how to endure a furious father-in-law. An hour elapses, followed by another and yet another, but nothing transpires. Jin Saka does not appear at this moment. Shun Lang, overwhelmed by anxiety and fatigue, ultimately drifts off to sleep. He awakes awakens to the visage of his father-in-law, approximately 6 inches from his, gazing at him, with Shun Lang promptly sitting up, entirely compliant and devoid of any resistance. Jin Saka places the manuscript on the table and inquires, "Did you compose this?" Shun Lang affirms with a nod. Jin Saka retrieves a measuring stick and extends it toward you, requesting 3 crisp strikes upon the hand. Shun Lang endures it without hesitation, preparing for the genuine retribution that is undoubtedly on the way. However, it never materializes. Turns out Jin Saka is a man of refinement, and begins commending our boy's efforts. The book is expertly composed, isn't it? It's penned remarkably. While Shun Lang is utterly bewildered by the twists, Jin Saka was unable to set it aside as well and had handed it to his spouse, which clarifies why both of them bore dark rings under their eyes and appeared fatigued. They had spent the entire night engrossed in this wild retribution narrative crafted by their son-in-law. However, here's the intriguing aspect regarding Jin Saka. He isn't truly a rigid conventionalist. He perceives the purportedly scandalous material merely as a literary tool, nothing beyond that. What truly disturbs him is the blatant personal grudge woven into the narrative he presents to Shun Lang. The book would transform into a genuine masterpiece if he merely eliminated the elements concerning the Shu family. Why involve them in an otherwise exceptional piece? Shun Lang declines because what is the purpose of crafting a magnum opus if Shu Chan does not endure? That is the essence of the creation. Jin Saka desires to strike him once more but restrains himself and inquires why he even involved Jin Mukong in this situation. Lang articulates it clearly. He sought to ensure that the retribution did not appear overly blatant and trivial, and, in addition to that, there exists a secondary objective linked to the entire Jinshan Island contention. For a brief moment, Jin Saka appears bewildered, but then he glances at Shun Lang, pieces together the clues, and is truly astonished by this revelation. The individual is strategizing 3 steps ahead of all others. Jin Saka contemplates that perhaps possessing this specific son-in-law is, in fact, destiny, some sort of celestial jest or gift that he struggles to comprehend. Inquires Shun Lang whether the book will genuinely sell. Jin Saka does not waver, asserting that it won't merely sell, but will reverberate throughout the entire literary realm. Shun Lang bursts into laughter, already envisioning Shu Chan's status disintegrating before his eyes. Saka gazes at him, contemplating how the deities are truly unjust for bestowing such an abundance of skill upon this singular individual. He found himself at a loss for words. The following day, Jin Saka had imparted a lengthy lecture to our young man the previous night and subsequently instructed him to alter the main character's name in the narrative. Just the name, with all other aspects remaining unchanged. Shun Lang briefly contemplates whether readers will still recognize it as being about Shu Chan, concludes that, of course, they will, and proceeds without further concern. Issue resolved. The following morning, Shun Lang and Jin Mukong board a carriage headed to Orchid Mountain City, situated 4 hours distant and essentially recognized as the cultural epicenter of the entire area, renowned for its bookstores. At every intersection, iconic creations originated here. The entire essence is that if you desire your book to truly take off, this is the place to release it. The metropolis also serves as the residence of the Zhu family, the Orchid Mountain Viscount lineage, an ancient aristocracy that gained the emperor's personal favor after being the pioneers in willingly relinquishing their military authority during the reforms. Every other noble household greatly despises them for this, but that's an entirely different predicament they face. Arrive and Shun Lang heads straight for the jade-like gazebo. Sequence extended throughout a precisely the type of publisher that could distribute his book on a national scale. The moment he steps through the entrance, a team member thrusts the most popular novel of the time in his direction, as romantic partners envision. Shun Lang peruses the pages and nearly gags. It is the most cliched, utterly mindless romance novel conceivable, the sort of narrative that could only be penned by a love-struck 13-year-old in her journal. Cannot resist it. He simply chuckles right in the shop at the most inopportune moment. As the individual positioned close by pivots, it reveals Zhu Wenhua, the genuine creator of Lovebird's Dream and the younger son of the Orchid Mountain Viscount lineage, himself Shun Lang recognizes him right away and assesses him. Truthfully, this individual is essentially the male counterpart of Shu Chan. He can claim the title as a second son, so he devised his own ascent, successfully completed the imperial examinations at 16, emerged as a best-selling novelist, cultivated a substantial following of women who would do anything for him, and is now leveraging all of that influence to pursue Jiang Chun, who, the most revered woman in the legendary Turtle City. An unabashed social ascender managing an impeccably refined endeavor. Oh, and his family has become the emperor's sycophant now, placing them squarely in opposition to the legendary turtle's entire circle. Shun Lang's aversion toward this individual is immediate and entirely reciprocal. He doesn't even attempt to be subtle. He simply glances at the title of the book and states, "I'm not certain what it it is, but there's something about this title that simply urges me to chuckle. Zhu Wenhua is scarcely maintaining her composure and inquires about the identity of this individual before Xinlang can speak, while Jin Mukong vociferously proclaims both of their identities. As soon as Zhu Wenhua perceives them, his entire demeanor transforms. He have been searching for a method to win favor with Jiang Chunhu, and these two fools just strolled in and presented the chance on a silver platter, so he seizes the moment aggressively, labeling them the dual embarrassments of their esteemed lineages, and ridicules Xinlang as a superficial, ill-informed dandy whom Jean Mulan chose solely because she had virtually no alternatives. Xinlang's reply is a complete affirmation, delivered with a straight face. Yep, ill-informed dandy relying on a diligent woman. That's me. He pivots and submits his manuscript to the shopkeeper, urging him to examine it and provide a candid assessment. The merchant is reluctant to insult the noble estate, yet he has no anticipation of anything remarkable from two obvious fops, so he accepts it. Intending to glide respectfully and proceed, he remains static. The more he delves into the text, the more his expression transforms. The prose, the profound psychological insight, the manner in which it penetrates the essence of humanity and fragments societal structures. The literary illusions. This is material that renowned, acclaimed writers would find challenging to accomplish. The shopkeeper is truly astonished and, subsequently, he declines it regardless due to Zhu Wenhua discreetly takes him aside and emphasizes unequivocally that if he publishes that book, the dream of lovebirds will vanish from his inventory for good. The shopkeeper finds himself caught between an undeniable masterpiece and a devoted clientele he simply cannot afford to alienate. He places the business call, expresses regret, and advises Xinlang to seek alternative options. Our protagonist handles the refusal with composure. Jin Mukong, conversely, seizes the shopkeeper by the collar and appears poised to perpetrate an offense. Xinlang must forcibly detach him, as he genuinely possesses a strategy that never included politely requesting room on the shelf. The entire approach was consistently to explode onto the scene with such rapidity and volume that he effortlessly eclipsed every renowned writer in the nation during his ascent. Zhu Wenhua has graciously offered to be the initial stepping stone. The issue is that Zhu Wenhua's influence extends beyond what was anticipated. By the time they have approached every prominent bookstore in Orc and Mountain City, every single entrance is barred, his impact having confined them all. Xinlang doesn't even flinch. He leads Jin Mukong down a narrow alley to a diminutive, weather-worn bookstore where the proprietor, an individual by the name of Dang Shan. Now, this individual, Dang Shan, embodies true refinement and elegance. He truly settles in, unfolds the manuscript, and immerses himself in its contents. Within moments, this individual is entirely absorbed, completely entranced by Xinlang's narrative, enjoying his own experience when Xinlang expresses his desire to publish it. Dang Shan performs the identical action as everyone else. His mouth agape, he proclaims it nearly miraculous, particularly with the visuals provided by Jin. Mukong bends forward and gets straight to the point, asking if you're going to publish it or not. Dang Shan replies affirmatively before the statement is even complete. Mukong narrows his eyes at him. Dude, you perused just 4 pages and you're labeling it a masterpiece based on that? Dang Shan gazes at him with the tranquility of a person who has perused 10,000 volumes and is finished with debate. Certain passages resonate deeply. Most literature fails to evoke any emotion, but this particular work did. It's a true masterpiece. Jin Mukong poses the straightforward inquiry. Isn't he apprehensive about being ostracized by Zhu Wenhua's entire faction? Dang Shan merely gazes at him. Should an individual who markets cultural artifacts fear a rejection? Jin Mukong's eyes widen in surprise as he exclaims, "What are you selling, Xin?" Lang must intervene and perform the duties. Do not undervalue this individual. Dang Shan manages a distribution network that encompasses 20 cities across 4 or 5 provinces. Larger than the jade-like structure, he navigates substantial quantities through avenues that the upscale bookstores are unaware of. This individual distributes adult literature on a massive scale and shows no fear of Zhu Wenhua. Dang Shan asserts with conviction that he can distribute over 3,000 copies, but our colleague isn't satisfied with that figure. He desires an even greater quantity. He has a particular request. He desires the book to be released on the precise day as the next installment of Lovebird's Dreams, and then he wishes to conceal it. Dang Shan begins to perspire slightly as the Dreams of the Lovebirds see their inaugural volume sell 4,600 copies. A true sensation, his finest Spring Palace compilation reached a peak of 2,700, and Xinlang's publication represents genuine literature, indicating that his typical clientele who are certainly not interested in literature and may not even engage with it. This poses a significant issue. Xinlang inquires about the sales projections for the next installment of Lovebird's Dreams, while Dang Shan estimates it could be around 5 to possibly 6,000 copies. According to Xinlang merely sniffs sneers, dismissing that as the limit you're envisioning. His objective is to break every record in existence. He arranges for Dang Shan to produce 3,000 units, committing fully to promotional efforts. Should sales fall below the 3,000 mark, Xun Lang will personally compensate for any shortfall. However, if sales surpass 3,000, then Dang Shan deducts 20 from him now that the agreement is finalized. Shin informed Dang that he has several additional concepts regarding the manuscript and wishes to introduce a new character who merely possesses a narrative that is essentially a direct replication of Zhu Anhua's existence gene. Mu Chong gazes at the fresh illustrations, falling entirely silent as he mentally sips a slow, grave toast for Zhu Anhua. If this book takes off, he knows he risks becoming the subject of ridicule. Xun Lang gazes at Dang Shan and inquires with partial sincerity, "Is this excessive? Will it lead to complications for you, Dang?" Shan dismisses it, and Xun Lang realizes that whoever is supporting this individual must be formidable, as one doesn't simply brush aside that level of pressure unless there's something substantial backing them up. Upon returning home, Xun Lang embraces his inner mad scientist while working on the promotional posters for Jean. Mu Kong strolls in, casts a glance, and is instantly drawn into the scene, wholly captivated and entirely engaged. Tense. Several days elapse, and the impact is clearly evident on Jean Mu Kong. The man has noticeably shed pounds due to the stress and exhilaration of witnessing this project materialize. Xun Lang ultimately completes the final poster for Jean. Mu Kong becomes entirely vacant, merely voiding the countenance of an individual who has encountered an experience he can never erase from his memory and has yet to fully comprehend it. Xun Lang seizes him by the head. "Hefty individual, choose your words wisely." On cue, Jean Mu Kong enters, inquiring about what these two are actually engaged in. Then she catches sight of the poster, her expression altering as she realizes, "So this is what captivates my husband." Xun Lang promptly begins to fumble over his words, attempting to clarify the situation, while in the meantime, Dang Shan has been exhibiting a militant demeanor, rallying every available asset and fully committing to utilizing the most advanced tin printing technique to ensure everything is prepared just in time. 15 days later, the day of release dawns as Xun Lang and Jean Mu Kong's limitless romantic escapades, along with Zhu Enhua's forthcoming installment of Lovebird's Dream, become available to the public on that very morning. A youthful lady in the metropolis visits the bookstores for romantic souls, utterly captivated by Zhu Enhua serenading his name, and he's merely positioned there, absorbing everything, inebriated by his own magnificence within. Believing that all these ordinary individuals serve merely as supporting roles in his narrative, only someone as exquisite and aristocratic as Yang Chun who could genuinely be considered his equal. A person is entirely entrenched in his own arrogance, utterly convinced of his invulnerability. Then, amidst the throng, a young woman inhales sharply and indicates the bookstore has displayed a banner, and the individuals of his time have never encountered anything quite like it. It is remarkably distinct, extraordinarily large, and vibrant with an array of colors. The moment those enormous posters are displayed, every individual in the vicinity relinquishes all autonomy and is irresistibly drawn in. No one intends to stroll over. They simply find themselves there as if the posters have stretched out and seized them by the collar. Zhu Enhua stands there truly perplexed, attempting to comprehend when a man who peddles adult literature commenced orchestrating promotional initiatives of this nature. The bookstore attendant in the front has embraced a complete street vendor vibe, a genuine work of art by the aristocracy, limitless. Romantic escapades lacking intrigue do not warrant a single penny. Academics, vendors, and casual strollers alike all grasp it with the intention of returning it promptly, yet no one relinquishes it. The illustrations appear as if they have descended from an entirely separate period. Within mere hours, each and every copy has vanished. Xun Lang has effectively trampled Zhu Enhua's grand unveiling into oblivion, and the gentleman is still unaware that evening at a pub, Deng Xin is struggling to maintain his composure limitlessly. Romantic novels sold 3,000 copies in just one day. One day, a figure so ludicrous it shattered his capacity to even speculate on where ultimate sales could conclude. He is utterly unrestrained with delight in the meantime. Throughout the city, Zhu Enhua is joyfully celebrating what he believes to be a triumphant debut. The emerald-hued pavilion merchant locates him and conveys the message to the enamored couple. Dream sold slightly more than 500 copies, while Boundless Romantic Affairs surpassed 3,000 Zhu. Enhua's mind unequivocally declines to assimilate the details. He requires an immediate copy of the merchant offers it to him and earnestly recommends that he peruse it with an open perspective. Zhu Enhua chuckles derisively, tears it open with utter disdain, and prepares to dismantle it in his mind. Leaf by leaf too. Hours later he remains stationary, utterly enchanted, entirely absent. Then he jolts back to the present, observes individuals in the tavern staring at him, and hurls the book to the floor, denouncing it it as worthless because it's apparent that this fool is envious and, under no conditions, across any timeline, will Zhu and Hua ever concede verbally that Shenlong composes superior work than he does. However, then the illustrations capture attention effectively for the initial occasion. He examines more closely the character Wenhua appears unsettlingly recognizable, prompting him to accelerate his page-turning, scrutinizing the details and examining the illustrations. His complexion drains of color entirely. Context aligns with the specifics, corresponds with the persona aligns with. Stated clearly in straightforward language is the assertion that this character has an affinity for Menju, and Hua rips the book entirely in two. He swiftly gathers every acquaintance, contact, academic, and colleague at his disposal, and leads the entire group directly to the city lord's residence to seek retribution. The action is evidently coercing the city lord into prohibiting the publication and detaining individuals. All parties concerned incinerating each copy and halting the entire enterprise. Yet, he was unaware that the city lord was also a cultivated individual, and was presently indulging in substances that were beneficial for his mind, while he was relishing every moment, taking breaks to savor the experience. Every few pages to whisper, what a tome, he casts a glance at his edition of Lovebird's Aspirations resting close by at present. That is truly rubbish. He is delving further into the narrative when one of his attendants bursts in, informing him that hundreds of academics are outside storming the gates, and Zhu and Hua is spearheading the assault. The municipal leader scowls at a substantial academic demonstration, perceiving it as a governmental headache that no one desires. Yet, when he learns that Zhu and Hua is specifically involved in it, something arises. Alterations in his demeanor, and he permits him entry. Zhu and Hua strides in, bypassing all niceties and directly attacking the issue. Prohibit the book, detain the printers, incinerate every edition. He observes the workshop, labeling the book as crude, objectionable, a shame to the wise, a degradation of societal ethics, and a toxin to cultured society. He presents the entire address with fervor. The city lord attentively hears the narrative and then replies with utter tranquility, suggesting that it resembles a conventional tale. Where precisely does it clash with the wisdom of the sages, and what justifies its prohibition? Zhu and Hua's teeth have been worn down to a fine powder. To acknowledge the genuine motive, the book intentionally references him, tarnishes his reputation, and sullies his name. That must be unlawful, without a doubt. The city ruler gazes at him and remarks that there are numerous individuals with that name. How could it possibly pertain to you in particular? Subsequently, nearly as a spontaneous reflection, he recommends that Zhu and Hua address his feelings of envy and cease attempting to stifle another individual's evidently greater abilities. And Hua erupts with fury, exclaiming that if the city leader refuses to intervene, he will take matters into his own hands. The subordinate observes him depart conspicuously, and pivots to inquire of the city lord whether this will pose an issue. The city lord merely dismisses it, asserting that anyone proficient enough to compose something of this caliber is able to likely contend with a fool such as Zhu and Hua. In the meantime, Zhu and Hua was already devising a scheme for retribution, and what does this individual do? He digs into his pocket, retrieves 30 gold coins, and essentially declares, I shall procure myself a gang. Within the hour, he has 200 academics parading towards Dang Shan's bookstore, reciting notions about how limitless romantic relationships are undermining society and insisting that every single copy be relinquished for public annihilation. Wow. Shan is positioned outside, observing this circus unfold, and internally he is unraveling because he realizes that at least 600 of the 3,000 editions he sold today were purchased by academics who resemble these individuals precisely. Identical garments, identical headwear, identical visages. These individuals acquired the tome in the morning and have now returned in the afternoon to incinerate it. The duplicity is transporting him to an alternate realm, yet he is not naive. You don't provoke a confrontation with 200 individuals, regardless of how misguided they may be. Thus, he attempts a diplomatic tactic and informs them serenely that he has already exhausted his supplies, expressing regret for the disruption. However, these individuals dismiss that notion, informing Shan Dang that if he fails to surrender the books, he can bid farewell to his shop. Dang Shan becomes frantic and exclaims, Don't! You will attract calamity upon yourselves, and nestled within that throng. Zhu and Hua listens to this and chuckles to himself. What a calamity! Please, this is not a city where Shenlong possesses influence and security. Here, that volume is being reduced to ashes, and there's nothing anyone can do to prevent it, so they rush indoors, locate collections of books packaged in oil paper, tear them, reveal, verify it's the objective, and commence transporting all items into the roadway. Zhu and Hua is present, nodding and feeling quite self-assured about himself, and proclaims that he will compensate with 2 silver coins for every 100 volumes incinerated. Wang's shaming hurls a flame onto the heap, and it ignites instantly. instantly, and Zhu Enhua observes the fire with the intensity of an individual who has utterly lost his bearings. He is figuratively positioned there contemplating that Shenlong's publication sold 3,000 copies today, and I overshadowed it all with a single astute maneuver. I govern the clouds. I command the rain. I am the atmosphere in the meantime. Dang Shan and his crew are frantically attempting to extinguish the blaze, shouting that they are unable to manage this situation, and Zhu Enhua's minions are pushing them away, exclaiming, "Oh, you wish to protect poison? You desire to be branded a transgressor of Orchid Mountain City," and then Dang Shan propels himself ahead, informing these fools precisely what they accomplished, since the volume they incinerated was the recent directive proclaimed by the emperor himself. Upon hearing that Wang Shaming's complexion turned pale, he began to perspire beneath his garments and urged Dang Shan to cease spouting absurdities that they verified, and they affirmed it was limitless romantic entanglements. However, Dang Shan is already retrieving a partially charred book from the brink of the flames and presenting the cover for the entire audience to behold. Directive decree: not a single instance of limitless amorous entanglements within that entire collection at all. Individual collection, every solitary volume they simply toss into that pyre officially. Imperial Records. Zhu Enhua and Wang Shaming fell to their knees so swiftly that it's nearly astounding. And now Dang Shan begins to scream at the peak of his voice, summoning the guards and declaring that these individuals are conspiring a revolt. 200 academics stand motionless, gazing at the smoldering heap, gradually comprehending the horrifying reality that they have just witnessed a man being incinerated by his own plan. Disparaging involves attempting to mumble something regarding how they confirmed their findings, and it indicated limitless love encounters on the packaging. Meanwhile, Shan thrusts the book cover within 2 inches of his face each time. A solitary new policy proclamation, and then from the rear of the assembly, our young man emerges, stating that he would. Incinerating the sovereign's recent directive is regarded as fostering dissatisfaction and conspiring insurrection. Zhu Enhua expended 30 gold coins to recruit 200 individuals, orchestrated an extensive public protest, and personally oversaw the incineration of the emperor's own writings. Thus, now he's thoroughly ruined. This scenario is incredibly amusing, so how could Shen allow it to slide? Therefore, he resolved to remind these fools of the consequences for the offense they had just perpetrated. He commenced reciting the precise penalties for openly disparaging the emperor's latest edicts, delivering it verbatim with a completely emotionless expression while wearing the broadest smile. We're talking about the removal of all ranks and honors, 30 lashes with a cane, and a one-way passage to the Southern Isle. If you possess any knowledge regarding these academic categories, their entire persona revolves around their esteem and prestigious titles. Therefore, upon hearing they will be divested of their ranks, each one of them turns as pale as a ghost. Following this revelation, the mention of receiving 30 strokes from a cane sends their delicate hands, those that have never endured a day's labor, into a state of trembling. Then the Southern Isle, this mosquito-ridden behemoth creeping landfill at the fringe of the map, and yet these fellows are utterly fried. Shin observes their disintegration in real time and simply chuckles to himself. That's when Wang Shaming resolves to experiment with something adventurous. At our lad, yet he receives a cane directly to the hand, and Shin simply responds, "That's the sanctioned penalty. I have also stored a few personal ones for those who targeted me directly in the meantime." Zhu Enhua is subtly attempting to effortlessly glide his way out of the entire predicament. Shen records it instantly and halts it before the individual takes 2 steps forward. He then shifts his attention to all the academics that Zhu Enhua ensnared in this predicament and offers them a chance for redemption. Inform on whoever instigated this, and you stroll liberated one. One of them rotates and directs a finger squarely at Zhu Enhua before Shin has even concluded the statement. Yet, just as the situation is about to take a turn for the worse, the Lord of Orchid Mountain arrives, inquiring about the commotion, despite having lurked in the darkness all along. Observing Shin execute this entire performance from start to finish, he is mentally unraveling over how flawless the execution was. Shin spares no time and places the entire burden of the book-burning matter squarely on Zhu Enhua. Enhua's expression transforms into that of a full-fledged supervillain. "You're deceiving, Shun Lang." But Shin merely pivots back to the academics and inquires, "So, who summoned all of you here today?" Recalling the enticing offer before them, each one of them immediately begins to shift the blame onto Zhu Enhua without hesitation. Even Wang Shaming enters the fray, discussing how Zhu Enhua was disgruntled about the new regulations and opted to incinerate everything. Zhu Enhua glares at his own associate as if he's moments away from facing a charge, while Shun simply turns to the city lord with a composed grin. "We have testimonial accounts, and we possess tangible evidence. I believe we can conclude this matter." The city lord is truly astonished. He arrived to assess this individual, perhaps to gauge his capabilities. He did not anticipate anticipate witnessing Shun methodically terminate another person's entire future in a single, precise action. Feeling somewhat trapped, he praises Shun and gestures for him to step aside. Once they are secluded, he sheds the pretense and states, "I understand your position, desire the Zhu lineage to be concluded, yet it is not that straightforward since they were the inaugural aristocratic clan to voluntarily relinquish their territory and military authority. The emperor himself esteemed them as the benchmark for all other noble households. Being excessively critical of Zhu and Hua regarding this would essentially be a blatant affront to the emperor's authority, and for his own individual motivations he kneels and implores Shin not to escalate this into a major issue. Shin swiftly yanks him back up and departs. "You need not concern yourself with any of this. I have everything under control. All you have to do is relax and observe," and he flashes the city lord a casually charming grin and simply strolls away. Outside again, Zhu and Hua is anticipating our lad, all inflated with pride, behaving as though nothing has transpired, completely certain in his mind that his father's ties will make everything vanish. Shin observes him parade about and experiences no anxiety whatsoever. He genuinely requests a chair, settles in, makes himself at ease and states, "I don't need to converse with you. I'll simply wait here until your father arrives." Zhu and Hua sneers, "You genuinely believe my father is going to make the journey all the way down here for that?" Prior to him completing that statement, upon hearing the news that his father has recently arrived, Zhu and Hua sneered at Shun with an exaggerated, insincere grin. Disregarding his own child, he calls out, "Greetings, my nephew. Regrettable for absenteeing myself from the nuptials. We have been neighbors for a century, and that was quite inconsiderate of me." But Shin perceived the ruse of this aged scoundrel and struck him with a sharp retort. "I am not even familiar with you in that manner." Zhu and Hua completely breaks down and begins to yell, yet Shin doesn't even look at him. He merely raises two fingers, indicating his willingness to move past everything that transpired, but he has two stipulations. Initially, someone must strike Zhu and Hua forcefully enough to cause his face to swell dramatically. Additionally, every single edition of his diminutive publication should be incinerated. And Shin interjects with a grin that he takes great pleasure in incinerating tomes, so let him experience the sensation firsthand. Zhu and Hua is losing his composure, and his father must restrain him physically. And Hua attempts to resist making inquiries. On what basis does Shin believe he has the right to request any of this? Shin merely chuckles and maintains a straightforward approach. "Consider that your family relinquished its military authority. Thus your sons must pursue governmental positions to thrive, and what I excel at is crafting novels that capture the attention of an entire nation. It would truly be a pity if my upcoming work included some intriguing tales about your family." Yet Zhu and Hua Tronids remains composed initially, asserting that fabricated narratives do not intimidate him and that his son's alliance with the Zhengchang family is steadfast regardless of circumstances. Yet Shin promptly returns, affirming that while Zhengchang may be indifferent, what about the Jin family? Their eldest son aspires to pursue a career in the military. What's going on? Occurs when I compose about both your families in my forthcoming book, and everyone in the nation is perusing it and discussing it. A single blow impacts differently as Zhu's lantern's expression drains of color instantly upon witnessing that the filament is functioning. Shin mentions his intention to bring this matter to the governor and even the emperor, given that his son did incinerate an official document. May not constitute a severe penalty, yet it could still disrupt his son's prospects significantly. Merely shrugs and says it's fine. "I'm making my way home to compose my grievance," and then he begins to stroll. Only manages to get approximately 3 seconds ahead before Zhu. The lantern collapses entirely and beckons him back effortlessly. "I concur." He then pivots and begins striking the living daylights out of his son until Zhu and Hua's. The visage is entirely swollen. Zhu. The lantern then pivots back, completely serene, and now radiates joy as Shun still requires the books to be incinerated. They gather all copies, totaling over 6,000 of them, then passes the torch straight to Zhu and Hua and says, "You're essentially involved now. You no longer require this garbage any longer." He ignites it personally, and to add insult to injury he commands Dang Xin to spill a cask of oil onto the tome, and the whole affair erupts into a colossal inferno. The proprietor of the nearby bookstore stands there with tears cascading down his cheeks, observing all that wealth disintegrate into cinders. Zhu and Hua merely remains stationary, trembling, while his audience witnesses the disintegration of his esteemed status as a prominent literary figure within the city. His entire persona, everything, dissolving into oblivion before his eyes. With Shen now managing the entire Zhu and Hua predicament, he is prepared to leave, yet this fool has the nerve to hinder him, shouting about retribution, and our guy remains completely unfazed, merely gazes into his eyes unwaveringly and replies, "Certainly. Confront me. You suffered during the initial occasion, you will falter again. However, there is a marvelous byproduct of this entire turmoil. Publication explodes. Similar explodes within 2 hours 3,000. Copies vanish in a single metropolis. The spectacle essentially served as costless promotion. Simultaneously across the city at the Shu estate, Count Shu is wandering anxiously, troubled about his daughter's betrothal. He dispatched the invitation to the Jin family, but will they truly attend? Chan advises him to calm down, mentioning that the governor will be present along with many of the noble families in the region, so why should anyone be concerned about the Jin family? However, the authentic dialogue taking place in their minds is considerably more malevolent. Observe that cunning Rat Jang has meticulously plotted the entire scenario. The conflict for Jinshan Island is poised to thoroughly devastate the Jin family, potentially annihilating them entirely or rendering them so incapacitated that Jang effectively governs the entire province by default. If he succeeds in eliminating 2 feudal lords in a single strike, the prospect of him becoming governor may not be so implausible. Both are perched there, brimming with self-satisfaction, congratulating themselves while believing there's no chance they would replicate the error that Tianhong committed. Secured and guaranteed. At that moment, the steward rushes through the entrance, appearing extremely anxious. She advises him to relax. Yet the individual remains agitated. He's going off on a tangent regarding a certain book and how it's generating extraordinary sales throughout the city, and everyone is discussing it. The family patriarch casts him an utterly indifferent glance and inquires, "Why should I be concerned about a book?" Nevertheless, the butler insists, forcefully placing a copy into his hands regardless. He unseals it, and upon first glance, he's genuinely taken aback. The illustrations are truly commendable, showcasing authentic skill. Continues to peruse, agreeing with a nod, until he encounters the illustrations. He halts, gazes intently, and then it dawns on him. The protagonist bears an uncanny likeness to Shu Chan. Not merely similar, nor a fleeting resemblance. Every nuance, right down to the final brushstroke, mirrors Chu. Chan inclines closer to examine what he's gazing at, and she instantly erupts into tears. 8 years of meticulously shaping this portrayal. The polished elegance, the skilled aristocratic offspring, the ideal betrothed, 8 years of reputation cultivation, obliterated as Shun incinerated it all in a solitary afternoon, seemingly relishing the experience. And it isn't remaining in the estate located outside. The window is becoming progressively noisier with each passing moment. Individuals handing the pamphlet through the streets, gesturing towards the Shu abode, exclaiming, "Hold on, that's her. That's Shu Chan." The remarks continue to deteriorate until the pressure ultimately overwhelms her, and she outright collapses. When she returns once more, she acts as any a desperate individual might take such actions. Retrieves the book once more, hoping to uncover some flaw within it, a minor discrepancy that she can highlight, an inaccuracy she can leverage to label it as a falsehood. She peruses the entire document and discovers nothing amiss. The prose is excessively polished, the specifics are remarkably precise. This is clearly poised to be monumental, and there is utterly nothing she can do to avert it. She merely remains seated, clutching it, entirely impotent, coming to the grim realization that he has deconstructed her whole persona and commercialized it at an incredibly fair rate. Zhang Jin bursts through the entrance, his expression contorted, and prior to Chan uttering a word, he strikes her directly across the face, and subsequently, he begins to lament, questioning her as to why she did not eliminate Shen Lang when the opportunity presented itself. But Shu Chan, this lady doesn't even flinch. She simply pivots and gazes at him with the iciest eyes you've ever encountered and states, "So, the instant circumstances take a turn against you, you resort to striking your own fiancé. That's truly all you possess." And, my friend, the hush that followed that statement could have engulfed the entire space. She is correct. He is aware of her correctness, and there is utterly nothing he can articulate in response to that. So, what activities does Zhang Jin engage in? He whirls about and strikes a gap in the wall. Chan advises him to relax. However, Zhang Jin strides away in a huff, stating he intends to visit father. In the meantime, Zhang Chong is the truly perilous individual within this household. Is simply seated there serenely engrossed in Shen Lang's tome. Zhang Jin strides forward, his face flushed and seething with fury. No words were necessary as Zhang Chong was already aware of the purpose of his visit, before he could even allow him to articulate 2 phrases. Zhang Chong inquired, "If you have come to request that I prohibit the book, have you not?" However, he advised him against taking that route, as it is widely recognized that a prohibited book can transform into a bestseller in an instant. If to truly eliminate Shen Lang, the individual must meet his demise, and the entire legendary Turtle Count's estate must be entirely erased from existence. Zhang Jin begins to panic slightly, inquiring about their next steps, while Shen Lang continues to tarnish the family reputation. And Zhang Chong merely dismisses that, as if to say reputation is inconsequential to him. Responses to the sovereign and no one else. The objective objective is to obliterate the Jin clan and eradicate the century-long feud between them. Nothing else is of significance. Zhang Jin comprehends it, but just when he believes the dialogue has concluded, his father nonchalantly asks, "Did you strike Shu Chan?" And Zhang Jin simply stands still, bewildered by how this man possesses knowledge of everything. Zhang Chong doesn't even elevate his tone, however. He merely advises him to pull himself together and cease humiliating himself, and as Zhang Jin exits, the mathematics is resonating in his mind. Father requires 100,000 gold coins for an advancement, and the Shu family coalition is what facilitates that. He must suppress his feelings and maintain concentration on the objective, reduce the Count's estate to ashes. At the legendary Turtle Tally's estate, Shin Lang is quite literally right here inscribing names onto his adversary wall. Rather than feeling pressured, he's resorting to sarcasm, grumbling about how he scarcely managed to handle one individual, yet two more have already emerged. Then Jean Mulan enters with a radiant smile and expresses that his foes are also her foes, and one can discern from Shin Lang's expression that this individual is utterly smitten with her. However, there's no opportunity to be adorable at this moment, as this evening is Shu Chan-chan's engagement celebration, and Shin Lang has already resolved to appear and succeed. Anyone's issue, essentially. Whoever deviates from the norm is addressed immediately, plain and straightforward. Currently, as Shin Lang is celebrated and fully engaged, his father-in-law, Jin Sakai, is over here experiencing a complete meltdown due to the guest list for this banquet being truly daunting. Acquired Tang Yun, scion of a prominent northern aristocratic lineage you possess. Acquired Nong Gong Ping, the second offspring of a different prominent lineage, and then the moment that truly causes Jin Sakai's stomach to plummet. There is a representative from the Yin Yuan Bank, essentially a historic financial institution with wealth and influence spanning multiple nations. And, incidentally, they are also the principal financier of the Count's residence, so not only are they encircled by adversaries at this gathering, but their own creditor has entered alongside them. Jin Sakai glances at Shin Lang, appearing as though he requires a paper bag to breathe into, pleading with him not to proceed. But Shin Lang simply seats him and says, "Calm down, I'm fully aware of their actions," and subsequently, this individual goes on to dismantle the complete adversary strategy from recollection. Phase 1 involves persuading all the other esteemed houses to align with the new governance. The Count's manor possesses no allies and remains utterly solitary. Terminate their financial resources by demanding repayment of the debt and confiscating Jin Sun Island, their primary revenue source. Step 3. Once they have been fractured and segregated, advance decisively for the final blow with complete imperial support. Jin Sakai is perched there with his mouth agape. The seasoned expert in the space is just as astonished, murmuring, which he finds it hard to fathom that anyone assembled all of that from disjointed bits of data. Yet Shin Lang isn't finished. He raises two fingers and declares that the adversary's strategy still has two vulnerabilities that remain unexploited, and once he navigates past those, it's all over for Jin. Sakai surveys the room and essentially remarks that this individual possesses too much skill to be entangled in their trivial familial conflicts. He ought to be counsel to monarchs. Lang dismisses it and begins to express his thoughts about Jin Mulan being his sovereign in every aspect prior to. He halts his speech abruptly since, indeed, her father is actually present just beside him. Subsequently, Shin Lang inquires why the former count acquired such an extravagant sum of money to begin with, and Jin Sakai falls silent and confesses that the elderly man financed a clandestine militia comprising 3,000 troops and an entire fleet, ultimately losing every last one of them. Shin Lang is truly taken by surprise, as such military expenditures are typically associated with smaller nations rather than distinguished families. Yet despite everything, Jin Sakai still prefers that he doesn't enter that feast, warning him that he will be utterly encircled from every direction. Shin Lang merely gazes at him and, in a state of utter serenity, inquires if they will defeat him. Jin Sakai gradually nods his head in response, and Shin Lang wears a broad smile akin to a child who has just discovered that the amusement park is devoid of queues, expressing his desire for as many attendees as possible. The greater the objectives for humiliation, the more advantageous it is. He also advises Jin Sakai that individuals from the Yin Yuan Bank will soon be arriving, and whatever they utter, allow it to enter one ear and exit the other. Jin Sakai is astonished by the audacity of this individual, essentially inquiring if he considers himself clairvoyant, and then, quite literally 2 hours afterward, the individuals from Yin Yuan Bank appear precisely as Shin Lang forecasted. They assert they haven't changed allegiances and continue to support the former aristocracy. However, following the caution, Jin Sakai doubts every word that escapes their lips and follows what Shin had instructed him. In the meantime, at the banquet hall, the engagement celebration is in full motion. The entrance is completely crowded when Shin Lang arrives. The instant he emerges emerges from that vehicle. The entire audience halts, not solely due to his appearance, which seems chiseled from chaos, but as a gentle hand extends behind him from the carriage, and then Shin-molan resigns flawlessly. The elongated stance, type of arrival that causes everyone to lose track of their activities and the individuals they accompanied. The pair strolls linked arm in arm, utterly unfazed. As Shin-lang surveys the area, he can already sense the animosity emanating from every direction. Excellent, that's precisely where he aims to be. Hadn't even traversed 5 paces into this feast before an unfamiliar woman approached swiftly, sporting a feigned bashful expression as she directed her attention toward Shin-lang, and then she completely unleashed, informing the entire audience that just a few days prior in Orchid Mountain City, she and Shin-lang had been intimate, claiming he told her she was far superior to his spouse and that he vowed to take her as his mistress. Didn't merely halt at that, she even confronted Jean-molan directly, referring to her as a lifeless fish. Jean-molan is positioned just there, and her gaze sharpens instantly as she recognizes her spouse. Yet, before anyone has the chance to respond, this woman swiftly produces a necklace featuring the character Lang etched upon it, and begins brandishing it as though it were proof, asserting that it is a token of affection he presented to her upon witnessing. The audience began to berate Shin-lang, declaring him a despicable individual. However, Shin-lang remained unfazed, his gaze focused on the necklace, as he recognized the clasp, the very item that had vanished at the U-place. Instead of becoming angry or agitated, he silently beckons one of his associates to the side and murmurs a few words. Then, he pivots back to this woman who's still speaking at a rapid pace and inquires if she is utterly lifeless. What is the total amount I owe you for that evening? She raises 5 digits, 5 gleaming coins. This individual produces 10 gold coins and transfers them, sufficient to cover the expenses for approximately 390 patrons, and she's so exhilarated about the cash that she doesn't even notice what he just suggested. Moments later, this individual returns with truly countless vagrants in accompaniment. Shin-lang merely waves his hand towards the woman and informs them that she belongs entirely to them. The eyes of the beggar sparkle with delight reminiscent of Christmas morning, while the woman's complexion turns utterly pale. She attempts to flee the count's estate, but the soldiers have blocked every avenue of escape, and Shin-lang simply coolly informs her that the remuneration has been settled. Darling, in commerce, one settles obligations with merchandise. Shatters and begins yelling for the steward to come rescue her entirely, loudly accusing her of defaming Shin-lang at his behest. The butler's expression undergoes approximately 15 distinct transformations within a span of 2 seconds before he regains his composure, corrects herself and departs. I have no clue who this lady is. How dare she involve my reputation in this? Subsequently, she attempts to nonchalantly walk away, but the woman becomes frantic and hurriedly spills everything. How the butler enlisted her, how he orchestrated the entire situation, the complete narrative, all of it. Shin-lang gazes at her and inquires, so we never truly engaged in intimacy, correct? She fervently nods, gesticulating wildly. The steward now so far beneath the wheels that he has become completely invisible. The butler is extremely anxious at the moment, yet he expands his chest and declares to Shin-lang that he possesses no evidence whatsoever. He's powerless to act and pivots, feeling genuinely self-satisfied about his situation. As Shin-lang abruptly changes direction and embarks on an entirely theatrical display, he seizes Jin-mulan's arm, adopts his most fearful expression, and exclaims, "My dear, there are countless dreadful individuals present this evening. I am truly terrified. Can we simply return home?" And Zhang Jin instantly begins to panic, for if Shin-lang were to exit through that door at this very moment, his entire scheme would be ruined. He hurries over with his most artificial grin plastered on and essentially implores them to remain. Lang points directly at the steward and exclaims, "That individual attempted to frame me. His limbs and I shall remain." Zhang, the Jin, without a single blink, commands his followers to carry out precisely that. Not even the leader of the Shu clan could halt their momentum. They immediately sprang into motion. But then Shin-lang abruptly pauses and seizes a wooden stick, examining it closely. Zhang Jin, lifeless in gaze, "I desire to accomplish it independently." He ultimately delivers it down forcefully, and then both the steward and Shin-lang shout. Simultaneously, the entire audience is simply standing there bewildered, questioning why Shin-lang is shouting. It appears he exerted himself with such force that he injured his own back. Positioned there wincing, summoning Jin-mulan to come massage his back. As the steward is on the floor poised to lose his sanity, Jin-mulan approaches and begins to attend to his lower back. And in mere moments, he is completely alright, appearing utterly unfazed as the steward is hauled off. The first round went decisively to Shin-lang, and it wasn't even a contest. The feast commences, and Shu Qinchen and Zhang Jin are at the entrance performing the complete gracious host ritual, welcoming each individual when Shin-lang and Jin-mulan approach. Shu Chun instantly brightens and begins conversing with Jin Mulan as if they are longtime companions, while behaving as if Shen Lang is completely imperceptible, standing beside her. Shen Lang notices it, and you can tell it genuinely bothers him a bit. He inquires of Jin Mulan whether she possesses any funds, to which she responds affirmatively. Dips into the pouch, retrieves a handful of golden coins, strides directly to Shu Chun locations. Holding them in her grasp, she states with a perfectly serious expression that a man can accumulate various obligations throughout life, but never that particular one. This is the compensation for their 3 months spent as spouses. He begins calculating vocally, 3 months equating to 100 nights, suggesting they must have been united approximately 200 occasions, and he continues unperturbed, tallying the figures as he goes. Zhang Jin and Shu Chun Chen's expressions grow increasingly grim with each uttered word. Chen ultimately simply compels a grin, and gestures them inward, yet, upon arriving at their seats, the Count's mansion entourage finds themselves relegated to table 9, a blatant affront considering the influence of their household, and everyone present is aware that this is intentional. Shen Lang is unwilling to allow Jin Mulan to remain passive and accept that. However, just as he is about to take action, the entire space bursts into chaos. 2 colossal entries just came in consecutively. The initial Tang Yun, a figure from the Jinhai Counts, is an individual who excels in both academia and warfare, a complete package. Following closely is the envoy from the governor's office, a soldier and progeny of the general who quells the southern region. Tang Yun undoubtedly operates on a distinct plane. Handsome and successful, the type of individual everyone in the room desires to be with. Shen Lang promptly bends toward Jin Mulan and inquires who possesses greater attractiveness, him or Tang Yun. Jin Mulan responds, prompting Shen Lang to beam like a complete fool. Approximately a third of the room hurries to welcome Tang Yun, while the remaining 2/3 refrain from coming near, not due to a lack of desire, but because they are aware that they simply do not belong to his social tier. A man in black and green approaches to welcome him, this year's second-ranked graduate recently designated as a silver garment inspector with the authority to examine countless officials and seemingly the individual who has occupied the position of foremost intellectual in the legendary Turtle City for years, a name Shen Lang has been familiar with throughout his entire life. Ultimately, to retrieve were Nangong Ping from the Jinbei Marquis residence and the Yin Yuan Bank representative. Every last faction was now gathered in the room, and each one of them undoubtedly had their sights fixed on a singular objective, dismantling the legendary Turtle Count's estate. With all the guests present, the festivities could finally commence. Everyone settled into their seats and began conversing, fully aware that these scoundrels would surely be plotting something nefarious. Mulan inclined toward Shen Lang and inquired, "Are we anticipating Shen?" Inscribes a name on the table observed by Wang Lian. That name Mulan grimaces for a moment before inquiring if he intends to assault them next, and she hardly manages to utter the words before the doors burst open as if they were forcefully kicked off their hinges. Shen Lang articulated it flawlessly as Jing Jin leaped with joy, beaming widely. "Wang Lian, my friend, you're tardy. That's 3 penalty cups." Yet this individual is not present for trivial chatter. Wang Lian strides directly through the throng, fixes his gaze on Jin Mulan and begins his performance. "Do you recall 2 years prior, on a mid-autumn evening beneath the osmanthus tree, when we vowed our devotion to one another for eternity? We pledged beneath the moon to be spouse and partner across all lifetimes. I abandoned the royal assessments for your sake. I discarded my whole future for you, and this is how you repay me by uniting with this insignificant individual." The entire banquet hall falls silent as Jin Mulan appears truly taken aback for approximately a brief moment. And then the fury ignites. She yearned to thrash this scoundrel. She is on the verge of rising and thoroughly confronting this man in front of the entire assembly when Shen Lang gently places his hand on her arm, urging her to maintain her composure and assuring her that he will handle him and anyone else who has shown her disrespect. In the meantime, the entire audience is buzzing, while our lad remains undisturbed. He retrieves a pen and paper and begins to compose. Jin Mulan glances over and asks, "What are you up to?" He gazes upwards with a grin and proclaims, "I'm compiling a roster of all those who would defame your reputation tonight. Each and every one of them will lament their existence in this world in due time." Wang Lian is pulled away by Zhang Jin, who casts a final arrogant glance back at Shen Lang as he exits. "You might lack any sense of embarrassment, but we have already sullied your wife's reputation. What precisely do you intend to do in response?" Shen Lang remains focused on his writing, not even glancing up until he halts at a single name. Jin Mulan tracks his stare throughout the chamber to a visage she identifies as unfamiliar. That the silver-clad garment examiner Shen Lang offers a slight inclination of his head. He is the third surge, and when he advances, he shall be aiming for the strike. Shen Lang inclines his head and recalls the trio of guests we entertained last month. Pauses momentarily. Weren't those merely individuals visiting the physician? Shen Lang Lang emits a soft, subtle chuckle as though she has uttered something charming. That's precisely the matter, is that she doesn't entirely comprehend it yet, but she has complete faith in him. Reclines in his seat and proclaims that if any of them dare to take action this evening, he will entomb them all. The banquet commences in earnest as Zhang Jin delivers his grand expression of gratitude, and toasts circulate among the guests. All are feigning sophistication, and suddenly an individual rises and exclaims, Has anyone come across this astonishing book that has recently been released? Shen Lang's writing comes to a halt. He observes as a cohort of academics begins to fervently praise his book, citing excerpts from it, designating it a prospective masterpiece, specifically that the expanse of the celestial net is immense, yet it permits nothing to escape. Then they reveal that Shen Lang authored it, and instantly the entire table bursts into accolades from everyone. Lifting toasts to the individual of the moment, Shen Lang observes the entire scene unfold with the intensity of a filmmaker witnessing his performers stumble over their dialogues. The execution is dreadful. He is aware it's a trap. He can observe each cord being tugged, and then once more that scoundrel rises from his chair, gesturing a finger directed at our lad, accusing him of being a brazen pilfer. Snatching away my partner wasn't sufficient. You also had to appropriate my verses, and yet again the room begins to murmur. Zhang Jin's second blow of the evening connects, leaving half the spectators in stunned silence while the other half casts suspicious glances at Shen Lang, as if they've just unearthed his deception. Anyone could utter anything as this elderly gentleman rose from his chair. Lang's early educator proclaimed to everyone that he had instructed Shang, and although he was a worthless drifter in the past, he would never descend to such depths as to commit plagiarism. Thus, he requested Wang Lian to present the evidence. Wang Lian delves into his sleeve with grand theatrical flair and exclaims, "Oh, you seek proof? I possess proof." He retrieves an examination paper from 8 years prior, adorned with the poem inscribed prominently upon it. One important aspect to understand is that while the county examination may not be a prestigious imperial test, it remains an official assessment that cannot be falsified. The document is circulated to Tang Yun Lian, Jan, and the others, and indeed, the stanza is right there, complete with the script and everything. The chamber begins to rotate. Individuals are labeling Shen Lang a shame to academics. The elderly instructor is still insisting that you and Wang Lian never had any engagements, and Wang Lian interrupts him seamlessly. He had sustained an injury once while I was mentoring him during his recuperation, and that's when he took it. The elderly man's hand begins to tremble with fury as he pivots towards Shen Lang. "Is this accurate?" he demands. Shen Lang doesn't even raise his gaze. The performance remains just as awful as it has always been. "Allow me to view that examination document." Municipal authority Lu Yen promptly intervenes, asserting that an individual lacking an academic credential has no authority to handle imperial examination documents. Essentially instructs Shen Lang to step aside and observe from afar. Shen Lang merely smirks, suggesting you believe I can't perceive it from this vantage point. Subsequently, he employs his X-ray sight and perceives the document from across the chamber, engages that sharp intellect of his and begins deconstructing it. The document is authentic, without a doubt, and the wear on it is genuine, each detail. The persona is genuine, yet Wang Lian certainly did not compose this verse. Shen Lang quickly deduces that those 16 characters in the poem are exceedingly commonplace. Wang Lian discovered previous examples of his own penmanship, excised those particular characters, and configured them into the poem, then employed the most talented calligrapher he could locate to inscribe them flawlessly onto the authentic examination paper. The sole method to simulate the aging of ink is to have the genuine paper beneath it. This is ridiculous. These Chinese brain rot issues are spiraling out of hand. Wang Lian points a finger at him and asserts, "Here is your proof. What do you have to say in your defense?" The elderly instructor gazes at Shen Lang with sincere sorrow etched across his features and simply refers to him as a beast. Shen Lang glances back at them, entirely composed, and remarks, "Remarkable at your age to still venture out here to set snares," and a woman in the audience, who sincerely trusts that Shen Lang would not engage in plagiarism, urges him to compose a superior poem right then and there to demonstrate his capabilities. And all the academics embrace the concept swiftly. Lian Jan takes advantage of the opportunity and advances. "Numerous academics are present this evening. I will propose a theme. If your verse surpasses theirs, it will at least demonstrate that you are not wholly a charlatan." Observing this, Xu Chan is secretly glowing with pride at this moment. The stage is filled to capacity with Shen Lang's adversaries inquiring. Having him compose poetry before this audience amounts to a form of orchestrated embarrassment. Regardless of his actions, he faces defeat. Shen Lang gently places his teacup on the table, then grins and asks, "Why? Shall I compose a verse for you? What entitlement do you possess? What leads any of you to believe you can even partake in the same discourse as I regarding poetry. Academics become enraged instantly. You don't even possess a title. How dare you? Shen Lang slices directly through the clamor. Is there a single imperial scholar present in this chamber? Silence ensued as there was none. He remains indifferent because, even if there were, what's the most favorable outcome for any of you? You toil your entire existence, perhaps attaining the status of a city lord or ascending to the rank of count, and by the time you reach old age, your entire family celebrates as if your forebears struck it rich in the lottery. Perhaps one among you attains the position of a county magistrate at the age of 50, and then what sort of affluence are you genuinely experiencing? What type of woman are you uniting with? What kind of residence are you returning to? How many attendants do you employ? He allows that to linger for a moment. Reside on a property encompassing 10,000 square meters, a grand residence featuring 1,000 chambers, a multitude of attendants and housekeepers. My spouse is the offspring of an accountant and indisputably the most exquisite woman in the nation, possessing abilities and combat prowess that none among you could envision rivaling. The culmination of all your life's battles is where my journey commenced. Matters you are fervently wishing to eventually possess are aspects I perceive as minor. Therefore, please reiterate what authority you possess to draw comparisons between yourselves and me. You arrived at this gathering this evening to assume the part of canines, and yet somehow this entire evening has essentially been dedicated to my recognition. Observing this arrogant individual parading before every academic in the vicinity ignited a desire in them to set him straight, yet none could contest his reasoning. It was exasperating. They felt envious and, frankly, justifiably so. A mere glance at Jin Mulan's attributes would make it clear I'd part with my grandmother, my liver, and my left shoe just to be within applause range of those curves. Shinling gazes intently at Shu Chain and asks, "Do you want me to demonstrate my abilities? Are you genuinely serious at this moment?" And he clarifies it by reflecting on the past. When I was insignificant, your family could have easily disregarded me without a moment's hesitation, so he had to struggle to vindicate my reputation with all that I possessed that was logical. Yet, you expect me to conjure a poem on cue like a trained circus performer? Please, spare me that notion. As all of this unfolds, Wang Lian is seated there, completely unraveling internally, as this entire evening was meant to be his occasion, his grand highlight, his triumphant celebration. Thus, he reaches for his wine to find solace. And in that precise moment, the Jin Mulan, without even a flicker or a whisper, simply, nonchalantly tosses a tablet into his mug. No one captured it. No one other than Shenlong. He instantly comprehends what has just transpired. Down, that's the psychedelic concoction he prepared previously, essentially a truth serum, and Jin Mulan certainly didn't hold back on the dosage. She added enough to guarantee that this individual is utterly incapable of uttering a single falsehood. And Wang Lian is already out here submerging his emotions in liquor, which only amplifies the entire situation more swiftly and intensely. This individual has inadvertently accelerated his own downfall. Now, Shenlong gazes at Wang Lian, who continues to chatter away, reveling in the exhilaration of believing he has already triumphed, yet remains inactive and unresponsive. Retaliation is futile because in Shenlong's mind, Wang Lian is already finished, merely a deceased individual yet to realize his fate. The audacity of the man to disparage his spouse is unacceptable. There is a score to be settled, and Shenlong is an exceedingly patient individual. Wang Lian's tirade begins as a sensation washes over him. His mind becomes hazy and the surroundings appear distorted. Is profoundly incorrect, yet he cannot pinpoint exactly what. Shenlong grins and says, "Wang Lian, you've been orchestrating this entire scheme against me, haven't you? Sullying my reputation," and Wang Lian bursts into laughter. "Indeed, yes, I have been orchestrating the situation for you." The whole space falls utterly quiet as no one can fully comprehend what they have just listened to. Shenlong continues, "Did I pilfer your verse?" And Wang Lian, beaming like a fool, gestures with his hand, saying, "No, no, no, I never penned that poem," emphasizing how, despite its brevity, the verses were simply far too exceptional for him to have conceived. Then Shenlong strikes him with a powerful blow. So who instigated this? And Wang Lian directly indicates the city lord in the presence of all. Zhang Jin swiftly recognizes that the evening has spiraled entirely out of control, and gestures to his associates to pull Wang Lian out of that location. However, prior to anyone being able to proceed, Jin Mulan places her sword onto the table, advances toward Wang Lian and, with the iciest gaze you've ever encountered, remarks, "Allow him to conclude." Thus, Wang Lian, fully prepared and radiating confidence, continues onward and, he just continues on, beginning to disclose his escapade with the city lord's own mistress, and then he launches into mocking his intimate difficulties in front of the entire gathering. This man had absolutely no restraint remaining. The city ruler is trembling with fury at this moment, their visage likely displaying 3 distinct hues of crimson. Then Shenlong seizes the test document and requests Wang Lian to guide him step by step on how his poem ultimately appeared on. He and Wang Lian, brimming with pride, meticulously presents the entire matter himself, having unearthed his previous handwriting specimens. Eliminate the figures, employed a person to piece everything together, the entire operation. Then gazes at Xinlang as if to say, quite clever, isn't it? I wager you would have never unraveled it. Xinlang, but what's the reasoning behind this? Why endure all of this? And this is where it becomes truly captivating. Wang Lian's eyes turned crimson as he discarded everything. Jean Mulan was meant to be his. The entire scheme revolved around marrying into the Count's lineage, biding time for the elderly Count to pass away, removing Jean Mulan from the equation, and seizing control of the entire estate, every last bit of it. That was the aspiration, but Xinlang's arrival and his outright taking of Jean Mulan utterly incinerated that blueprint. And so, here we find ourselves. Subsequently, as the elixir seemingly declared no hidden truths this evening, he impulsively reveals that Zhang Jin has something unpleasant planned for Xinlang, something significant. You're finished soon, he remarks, then immediately turns to Jean Mulan and says, after you abandon Xinlang, wed me at once. After this fool has bared his soul, she pivots and inquires, does anyone have any queries now that his scheme has collapsed? Zhang Jin swiftly enters mitigation mode concurrently. Lu delivers his verdict, revokes Wang Lian's title, and imposes a penalty of 20 gold pieces, and subsequently shifts toward Xinlang, all suave. Sufficiently adept, Xinlang vocalizes his agreement internally, already strategizing something regarding Wang. Lian is certainly not going to appreciate 20 gold for all of that. This scoundrel is destined for damnation for his contempt towards my spouse. Xinlang had previously concluded that Wang Lian's conclusion would be exceedingly public and profoundly embarrassing, and, just as anticipated, when Wang Lian is escorted out, a group of men in black swiftly seizes him away. Xinlang returns to the chamber and states, you all requested that I compose a poem earlier. I hesitated to do so because I believed that none of you could truly rival me. Observing this, everyone is astonished. Has that arrogant individual become modest? However, indeed, because in the following moment he states, I still believe that none of you approaches my level. Don't deceive yourself into thinking this is a rivalry then. Our young lad rises, completely disregarding everyone around him, and gazes directly at you. Chan, this is dedicated to you. He takes a moment for a theatrical pause and then declares, I will conclude in 7 stages. He relinquished the title, No Sweetness thus. Xinlang begins to proceed ahead entirely. The theatrical delivery of this poem may initially appear elegant and sophisticated. Sun and moon ruby stream your visage displays a subtle grin, quite elegant, quite poetic barring. Each individual line serves as a form of seduction, presented in elegant calligraphy, directed squarely at Shu Qinchan amidst a gathering of individuals, all while his spouse is present. This man caught a glimpse of his former partner, experienced a surge of emotion, and resolved that this was the moment and the setting in which he would express his authentic feelings. Shu Qinchan appears as though she is merely moments away from exploding. She cannot fathom that this trivial individual would go to such lengths. Jean shattered his wine goblet with his unadorned hand while, in his thoughts, he calculated the precise number of methods he could dismantle Xinlang, and if any of them are legally justifiable. And Xinlang gazes at Shu Qinchan and then turns to Zhang Jin. A single misplaced word from the ticking clocks prompts both of them to exclaim, the poem isn't resonating with you? Alright, allow me to set it to music. This individual concluded that the issue lay not within the substance but rather in the presentation, and then he commenced to croon an entire melody dedicated to Shu Qinchan, incorporating her complete name. Shu Qinchan, you are my long-lost affection, akin to a blossom. You are the lady with your ruby lips. You perpetually linger in my nocturnal visions. This is not a mere exercise. This man is serenading his former spouse in the presence of her present partner, his own spouse, and a whole assembly of academics and dignitaries. Chun Chan bit her own lip forcefully enough to elicit bleeding. Xinlang promptly notices and says, Chun Chan, your upper lip is bleeding. What happened? Did you not enjoy my singing? Should I change to a different song? Shang? Jean is now approaching him with authentic malice in his gaze. Xinlang adeptly maneuvers behind Jean Mulan and states, my dear, it appears that no one here values my craftsmanship. Let us return home. Jean Mulan responds with an utterly expressionless nod and says, my dear, I truly appreciated your performance. Please sing for me at my residence. But then Li Wenyung advances and asserts, Xinlang, you cannot depart. And Xinlang was already aware that this was imminent. He had been anticipating it, in fact, because Li Wenyung subsequently declares to the entire gathering that the most tragic figure is a person who remains oblivious to the fact that he is already advancing towards his own demise. He then gestures towards Xinlang and exclaims that his betrayal has been uncovered, commanding the guards to bind him and escort him to the capital. Troops surge in from all directions. Now, here's the situation. Xinlang is not showing any signs of distress. He's grinning because this is precisely the snare he set, and it has activated flawlessly. He gazes at Li Wenchang and states, "You opted to be another's weapon. Savor the consequences that follow. When precisely did I ever scheme insurrection? Refrain from hurling allegations without evidence." Li Wenchang requests ink and parchment, extracts Xinlang's verse, particularly highlights several figures from Limitless Romantic Relationships characters that appear entirely harmless on their own, but when read in reverse, divine retribution for Prince Jin as. Upon uttering those words, the whole chamber erupted in conversation. They were incredulous that there existed such a concealed meaning within the verse that he vocalized boldly at the feast. This seemingly serves as a public proclamation of defiance against Prince Jin himself, who here is where the narrative shifts. Revealed to be the authentic heir apparent of Southern Yang, the adopted offspring and husband of the reigning monarch. Years prior, the monarch of Southern Yang spearheaded the forefront in a monumental clash against the Shemu clans and perished in the fray. The reigning king was so deeply affected that he took in the 9-year-old son of the fallen leader. A man is fundamentally a noble figure, and Xinlang intentionally invoked divine retribution against him in a publicly recited poem. Li Wenchang continues to accumulate evidence and extracts volumes published by Xinlang in Orchid Mountain City, highlighting that a distinct hue of red ink was utilized there, yet absent in the editions from Mythical Turtle City, an intentional discrepancy, yet another indication of a conspiracy. Clearly, the audience is thoroughly engaged at this juncture. They are on the verge of endorsing Xinlang's death warrant. The troops entirely encircle them. Jin Mulan unsheathes her blade and positions herself before Xinlang in silence. When Xin gazes at her with a self-satisfied grin and remarks, "Miss Jin, separating yourself from Xinlang at this juncture may be somewhat futile, but demonstrating a position is preferable to an action, unless, of course, you wish to bring the entire Count's estate crashing down alongside him." No, she is steadfast and genuine. Before we proceed, it's essential for you to grasp the motive behind Li Wenshen's actions. He shares the same objective as every other man in town. His desire was for Jin Mulan. However, the royal family's regulations obstructed him from formalizing their connection. Consequently, he resolved that if he couldn't possess her, then no one else would. In response, Jin Mulan asserts, "My husband and I are united. This does not concern you. Farewell." In a fit of rage, Li Wenjing is utterly unable to cope with the situation and orders the arrest of Xinlang. At the moment when Jin Mulan cleaves a table entirely in two and exclaims, "Who has the audacity?" the collective response from all present is an emphatic "Not me." Then, Xinlang nonchalantly and with complete disregard for self-preservation inquires of Li Wenjing about the extent of his relationship with Prince Jin, and this scoundrel, unable to resist an opportunity to boast, inflates his ego and begins recounting to everyone how he has enjoyed multiple days of private discussions with the individual. And Xinlang simply bursts into laughter and embarks on multiple days of private discussions with Prince Jin. "Wow, that's quite daring of you." Li Wenjing is completely unaware of the situation. "What do you mean by daring? What are you insinuating about Prince Jin?" Xinlang remains silent, merely noting that the acrostic poem was deliberate. By the way, Li Wenjing signals and commands the troops to advance without delay. However, no one is laying a finger on our son while Jin Mulan is overseeing him. Draws her blade, shatters the table in two, and then directs it toward the soldiers. Li Wenjing retrieves his inspector's token and summons Zheng Jin, and the city's rulers complete might until they are overwhelmed by troops with the city ruler genuinely delivering Li Wenjing his authority emblem, and Li Wenjing privately contemplates that there is no conceivable possibility of her battling through a multitude of men, and then Xinlang falls silent for a moment, contemplating how Li Wenjing is truly a significant fool. The reason being, why would anyone take the trouble to alter particular terms between two versions of the same book released merely days apart, unless they intended for someone to uncover it? The stillness that ensues is overwhelming, for the revelation is that the verse was a snare, Your Highness. The Jin from Southern Ouyang is the one truly orchestrating an insurrection, and Li Wenjing, who had been discreetly slipping away for intimate private meetings with him for several days, just strolled into a room brimming with onlookers and presented everyone with the confession on a silver platter, at which moment the whole space appears as though someone has pressed pause on existence. Li Wenjing inquires of Shun whether he has truly lost his sanity, questioning why Prince Jin would act in such a manner. After all, he is the king's pledged son, wed to Princess Ning Luo. What reason would he have to revolt? Xinlang responds straightforwardly as he attempted to poison Princess Ning Luo and was unsuccessful, which significantly expedited his schedule, and as Li Wenjing frantically searches for a final escape, inquiring about the absence of any updates, Xinlang elucidates that the former sovereign of Southern Ouyang perished in combat while the prince of the Yue kingdom merely observed. Prince Jin was embraced by the king and entrusted to the princess, receiving treatment akin to cherished kin. However, However, it was perpetually a restraint. They never placed their faith in him, and Prince Jin was aware of this. He devoted years to discreetly enticing every avenue of authority through both open and clandestine means, and his ultimate maneuver involved eliminating the sole individual obstructing his path. How do you acquire all this information? Li Wenjing inquires. Our friend Shin disclosed the events to everyone, revealing that approximately a month ago, Princess Ning Luo discreetly arrived within a gathering of guests seeking care from a nearby physician. The physician was unable to diagnose the issue, so Xinlang intervened. The lead toxicity was deemed unmanageable by the norms of the time, yet it could be controlled with the appropriate procedures. He succeeded in stabilizing her, but the moment she departed from Xinlang's care, dispatched informants to observe Southern Ouyang's every action, obtained a complete understanding, then returned and revised those precise phrases in the manuscript to create the acrostic. This individual identified a royal lady's ailment, healed her sufficiently to gain a respite, utilized the knowledge to foresee an insurrection, and devised a concealed literary snare, and anticipated someone foolish enough to leap. Yet this fool remained unwilling to acknowledge the truth and claims this is all fabricated and Shun is disseminating gossip. Xinlang gestures with his hand. The Prince Jin revolted 4 days prior. Information arrives in the legendary turtle metropolis by tomorrow, or at the very latest, the day thereafter. We can merely await. Thus, they bided their time for 9 p.m., 12 a.m. midnight. Xinlang grows weary and begins to prod Li Wenjing once more merely to occupy the time. You know, for someone scholarly, you are surprisingly obtuse, Zheng. The Jin hasn't even taken action yet, and here you are acting like a detective. Your father truly exerted himself in nurturing you for this. Li Wenjing is on the verge of truly erupting when the servant from the Count's estate rushes in with the information. Subsequently was Jin's subordinate, and before long, the city lord's minion verifies it, and finally, the Count's servant enters with identical information. Numerous outlets reporting the same story. It's genuine now that the information has been validated. The young man gazes at Li Wenjing and says, your minor admission regarding those intimate private meetings with Prince Jin has been completely documented. My father-in-law is preparing the comprehensive report, so you may as well take a seat and reflect on that. And Li Wenjing, who entered this evening anticipating victory, collapses instantly, frothing at the mouth, utterly defeated. At that moment, Xinlang pivots to face the remainder of the space, extending his arms broadly and exclaims, anyone else but. Nobody had the audacity to confront him. Then saunters over to Zheng Jin and presents a unique limited edition version of Boundless Romantic Encounters. It presented as a proposal present and contributes almost tenderly. Do not underestimate her for being pre-owned. She's a virtuous girl, values her, who causes Shu Chun to completely break down in tears, and somehow Zheng Jin manages to compose himself long enough to express gratitude for the present. Thank you, Brother Shin. I apologize for the dreadful hospitality this evening. Xinlang inspects the space one last time for additional hazards anyone else has set. Present, he can bide his time and is greeted with utter, complete silence from all those who despise him, and can exert no influence over it whatsoever. Thus, he inclines his head, grasps Jean Balin's hand, and exits in a single motion. He was absent. Everyone ultimately unwound. But then the entrances swung open once more, and Xinlang's head emerged. He's nearly disheartened that none of these fools attempted anything. Thus, we transition to the Jin estate, where Mother Jin and the entire team are already outdoors anticipating Xinlang's return. News had already circulated regarding how he thoroughly dominated the engagement celebration, and Mama Jean is essentially performing a joyous dance internally, believing her daughter struck gold by wedlock with this man. Jin Balin shifts uncomfortably, evidently eager to inquire about something but too uneasy to voice it. Xinlang assesses the atmosphere immediately and states, let me surmise that you're curious whether anyone at the gathering referred to you as the co-writer of Boundless Romantic Affairs, correct? Jin Balin responds with enthusiastic nods, resembling a playful puppy, gazes directly into his eyes and replies, nope, not even once, Jim. Okang instantly collapses in tears, lamenting about his own struggles and asserting that he also merits recognition. Yet practically no one is concerned. Everyone is preoccupied with adoring Xinlang to even cast a look his way. During their return stroll, Xinlang glances at his father-in-law and remarks that it's unfortunate they weren't able to involve Jiang Chong in tonight's turmoil. Jinsakai dismisses it, informing him that Jiang Chong is no trivial matter. Even he wouldn't wager on himself in a match against that individual. Informs Xinlang that he performed excellently and should take a break, assuring him that he will manage what follows. Xinlang grins instantly, realizing that his father-in-law intends to exploit Prince Jin's insurrection as a means to confront the emperor directly. Until the following afternoon, Wang Lian awakens in his uncle's clandestine refuge, utterly bewildered, painful and with a sensation that he's neglecting something. Then it dawns on him. Indeed, Shenlang was expected to be completed. He begins chuckling to himself already, cognitively tallying the wealth and influence heading his direction now that the Count's estate is in ruins. Suddenly, the door swings open and Shenlang strides in. Wang Lian appears as though he has encountered a specter. "How is it that you're here? Why are you not deceased?" Shenlang merely grins and strikes him with the force of everyone who has ever opposed him, has departed unscathed, and this individual didn't merely interfere with him, he also targeted his spouse's reputation. Initially, Shenlang devised a unique plan for his demise, but it appears destiny had different intentions for Wang. Lian is completely oblivious to the subject at hand, so Shenlang nonchalantly asks, "Hey, quick inquiry, why is there a puncture mark on your leg? Did a rabid canine attack you last night or something?" Wang Lian glances at his calf and stiffens. He leaps up to seek medical assistance, completely overlooking the fact that his shoulder was also bitten. The moment he exits into the open air, he's encircled by troops from the Count's estate. Shenlang leans closer and inquires whether he genuinely does not recall what he stated the previous evening, particularly that he informed the ruler of the city that he had been betrayed. Wang Lian's heart sinks because, indeed, he truly uttered those words. Shenlang shrugs and remarks, "Observe." He yearned to eliminate this individual personally, but on the return journey, Wang Lian was attacked by a rabid dog, and frankly, that's likely the cosmos taking care of it. He instructs the soldiers to haul out those identical two hounds, and sets them free once more. In the meantime, on the opposite side of the town, at the newly established River County mansion belonging to Zongchang's son Zongjin is informing his father that the scheme to dismantle Shenlang has utterly disintegrated. However, the point is that Zongchang had already discerned Shenlong's concealed verse within the text, and his initial response was not one of jubilation, but rather skepticism. Something seemed excessively tidy, excessively orchestrated. Thus, rather than taking action himself, he discreetly passed the knife to another to carry out the unpleasant task, ensuring his own hands remained unsoiled even while grappling with the loss. Zongchang cannot help but admire Shenlang, instructs his son to guide him through every detail of the events that transpired the prior evening, lowers his gaze and admits it was a complete failure, pleading for retribution. Zongchang assures him that he did nothing amiss. It's simply that scoundrel is exceedingly shrewd. Zongchang enters a profound state of contemplation. He proclaims that skill is prevalent, while insight is more elusive. However, an individual who possesses both skill and insight, coupled with the tenacity to act decisively without faltering, is a once-in-a-generation person. That individual is presently languishing at the Count's estate. States unequivocally that if Shenlang were part of his squad, he could ascend to the position of prime minister within a decade. Zhang Jin inquires, "So, should we simply eliminate him?" Zhang Chong responds by shaking his head, "Not going to happen. Shenlang won't provide them with the opportunity." He then notes that Shenlang finalized his union with Jean Mulan recently. Zhang Jin responds that he possesses credible information indicating that Shun and Jean Mulan's affectionate behavior is merely a facade. In reality, they rest in distinct beds at Zhang Chong's. His eyes sparkle as he instructs Zhang Jin to fetch his sister Manhwa, wishing for her to approach Shenlang and captivate him. Zhang Jin panics and inquires about Manhwa, the girl associated with Zhu Lanting's estate whom Zhang Chuanhua was allegedly connected to. Zhang Chong completely disregards the concern, asserting that without an engagement ring, there is no issue. Shenlang holds greater value than whatever that coalition amounted to, as Zhang Chong shifts focus to the larger political strategy. He foresees that now that Prince Jean, the individual who initially advocated for the new policies, is under scrutiny for insurrection, the legendary Turtle Count will sense vulnerability and commence submitting grievances against him. His initial action will involve requesting the Emperor to officially admonish Prince Jean, which effectively challenges the Emperor to acknowledge that his own policy advocate was a betrayer. The Emperor will despise this situation but will find himself unable to decline. Arrives the subsequent request alleging Li Wenshang of conspiring with Prince Jean and calling for his capital punishment. Zhang Chong states that this is the pivotal moment everyone should observe. If the Emperor carries out the execution of Li Wenshang, it signifies that the new policies are being postponed. If Li Wenshang endures, the policies will not only persist but are likely to intensify. Zhang Jin is perplexed and poses the straightforward question. With all this political turmoil escalating, shouldn't the Emperor be attempting to soothe the situation instead of reinforcing assertive reforms in the meantime? At the Count's estate, Jinsakai and Shun possess two letters preceding them with identical selections, as Shun is confident that the sovereign would choose the initial alternative, yet Jinsakai has an alternative strategy in mind. Therefore, Shun inquires once again if he is certain that he wishes to proceed with this. Jinsakai pauses for an instant and then responds affirmatively, "Yes, I'm certain. Let's proceed with this. And my brother has his justifications for opting for this foolish choice." He expresses to Shun that every everything my family possesses was established from the ground up. No one gifted us anything. Therefore, I refuse to allow anyone to seize it. I will struggle with every ounce of strength to safeguard what belongs to us. Shun Lang is sincerely taken aback. He was aware that his father-in-law held traditional views and was obstinate, but confronting the emperor head-on was not something he anticipated. However, the individual has evidently considered this matter thoroughly, and now that he has reached a decision, the competition is officially underway. Transitioning to the Zheng estate, Zheng Chang raises Shun Lang's book and inquires of his daughter whether she has perused it. She responds, "Peruse it. I've gone through it over 10 times. She could recite each line from memory. Now, there's something you ought to be aware of. She is the top beauty of New River County, a classification that conveniently overlooks Jean Mulan, who is also the offspring of Zheng Chang, which renders this entire dialogue either exceptionally witty or quite awkward as Zheng Chang attentively hears her recite the verses and playfully taps her on the head, urging her to cease lamenting over inappropriate poetry as if she were preparing for an event she ought not to be. Hoa shrugs and states that as long as she appears respectable in public, her private actions are her own concern. Zheng Chang chooses not to pursue that line of conversation and directly addresses the matter at hand. Has she become aware of Shun Lang, the individual behind the phrases causing her to blush? She exhales softly as if she has already been captivated and confesses that she has harbored emotions for him through his prose for quite some time. Zheng Chang acknowledges and outlines the objective: establish a close connection with Shun Lang, draw near as required, and persuade him to align with their interests. Oh, and one additional detail: he and Jean Mulan have yet to finalize their union. Zheng Chang, her eyes sparkled as if she had just been granted access to something extraordinary. She practically exclaimed, "So, I'm free from that tedious commitment I dreaded, and I can now chase after the man I've been daydreaming about. Don't utter another syllable. I'm already partway there." She was radiating with excitement. Zheng Chang advised her not to let any chance slip away. With a gradual smile, he remarked, "Dad, you excel in the realm of politics, but the craft of persuasion has always been my greatest talent. I will take care of this matter myself." In the meantime, our lad was finally relishing some much-deserved tranquility, which in itself posed a unique kind of peril because an idle Shun Lang with an abundance of free time and an excess of creativity poses a threat to all those in his vicinity, and the pair were preoccupied reveling in one another's presence in manners better left unmentioned when a servant rapped at the door, disrupting the moment by proclaiming that Zheng Chang's daughter had arrived for a visit. Shun Lang's countenance drained of color instantly, and as he pivoted, he discovered Jean Mulan already adorned with that deliberate, knowing grin that signified she would relish every moment of his torment. He promptly initiated comprehensive damage control, insisting, "I assure you, I have never encountered Zheng Chang in my life. I don't even recognize her." At this moment, Jean Mulan graciously interjected to note that she was merely the most renowned beauty of New River County, which Shun Lang promptly disregarded as rumor-driven marketing and sheer fabrication. Departing from Jean Mulan briefly felt a flicker of optimism before it was shattered by his proclamation that he now held the title of the most attractive man in the entire known universe. That was genuine and arduously acquired. Jean Mulan was left speechless. Shun Lang, undaunted, seamlessly transitioned to convey to her that when a man possesses a spouse whose mere presence is sufficient to drive him to insanity, among various other matters, what precisely he would be seeking opportunities elsewhere that caused Jean Mulan's complexion to turn bright red. And before he could continue, she placed her palm over his lips to silence him, which rebounded instantly when he transformed it into a chance to kiss her hand, causing her heart to engage in an awkward flutter before she cleared her throat, gathered her composure, and suggested they should simply go encounter this alleged beauty at once. And Shun Lang, already 3 steps ahead, was fully aware of Zheng Chang's intentions behind this brief visit. He found it rather amusing, considering the man had Jean Mulan at home. What could possibly entice him? At that moment, he truly observes Yung Chun-hua, and his mind discreetly concedes its resignation in silence. Yung Chun-hua spots him and instantly becomes acutely conscious of her own pulse, which is unrefined of her, yet comprehensible in the meantime. Jean Mulan is already prepared to resort to aggression, yet then Yung Chun-hua takes her hand, refers to her as sister, presents her with a fragrance that exudes an air of allure, and showers her with such admiration that it feels akin to a complete therapeutic experience. Jean Mulan is casting such a sharp glance at her that she can practically view her own backbone. "What brings you here, particularly to visit my spouse?" Yung Chun-hua simply remarks, "Oh, the attendant misinterpreted my words. I mentioned both of you. Regardless, here's this exceptionally alluring fragrance. Savor it. I adore you. Farewell." She dedicates the whole duration of the visit deliberately disregarding Shun Lang, who is perched there like an individual who adorned himself and was denied entry, sincerely perplexed about the lack of allure directed at him at this moment, somewhat affronted to be truthful. wistful. Then, just as she departs, she articulates an extensive, poignant verse concerning yearning and jade cushions and resting solitary in meandering hallways. Jin Mulan expresses that it's delightful. Yung Chunhua, I appreciate your kind hospitality and farewells. Shen Lang mentally revisits it and becomes utterly motionless because concealed within the initial letter of each line is a communication that reads, rendezvous with me at the sheltered bridge 1 until 3 in the morning. A lady initiated a late-night rendezvous as a poetry reading received glowing praise from his spouse and departed without having truly committed any wrongdoing. So, after Yung Chunhua departed, our guy simply remained still for a moment, attempting to comprehend what on earth had just occurred. Certified 1010 audaciously invited him on a date in the presence of his spouse. What sort of audacity, or rather nerve, does one require for such an act? Lang found himself drifting into a reverie and promptly shut that mental portal before his thoughts transitioned from a tame narrative to an explicit feature film. Alright, yes, she possesses a physique resembling a divine blessing, but if I truly attend that rendezvous, I'll be the grandest fool in the circus. I won't allow her to manipulate me. Brushed it off for the most part and headed directly to Jin Mulan's chamber, brandishing the poem like a fellow who certainly did not just spend a solid 10 minutes examining it with utmost scrutiny. Darling, you must witness this. This brazen woman had the nerve to conceal an illicit rendezvous within a poem. Yes, a poem. She attempted to entice me with artistry. Then he cast his gaze at Jin Mulan's workstation and sensed his very essence vacate through his backside. The verse was already there, resting in plain sight. She had discovered it and was fully aware of everything. Upon realizing this, his blood turned icy, and other matters ensued as well, but that's a conversation for another time. Shen Lang composed himself, adjusting his features into his most reliable expression, one that conveyed, I've never entertained any improper thoughts. Observe, this is me, your devoted and steadfast spouse, personally presenting proof of a woman endeavoring to taint my utterly innocent and unsullied spirit. Mulan elevated an eyebrow so gradually it seemed to possess its own theatrical score. If you weren't even remotely enticed, why did you meticulously transcribe the entire poem from recollection? And how did you discern the concealed message, unless you were examining that piece so intently your nose was nearly buried in it? Shun Lang parted his lips, shut them, then parted them once more, yet nothing emerged except the faint echo of a man suffocating on parched ground. He resembled an individual who had inadvertently accessed an incognito window on the shared family computer and neglected to close it prior to movie night. Then, Jin Mulan grinned, leaned in, and planted a kiss on his cheek. You're fortunate to be one of the decent ones. In the meantime, returning to the Zheng family estate, one of the servants appeared puzzled. Didn't you request young Master Shen Lang to join you at the covered bridge? Why are you still present? Shen Hua simply grinned. He's not attending, so why extend an invitation in the first place? If he had genuinely shown up, I would have lost all esteem for him. However, I also aim to ensure that Jin Mulan understands someone has set their sights on her partner. Grinned a bit more broadly, I'm genuinely wishing she's seething at the moment. Yet, to be frank, Shen Lang ultimately received something far superior to a rendezvous with a fox spirit. Dasha awakened, and our protagonist was nearly in disbelief. Though, to be fair, the fellow had endured a severe thrashing and remarkably managed to almost completely recuperate in less than 14 days. Shen Lang regarded him as though he were witnessing a phenomenon that defied medical plausibility. Yet there was one issue that required attention. He cleared his throat and stated, now is the moment to establish some fundamental guidelines, and refraining from referring to me as dumb is the first. From this point forward, it's young master Dasha. He blinked and replied, all right, foolish one. Shen Lang fixed his gaze on him and remarked, refer to me as young master Dasha. With a smile, Dasha acknowledged and said, understood, foolish one. Jin Mulan had to turn away physically to conceal her amusement, attempting to assist by gradually enunciating, from now on, address him as young master Dasha. Gazed intently at Shen Lang and understood it was young master Jin Mulan. Shen Lang felt an urge to overturn a table. Was this individual deliberately provoking him? Now that the preliminary introductions were completed, Dasha inquired of Shen regarding his parents. Jin Mulan informed him that he need not be concerned about them as they have embarked on an extensive journey. You will remain here from this point forward. Moreover, she cast a look at Shen Lang and continued, many individuals are attempting to make things difficult for him. He requires someone to support him. Dasha rose abruptly, all traces of silliness vanishing in a heartbeat. He wasn't fond of the notion of residing in another person's dwelling, yet someone out there was attempting to toy with the naive one. That was an entirely separate discussion. They could strike at me all they wished, but no one lays a finger on the naive one. There's a genuine explanation for Dasha's behavior since childhood, and it's more straightforward than you might imagine. No one ever desired to engage with Dasha. Not a soul would allocate their time for him, them, save for one child who was a bit eccentric. Later that evening, in Jin Mulan's chamber, she began discussing an evaluation of Dasha's skills the following day. Sensed that the individual possessed significant unrecognized combat skills, and Shenlang was agreeing enthusiastically like a devoted spouse until something in his mind ignited as he prepared for a talent showcase. He sat upright with the vigor of someone who had just recalled he was the protagonist. Wait a moment, if we're evaluating individuals tomorrow, I wish to participate. He was already entirely devoted to the aspiration. Shenlang, a rare martial arts genius of 1,000 years, was selected by fate itself. It was essentially inscribed in the cosmos, and the universe, to be honest, owed him that much. Jin Mulan softly proposed that it was late and perhaps he ought to allow his exceptional body some rest. He shuffled rearward to his chamber where he endured roughly 4 minutes of reclined stillness before he perceived it. The subtle murmur of flowing water from the adjacent space, and his mind, still reeling from being labeled one of the exemplary individuals less than 2 hours prior, instantly began grappling with calculus that it had no rightful claim to. He reminded himself that he was a man of self-control, a devoted individual, a person of morals and honor. Then, he was climbing the courtyard barrier with a tome nestled under his arm, serving as his legal justification. Merely an ordinary individual relishing late-night reading beneath the glow of the moon, nothing more. Dubious action proceeded with effort. Himself to the pinnacle, glanced beyond and swiftly faltered. Every aspect of structural soundness within his physique based on what he observed. Just as a thunderous royal proclamation echoed through the nocturnal atmosphere, startling him to the point that he recoiled in fear. The book was propelled off the wall and struck the floor with a thud, sufficiently noisy to disrupt forebears. Jin Mulan pivoted, and they established uninterrupted, crushing eye contact with him. Situated atop a wall akin to a grotesque statue, devoid of a tome and lacking any elucidation, she absorbed the entire and absolute scene of precisely what was unfolding, and neither of them uttered a solitary word for what seemed like an age until Jin Mulan effortlessly pivoted and proceeded quietly to her chamber, enveloped in complete silence, which was in some way exponentially more devastating than if she had merely shouted at him. Thus, our friend Shenlang is already aware that trouble is approaching, and truthfully, he is attempting to leave the situation swiftly. He arrives at the Count's mansion hall where an irritable eunuch from the capital is already waiting, fuming about the delay. Master Shen, he remarks, you certainly know how to stretch out the minutes when the emperor himself issues a command. I've been stuck here like a fool. Shenlang refrains from disputing his complaint. Instead, he casually hands over a hefty pouch of coins, saying, my apologies, here's something to compensate for your inconvenience. The eunuch seizes the pouch, gauges its weight, and realizes there are at least 100 gold coins inside, thinking to himself that Shun is quite generous. But deep down, he's already chuckling, believing that no sum of money can rescue this individual from the impending situation. He vocalizes the proclamation. Shenlang is officially acknowledged for unveiling the plot and is bestowed with the designation of Imperial Academy Scholar Jin. Mulan's expression turns frigid the moment she hears it, and here's the issue. The prestigious academy appears impressive until you understand its true nature. It was originally established as a haven for aristocratic children who failed to succeed in the civil examinations, yet still desired an official designation. However, affluent merchant families began purchasing their entry, and now the entire system has essentially become a degree factory for individuals with substantial financial resources but lacking genuine qualifications. It represents the nadir of the academic realm, the most inferior tier. Thus, following all of Shenlang's efforts in rescuing Princess Ningluo and exposing a significant conspiracy, this is the recognition he receives. An academic participation prize that can literally be purchased. It's not merely lackluster, it's an outright affront, a slap in the face to the entire Count's estate, presented with a ribbon and a legal requirement to express gratitude. Shenlang absorbs everything and remarks that we likely have only 5 or 6 days of tranquility remaining at most. Then, due to his inability to restrain himself, he begins to speak at length about how he is, in truth, a profoundly compassionate individual who despises discord, asserting that it is this harsh reality that continually compels him to act. Yet before he can reach the exciting segment, Jin Mulan and Jin Sikai have swiftly departed, both of them simply vanished. Shenlang remains solitary mid-address, exclaiming that he had not yet finished. As night falls, Shenlang observes a glow emanating from Jin Mulan's bathing chamber, slips outside reassuring himself that he merely seeks a breath of fresh air. A man naively positioned outside his spouse's bathroom window at the stroke of midnight solely for pulmonary motives, and just as he readies himself for his entirely blameless demeanor receiving a forceful impact, the window closes abruptly in front of him. The individual unravels. He remains awake, gazing at the ceiling. He revisits the moment the window shuts in slow motion, constructing an entire courtroom within his mind, ultimately losing losing the trial. The following morning, he makes his entrance for breakfast and takes a seat, then rises. He thrusts his hand down on the surface, declaring that he won't be consuming any food thereafter. He pivots toward Jin Mulan and embarks on what can only be characterized as the most deranged passive-aggressive descent in the annals of matrimony. Mulan: do you regard me with disdain due to my origins? No, certainly is. Is it because you perceive me as a parasite subsisting on your family's affluence? Is it my deficiency in martial arts or my absent title that makes you consider me unworthy, unappealing, or undesirable? Do you merely feel indifferent, Jin? Mulan is advancing toward him in the manner one would approach a raccoon that has gotten into something it ought not to have. In an attempt to clarify, she stated, I genuinely do have feelings for you. Did I say something inappropriate? Shin Lang inhales deeply, gazes directly into her eyes, and with the profound gravity of a man who has been unjustly treated by fate itself, inquires, then why did you shut the window while you were taking a bath? Do you believe I'm some sort of miscreant? I was merely outdoors, inhaling the night air near your window like any typical spouse, and yet you couldn't offer me even the most fundamental courtesy. Spirit. Mulan becomes utterly motionless as she gazes at him, then shifts her focus to the window he is detailing. Glances at him, she gradually tightens her fist as the entire scenario crystallizes in her thoughts. This individual, this complete individual, observed her shut a window and has somehow positioned himself as the wronged party. He has spent the entire night fabricating a complex emotional collapse simply because he was denied the chance to spy on his own spouse and is now insisting on an apology for it. Thus, this scoundrel received exactly what he merited. Not much time passed before the inhabitants of the Jin estate were able to relish his cries thereafter. On that day, the outcomes of Dasha's skeletal assessment returned, and they are astonishing. Among the foremost 6 martial arts masters in the whole realm, it is affirmed that Dasha is a once-in-a-century genius, a skill surpassing even that of Jin Mulan's, yet time remains a formidable challenge. Lang perceives a chance and promptly inquires of the master to evaluate him as well. Great master, while you're at it, could I possibly be a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy? The mentor gazes at him for an extended, awkward interval. He truly finds it difficult to articulate the reality aloud, so he opts for, you're truly remarkable. Even I struggle to see through you, Shun. Lang interprets this as an affirmation and bursts into laughter, while the master simply gazes into the void, pondering his career decisions. Ascending this euphoric peak, Shin Lang strides towards Jin Mulan and informs her of his desire to commence practicing combat disciplines. She is genuinely excited until he reveals his true motive to us, which is unadulterated retribution. He's intending to become powerful enough to repay her 100-fold for each blow to her face, albeit entirely. A distinct narrative. My sole objective in training is to safeguard my cherished spouse and, naturally, my treasured in-laws. Jin Mil softens slightly. That's delightful. Do you possess any particular objectives in mind? Shun Lang gazes intently into the horizon for merely 30 minutes each day, nothing overly intense. Grant me a year, and I will have the capability to conquer a particularly formidable adversary. Thus, Jin Mulan transforms entirely, sweetly asking, my dear, am I the formidable adversary that's been keeping you awake at night? Meanwhile, our child is said to be incomprehensible, a rare talent emerging once in every 10,000, yet folds instantly. No, certainly not. Where would you even derive that notion? Then, eager to preserve whatever self-respect he possesses, he begins to boast about himself, inscrutable to elite masters, a prodigious talent, a living icon. He currently lies flat on the ground. An hour of equine posture later, this exceptional individual has transcended. His spirit has departed. Jin Mulan gazes with sparkling eyes, eager and prepared for the next round, and Shun Lang has an unexpected, pressing, and highly significant engagement at a location other than this one. The arts can be postponed. He is an occupied individual. In the meantime, at the Zhang estate, Inspector Li Wenzheng has been stewing in a detention cell for days on end. Persuaded he is on the verge of encountering his forebears, then the royal edict arrives and the judgment is a year's wages. Li Wenzheng stands there in actual restraints, blinking languidly, unable to comprehend their surroundings. Release him from his restraints. He continues to not comprehend it, and rather than kneeling in appreciation and perhaps contemplating his decisions, this individual's pride swiftly swells. The sovereign must hold me in high regard. Undoubtedly, I am fated for remarkable achievements. Zhang Jin arrives and instructs the attendants to provide him with nourishment and prepare a bath for him. And just 20 minutes after departing from prison, this complete threat is already scheming retaliation. Truly astonishing levels of delusion, genuinely remarkable. Patriarch Spirit has received the information and is functioning at explosive intensities of rage now. When Zhen maintained his position and retained his status, emerging largely unscathed, signifying that the forthcoming regulations are poised to become severe. here. The elderly gentleman is wandering, rambling on about lineage, offerings, and heritage, along with Shun Lang stands there, exuding an infuriating tranquility regarding the entire situation, examining precisely why this result was foreseeable considering the political calculations involved. Jin is not calmed. He is troubled by the implications of what occurs when the emperor truly concentrates on them. Shun Lang remains unblinking. I already possess a strategy, father-in-law. We shall not be defeated, and this evening we will eliminate this ferocious beast once and for all. Subsequently, the steward enters bearing the information that Li Wenjing is outside accompanied by soldiers. Father Jin steps outside and inquires of this individual what on earth he believes he is doing. To himself this way, the scoundrel has just been released from incarceration and is already indulging in his antics again. When Shang articulates, he has arrived to apprehend Jin Mulan. Father Jin completely unravels. What transgression could my daughter have possibly perpetrated to warrant such a massive deployment of troops? Li Wenshang, adorned with the most arrogant expression ever seen on a human visage, administers her demise through impact. The assembly outside grows tense instantly. Every individual in this city adores the Jin family, and they are well aware of it. Li Wenshang presents his argument that Jin Mulan's cavalry purportedly surged through the thoroughfares, wounding 13 civilians and claiming the lives of 5. He had the corpses and the injured transported to the scene immediately to substantiate it. Shun Lang's inner thoughts reflected, "You merciless scoundrel," as he perceives it immediately. When Shang orchestrated the entire affair, inflicting harm upon civilians himself before attributing the blame to the Count's mansion. Jin Mulan advances and serenely inquires about the whereabouts of her cavalry. Li Wenshang grins and remarks that they have already been apprehended, and as soon as the governor authorizes it, every single one of them will face execution. Shun Lang's gaze turns frigid. He realizes this tale is inconsistent since he himself attempted to incite Jin Mulan's cavalry in the past and scarcely emerged unscathed. Our regimented career warriors, the fatality by impact accusations fabricated. Yet Li Wenshang isn't finished turning the screw. He warns Jin Mulan that if she doesn't comply without resistance, he cannot assure what could transpire with her community in detention, and within those horsemen is Jin Zhengjin, Mulan's most loyal advisor, passionately faithful, perilous in combat, and also remarkably an individual who blushes a deep red like a tomato whenever Shin Lang approaches within 10 feet. Indeed, this scoundrel recalls her solely due to this argument. Everyone is aware of the fate that befalls a woman who finds herself in perilous circumstances behind bars. Jin Mulan, who regards each of her troops as kin, is on the verge of executing an act of valor that could also be remarkably foolish. Thus, our protagonist intervened and began berating this miscreant, and our lad does not restrain himself. He approaches Li Wenjing directly and says, "Fool possess, you truly have not grasped your lesson," nor did he, as he was intoxicated by authority and was delivering mortifying remarks as if, when confronted with sheer authority, all your minor stratagems hold no significance whatsoever. Lang's reaction is to entirely disregard it. Yes, you might want to begin fleeing. They're approaching," he states as if he's discussing impending rain. "Arrived at the Zheng's estate 3 hours ago to collect you. Now they are en route to the legendary Turtle City." Li Wenjing merely gazes at him. Shin Lang shrugs. "You're done for, my friend. You won't witness the dawn of tomorrow." Li Wenjing genuinely chuckles and elaborates on how the emperor penalized him with a year's wages, only to discreetly provide his family with 3 years' worth, essentially conveying to Shun Lang that he is beyond reproach. He spins around and instructs his troops to seize Jin Mulan. But prior to any occurrence, a collective embarks together entirely, dark in all aspects, each visage concealed, and the entire assembly falls into a profound hush. For these individuals hail from the Blackwater facility, the emperor's exclusive execution unit, accountable to no one but the sovereign, and upon witnessing them, Li Wenjing's mind entirely crashes. However, he brushes it aside and approaches them with a broad grin. Persuaded they are present to support him, the captain gazes at him and states matter-of-factly to disperse his troops, then shifts focus to tally the Jin and expresses regret for the disturbance caused. Truly observe the hue drain from Li Wenjing's complexion, and he then pivots and instructs his subordinates to seize him, while Li Wenjing completely unravels, shouting furiously about how the emperor granted him mercy and that this is unfair, yet no one is even acknowledging him. The troops seize him and begin pulling him away. Now this is where it becomes intriguing, as none of this was coincidental. Shin Lang had been devising this strategy for 2 weeks. He delved into Li Wenjing's entire situation and uncovered precisely what he required. It appears this individual, despite his grandiose claims regarding influence and status, was tragically, humiliatingly desperate for a renowned escort named Ho Wanwan. A fortune on her composed her verses exceeded every other suitor, lavishly showering her with wealth, utterly convinced he had captured her affection. conviction. She remained indifferent to him entirely. They shared a whole night in the same chamber, yet nothing transpired. When he attempted to meet her once more, she outright declined, leading to the arrival of Xin Lang. Following the circulation of his poetry, Ho Wanwan approached him directly, seeking a piece specifically for professional purposes. She required a performance opportunity at the Empress Dowager's birthday festivities. Xin Lang, upon hearing this, instantly deemed it ideal and discreetly sold her the poem When Will the Moon Be, which was so exceptional that she secured first place and clinched her position in the palace. Subsequently, he crafted an exquisite performance outfit for her, type that causes a whole space to forget how to inhale, and persuaded an artist to guarantee she appeared extraordinarily luminous in the formal commemorative collection. The sovereign called for her, and Ho Wanwan, possessing an undeniable charm, had the man entirely ensnared within a matter of days. This was the moment that truly led to Li's downfall. When the narrative of his poem for Ho Wanwan reached the emperor, whispers circulated that she might indeed have an affection for him. The sovereign reacted poorly to this and commanded an immediate search of his residence. They discovered a likeness of Ho Wanwan, which was already unfavorable, but then, beneath his bed, they uncovered a figurine pierced with silver needles, intricately carved with the date of the crown prince's birth. The emperor could have ultimately allowed the entire Wanwan matter to pass and even attempted to conceal it from both the court and the populace. Yet, a hex ceremony aimed at the heir apparent, indeed that's the sort of topic individuals enjoy discussing shortly. The gossip circulated, and the emperor was powerless. Ultimately, he was compelled to visit the Black Water platform. Transitioning back to the present, this scoundrel remained unrestrained. Li Wenjin fixes her gaze on Xin Lang and cries out, "What have you done? Explain to me," and Xin Lang simply adopts the most naive expression conceivable, "Brother, I've genuinely been at home the entire time with my spouse. My back has been aching immensely. When would I even find the opportunity?" Li Wenjin shouts throughout the entire journey, proclaiming conspiracy, asserting its illegality, and demanding the emperor to grant him clemency. The troops disregard him entirely as the emperor has long held a disdain for this individual. The sovereign ensured that Li Wenjin endured the most harrowing journey of his existence while traveling to the capital. He faced immense torment, and as soon as they reached their destination, they severed his head after Xin Lang had thoroughly dismantled that inspector. He returned home feeling quite melancholic about how monotonous existence becomes when one is essentially invincible. To pass the time, he strolled over to Jean Moulin and said, "Hey, would you like to solve a riddle?" Jean Moulin scoffed, fully aware that his enigmas were never truly about puzzles, but rather. Upon gazing at his small, forlorn puppy expression, she relented, prompting Xin Lang to seize the opportunity. He presented her with a riddle concerning moonbeams, a pale diadem, a loving spouse, and two souls intertwining. Essentially, he was subtly making an offer and attempting to be suave about it. However, prior to Jean Moulin fully comprehending the situation, Jean Zhang burst through the entrance in a frenzy. It seemed that several of the mansion guards had been captured and imprisoned. The individual denying their freedom was insisting that Xin Lang appear in person to plead for their liberation. Lang was bewildered, asking, "Who is this individual?" Zhen clarified that it was Lin Zhou, the offspring of the family that had previously attempted to undermine Xin Lang. The guy had just completed his military examination 2 days prior and secured a position as the associate leader at Yenshan currently. Typically, a subordinate of lesser rank would not presume to interfere with the count's estate, but Lin Zhou possessed a hidden advantage. He was entering into a wealthy union. He was reportedly set to become the son-in-law of Count Wu Jiaozhong, who commanded tens of thousands of soldiers in the southern province. The twist was that he was marrying the count's third daughter, who weighed 300 pounds. But hey, Lin Zhou effortlessly ceased contemplating that aspect. The count had already elevated him to the supreme leader of 1,000 families, so Lin Zhou was experiencing a significant boost in confidence. However, what Lin Zhou truly desired wasn't merely authority. He sought to flaunt it before others, particularly Wang Lan, especially after Wang Lan had succeeded in his examination, as he had boasted excessively in front of Lin Zhou. At this moment, it was the season of retribution, and what could be a more fitting initiation than compelling Xin Lang to crawl when Xin Lang arrived, displaying outward politeness, yet secretly mocking Lin Zhou, thinking to himself how this man is dependent on his wife's family. What a shame. Lin Zhou commenced his grandstanding routine, but Xin Lang saw through it instantly and unleashed a shocking revelation. When Jing has passed away, Lin Zhou's eyes widened before he could even reply to Xin. Lang gently requested that he release the guards, as they had not truly committed any wrongdoing. Lin Zhou stated no, asserting that the sentinels crushed someone to death and he intended to question them that evening. Xin Lang highlighted that a deputy leader lacks the genuine power to carry out such an action. Lin Zhou retorted, explaining that since the relatives of soldiers were included among the casualties, he alleged homicide that granted him the power. power. Subsequently, Lin Zhou presented two alternatives to Xin Lang. The first option involved seizing the guards through coercion, which would resemble insurrection, providing the king with justification to pursue the count's residence. The second option entailed Xin Lang making a public bow and expressing remorse to Lin Zhou, because when Lin Zhou's father, Tan Heng, passed away, Lin Zhou was compelled to conceal himself in the capital out of humiliation, and he never erased that disgrace from his memory. He desired Xin Lang to experience it as well. Lang had already determined his strategy, although he remained composed and replied, "Very well, grant me until tomorrow to ponder it over, Lin." Zhou consented, believing Xin Lang was ensnared with no escape and already envisioning the disgrace of walking. Distantly, Xin Lang assembled the fragments in unison. The monarch, Count of Jinggan, and the ancestral adversary of the Count's manor harbored suspicions that these scoundrels were collaborating against him, and surprise attacks from all directions, yet Xin Lang remained completely unfazed. He was already acutely aware of how to manage the situation. Simultaneously, on the other side of the city, Wang Lan, the individual Lin Zhou had longed for, was indeed still alive. Xin Lang had prevented him from being mutilated. However, the rabies was causing him immense suffering, and the sole thing sustaining him was Xin Lang's analgesics. Thus, when Wang Lan spotted Xin Lang, he sprinted towards him, not to engage in combat, but to implore for the medication entirely. The animosity he once held towards Xin Lang has entirely vanished. Lang replied, "Of course, you may have the analgesics, but please grant me one request first." Wang Lan promptly agreed without even inquiring about the details. Xin Lang grinned and remarked that your friend Lin Zhou has returned to the city and is eager to see you. Go surprise him, enjoy a few drinks this evening, and if you chance upon nibbling his neck and end up dozing off together, well, that's simply what occurs when longtime friends come together, isn't it? Fast forward several hours, and we find ourselves outside Lin Zhou's chamber, where Shun is finalizing the specifics of his strategy for Wang Lan, and reminding him that he has the option to depart, but should he choose to do so, he will forfeit the pain relief. In the meantime, Lin Zhou was with his father, and his father was anxious because this fool was provoking the wrong individual, yet he urged him to calm down, assuring him that the Lin family was on the verge of great success. "Don't fret over Xin Lang, I've got it under control." His father trusted every word, filled with pride as always. They were making their way back indoors when unexpectedly there was a disturbance at the entrance. A servant hurried over, stating that an individual alleging to be a close associate of Lin Zhou was attempting to intrude. Zhou heard Wang Lang shouting and promptly exclaimed, "Allow him to pass." This was precisely what he required to finalize his grand resurgence, especially upon seeing Wang Lang appearing utterly disheveled. Zhou felt incredible this. The guy frequently flaunted in front of him persistently. Therefore, Lin Zhou assumed his sympathetic friend persona, assisted him to his feet, and inquired, "What transpired with you or your family? Why are you bending towards me in that manner?" Wang Lian fully embraced his thespian persona, recounting an entire theatrical narrative about his entanglement with city lord Li Weiyan's mistress, which had led to Li Weiyan seeking his demise. He required Lin Zhou's safeguarding Lin. Zhou initially feigned astonishment and subsequently proposed a position for Wang Lian to work directly beneath him. Wang Lian promptly referred to him as master, and Lin Zhou felt as though he were almost levitating off the earth, experienced a greater sense of satisfaction than witnessing an individual who once held power now humbled at your feet. Thus, Lin Zhou hosted a reception dinner for Wang. Lian had not overlooked the instructions Xin Lang had given him. He bided his time until Lin Zhou was pleasantly inebriated, then feigned unconsciousness. Then Wang Lian stealthily approached, yanked Lin Zhou's collar apart, and sank his teeth into his neck. The following morning, Lin Zhou awoke to discover Wang Lian in his bed. He thoroughly panicked. He was insisting on responses while being entirely oblivious that Xin Lang had discreetly dispatched an individual from the Yenshan residence to alert Lin Zhou's relatives. When the family arrived at the residence and immediately entered the confrontation between Lin Zhou and Wang Lian, elderly gentleman almost experienced a cardiac arrest. Lang Zhou was still attempting to falteringly express its. A misapprehension arose as Xin Lang entered, exclaiming, my eyes, I'm essentially a minor. How am I meant to erase this from my memory?" Lang Zhou scarcely had a moment to address Xin Lang. As the family patriarch, Wu Jiayin confronted Lin Zhou directly, questioning his sense of decency. "Do you have no sense of shame, Lin?" Zhou pushed Wang Lian aside urgently, put on his clothes, and fell to his knees cursing. He was framed. Then Wang Lian entirely reversed the narrative, gesturing towards Lin Zhou and saying, "Sir, kindly rise for me. I arrived because he persistently dispatched individuals to locate me. I believed it to be significant, but this creature incapacitated me," and before Wu Jiayin could respond at all, Xin Lang advanced, adopting his most convincing noble tone. "Wang Lian, although you are my adversary, I am a champion of righteousness. I cannot simply stand by and witness this unfold. I will personally arrange for guards to accompany you to the governor's office to lodge a formal complaint. Now Lang Zhou understood that this was entirely the doing of Xin Lang. Xin Lang feigned naivety, asserting that he had merely arrived today to provide you with my response from yesterday, completely unaware that I would encounter this situation. Brother Wang Lian, let's proceed to submit that grievance. But the elderly gentleman advised him to cease. Shun. Lang quickly pivoted and, without hesitation, inquired of our young lad what he desired and then stated that several of my associates are present, the ones you imprisoned without justification. I demand the return of my associates. Wu Jiayin instructed Lin Zhou to liberate the troops. Zhou was utterly furious but found himself without an option once. All the sentinels were liberated as Xin Lang turned the blade once again. Oh, and I'm bringing Wang Lian along as well. I'm concerned you might attempt to stifle him. And just like that, he exited with Wang Lian in his wake. But Xin Lang had not concluded his dealings with Lin Zhou, far from it. Had grander ambitions. In the meantime, the family elders began to assemble various items. He observed that Wang Lian appeared unusually responsive to illumination and noticed the puncture mark on Lin Zhou's neck as being. Wu Jiazhou's elder sibling was aware of certain matters. He began insisting on threefold the initial compensation from Lin Zhou while fabricating alibis, and throughout this duration, his gaze continually returned to the injury on Lin Zhou's neck. At the Count's estate, Xin Lang sauntered in and offered Jin Sakai a thumbs up. The task was accomplished, and the guards ensured everyone returned home safely. Jin Sakai was elated but couldn't shake off a sense of disappointment when contrasting Xin Lang with his own ineffectual offspring. Then Xin Lang mentioned a concern that was troubling him. Hey, that Wu Jiayin fellow appears somewhat peculiar to me, Jin. Sakai informed him, seemingly more than 2 decades prior. Wu Jiayin had contended with the Count of Jing'an for a prestigious title and was defeated due to the absence of offspring to continue his lineage. Xin Lang could almost sympathize with the man when the butler hurried in. Sir, there are villagers and village elders outside requesting to see you. Lang sighed, who was instigating chaos now, ventured outside to discover what was occurring. It turned out to be a significant issue. The silkworm cocoon yield had been substantial this year, yet not a solitary trader in the whole city was willing to purchase them, and this was not merely irritating, it was a predicament unfolded. Out of 100,000 cultivators on the estate, 70,000 relied on sericulture for their livelihood. A lack of purchasers resulted in no earnings for these 70,000 individuals, and additionally, a quarter of the Count's mansion's annual income was derived from levying taxes on cocoon transactions. Consequently, the entire estate's financial stability was on the verge of crumbling. Situations deteriorate. Cocoons are short-lived if not treated promptly. Moths emerge from within and obliterate everything. The inhabitants elucidated that both the Shu family and the Lin family had categorically declined to purchase from the silk traders hailing from other regions, who appeared annually but were conspicuously absent this time. To add an additional layer of insult, the patriarch of the Shu family and his daughter declared that if anyone wished to engage in discussions with them, it was imperative that Xin Lang personally present himself at their doorstep. Xin Lang swiftly identified it as a ruse, yet he maintained his composure and assured the villagers, "Don't fret, I will manage this." He muttered quietly, "These individuals truly do not appreciate their existence, do they? I have just completed dismantling Lin Zhu, and now the Shu family seeks to challenge me." An hour afterward, Xin Lang arrived at the Shu household and got directly to the essence. "So you truly had the audacity to approach me once more. Here's what transpired." The Shu household had formerly utilized a formula crafted by Xin Lang for golden silk, which they presented to the crown prince and subsequently received a royal endorsement in return. Now they sought additional concessions. They would relinquish the formulations for purple and rainbow dyes and would purchase the cocoons, but solely at 50% of the original price. Also made it abundantly evident that they weren't deceiving. Cautioned Xin Lang that the whole southern region had concurred to abstain from purchasing the cocoons, effectively trapping him. They allotted him 3 days to make a decision, but no, Xin Lang was not inclined to allow these individuals to manipulate him. Essentially chuckled in their faces, informed them they were utterly misguided if they believed he would acquiesce to that, and then exited to the back. At the Count's estate, however, he abandoned the entire intense facade and was simply enjoying himself, engaging in a game of chess with Jin Milan, who was, by the way, getting thoroughly defeated. And like the complete nincompoop he was, he chose to provoke the dormant beast and began to taunt her about it. So, of course, she went straight for the throat, sweetly tilting her head as she inquired, "What precisely were you up to last night?" Xin Lang was immediately drenched in perspiration, having done nothing but instruct Bing on how to interpret Jin. Mulan gazed at him with the most expressionless demeanor imaginable, instructing with her arms encircling her while their lips were nearly touching. She allowed that to linger for a moment, and didn't I also also overhear you boasting about how we're a pair with absolutely no effort involved in any of it. Concerning how, if circumstances continued as they are, Bing's child would have already been several months old by this point. Lang, exhibiting the utmost audacity, swiftly attempted to cast Bing entirely into disrepute. My lady, I assure you on all that is sacred, she approached me with advances. You know I am a man of strong convictions and unwavering self-discipline. Jin Mulan was already advancing toward him, fists tightened, having finished indulging a single utterance of that absurdity. A moment later, shrieks reverberated off every surface in the estate, creating a cacophony. The 3 days that Shu Chen had allotted to him were almost over, with only 1 day remaining on the timer. New speculations circulated throughout the region daily, with each one more tantalizing than the prior. Lang had attempted to venture into the Lin family's silk enterprise as a contingency plan. However, following the entire Lin Zhou debacle, they avoided any contact with him. They promptly rushed to the Shu family to divulge all the details. Don't be deceived. Ensure he doesn't gain entry, and Shu Chen was relishing each and every instant, already envisioning Shun Lang arriving at her doorstep, head bowed, prepared to plead. The picture was nearly providing her warmth during the night. Indeed, as the deadline approaches and the cocoons teeter on the brink of spoiling, the despairing residents returned to the estate with no alternative options available to them. Lang gazed into the eyes of each individual and declared that he would endure any degrading circumstances the Shu family wished to impose on him, as long as everyone had sustenance on their tables and money in their pockets. The villagers were profoundly moved by his words, bowing and expressing their gratitude, with some struggling to maintain their composure. Shun Lang entered the Shu household and placed the violet and multicolored dye recipes directly on the table. Chun was hardly managing to stifle her laughter. Ultimately had him exactly where she desired, immobilized with no escape, yet naturally, she continued to press on. That's insufficient, she remarked. You will also need to express remorse for all that you subjected me to. Shun. Language without a hint of hesitation. Chun, I have been mistaken, profoundly and genuinely mistaken. I implore you, for the sake of our past connection, to release this matter. Yet she remained unsatisfied. She desired him to incinerate every single copy of Limitless Romantic Escapades as well, every last one. Shun. Lang attempted to reach an agreement. I will destroy it in public, but you must purchase the cocoons at their complete value. Shu. Chun goes 60, that's my offer, take it or walk away with nothing. She crossed her arms. And you burn it here at our place. I want to watch you do it myself. I want to see your face while it happens up close with absolutely no way out. Cut. A short while later, outside, our lad was fulfilling his part of the commitment he had made. Individually ignited thousands of copies of his own publication in her presence. The Shu family commenced purchasing the cocoons at merely 60% of the cost, which left the farmers nearly in tears as they sold. Shu Chen initially acquired only the first 300,000 pounds. Subsequently, she proclaimed to all, do not be concerned. We will acquire the remaining items as well, but we must first resolve a few additional matters with Shun Lang. She intended to prolong this situation and extract every ounce of embarrassment possible from him. Subsequently, the Shu workshop commenced operations at maximum capacity, simmering water to extract silk and elevating the temperature beyond 45 degrees Celsius throughout the premises, including the storage facilities. Suddenly, without warning, the cocoons ignited. They exhausted all efforts to extinguish it but failed. The entire location was consumed by flames instead. At the Count's estate spire, Shun Lang observed the distant flames flickering, a broad grin illuminating his expression. The evening prior to the Shu family commencing their purchases, he had discreetly packed white phosphorus into several of the cocoons. White phosphorus ignites at temperatures exceeding 40 degrees. Combine those into a silk studio operating at 45 per goose, and indeed, the outcome was unavoidable. While elucidating the entire white phosphorus situation to Jin Malin, subsequently Shin Lang also succeeded in planting a kiss on her cheek. Significant victories for everyone involved. The plunge equations, the confession, incinerating the tome, all of it was merely a diversion. The genuine scheme had already been initiated. The patriarch of the Shu family had attended a feast that was essentially commemorating their acquisition of the Count's estate's cocoons at an extraordinarily low price. When Shu Chen noticed something unusual in the distance, flames, toward their studio, she attempted to convince herself that it was unfeasible. Yet then attendants rushed into the blazing workshops. All has vanished. The family patriarch was incredulous. How could a location brimming with water reservoirs and steam suddenly ignite? He began shouting at the courier, while the attendants, trembling, merely suggested that he ought to witness it for himself. When, upon arrival, they remained in utter stillness, years of labor reduced to mere ashes. Employees attempted to clarify that several storage facilities ignited simultaneously and the water was ineffective. The family had forfeited it and promptly accused Shin Shin Lang, insisting. Lu Yen summoned the guards and proceeded to apprehend him. Lu Yen categorically declined, questioning, "Where is your evidence?" At that moment, the patriarch of the Shu family genuinely realized the perilous nature of Shin Lang, began lamenting about how he had the regional offices and the governor supporting him, along with the prince's calligraphic emblem Shu. Chun had to restrain her father. "Dad, this isn't the moment. We've already collected a substantial deposit from the merchants in the western region. If we fail to deliver, we will be liable for compensation. Our reputation is paramount at this point." That jolted him back to reality. The patriarch of the Lin family fortuitously arrived at that moment, providing their seminar at no cost with a stipulation that everyone collaborates against Shin Lang. However, despite the Lin family's workshop being secured, the Shu family faced a significantly larger dilemma. They had embarked on a purchasing frenzy this year and had already acquired almost all the cocoons in the entire southern region by now. With their reserves depleted, the sole remaining source to procure what was necessary to satisfy the Western merchant agreement was the Count's estate, Shin Lang's residence. The Count's mansion possessed precisely £3 million, sufficient to meet their requirements. In the most ironic turn of events, the Shu family now found themselves compelled to seek assistance from Shin Lang. In the interim, Zhang Jin complied with Zhang Chong's directives and proceeded to engage with Marquis Zhen Bei, followed by the Count of Jinhai. He was serving the emperor, and at this moment, his objective was to amass numerous allies and initiate an assault on the Jin mansion. Returning to the events that transpired a few days prior, the elderly gentleman had cautioned them against engaging in foolish actions and to take responsibility for their errors, and with his direction, Lin Zhou managed to win over his father-in-law despite the previous incidents. Remarkably, he even received a promotion and was now functioning under Marquis Zhen Bei, and promptly received his directives to assemble supporters and trouble individuals from the Jin residence. His father-in-law granted him complete autonomy to operate independently and even encouraged him not to hesitate in overstepping boundaries. Must ensure the tally endures pain irrespective of the expense. Incorporate that into his existing animosity towards Shin He. Went to great lengths, resulting in various complications for them. Transition to the Jin estate, where our protagonist was undeniably in his element. He was drawing a likeness of Bing, providing her with the historical world's counterpart of a Valencia filter enhancing softness, each contour illuminating every bend. They were enjoying the experience of a lifetime when Jin Zhang arrived with the announcement that Shu Qinchan had visit him to make his acquaintance. An instant afterward, in the principal atrium, Shu Qinchan made her appearance, and my goodness, she definitely turned heads. She appeared breathtakingly beautiful, attired to perfection, and her entire demeanor towards Shin Lang had transformed so dramatically that it nearly left a trail. Shin Lang cast a lingering glance at her attire and experienced a moment of realization. This was precisely how he had envisioned her character in the novel. She had essentially embodied her own persona from boundless romantic affairs. Meticulously, the woman had conducted her investigation, fully dedicated, and arrived adorned as if clad in armor or perhaps as a gesture of goodwill. He couldn't determine which, and frankly, it added to the intrigue. She was clearly not taking this lightly. Then, for the ultimate strike, Shu Qinchan delved into her sleeve and produced a copy of his book, exclaiming, "Master Shun, I have perused this 11 times from cover to cover. To encompass all that I have previously perused seems like novice scrawling in comparison to this. When can we expect the second volume? I am eagerly anticipating its arrival." Shin Lang serenely raised his cup, took a leisurely sip, and uttered not a single word. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaned forward entirely, utilizing all her attributes, and addressed Master Shin. "Even a solitary evening together forges a connection between two individuals. I recognize my mistakes. I implore you to pardon me, Shin." Lang placed his cup down and motioned towards the chair opposite him. He then advised her to cease the pretense and remarked, "I understand precisely the reason for your presence. You're not remorseful. You must rescue your family from the predicament they're entrenched in and restore whatever remains of your standing before it vanishes entirely." He inclined his head slightly. "That's acceptable, I acknowledge it. Business is business. Let us maintain it in that manner." Shu Qinchan beamed and seamlessly transitioned into her proposal of £3 million, 1.5 times the prevailing market value, and shall purchase all of your silk larvae. Previously, she considered herself intelligent, yet then our lad ceased, raised 3 fingers, and uttered triple. She blinked, gazed at him, and replied, "Triple? You aim to extract every final drop from us." Shrugged and remarked that if you don't purchase, we'll construct our own studio. She jeered, "You lack a workshop, you lack employees." Shin Lang grinned, "Gradually, after your family collapses, your employees will merely transition to ours." Shu Qinchan sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "You're abandoning us. There's no escape." Swiveled swiftly, casting twisting her alert onto the surface like a knife. A significant blockade on the Count's estate was imminent, and if he consented to 1.5 times the amount, she would personally ensure that his parents and sibling emerged from it unscathed. But no, it had no impact on Shin whatsoever, and he simply directed her towards the exit. Frantic and leaped to double the cost yet still unperturbed, and lacking any options, she tore apart the copy of his book that she had been clutching then, ultimately exclaimed through clenched teeth, "All right, take every single coin and suffocate on it." And let me tell you, this was not a sum that these individuals could casually cover. The Shu family was compelled to pledge more than 12 of their establishments, procure 60,000 gold coins from a private lending institution, and gather all their remaining resources merely to secure the 3 million. The agriculturalists were immensely appreciative as the Count's estate amassed 188,000 gold coins solely from taxes. Within the region, aside from the Shu clan, which had essentially been depleted, that scoundrel Lin Zhu was assaulting the Shu court and striving to create chaos as instructed by his father-in-law. Jean Mulan was not tolerating any of it. She was right there dismantling each of his petty plots before they could gain any traction, was essentially colliding with an obstruction repeatedly. Yet, this fool wasn't the sole issue the Count was encountering, because Sun has been a long-standing confidant of the Count, a trusted member of his inner circle, and the sibling of Mother Jean, silently changed allegiances and nestled into the bed with the sovereign concurrently. Zhong Chong's serpent persisted in causing unrest for Jin Sakai, even at this moment as they were devising plans. To appreciate the video and assist Mamoru in creating enticing content, and don't forget to activate that mischievous little bell.